been going in the tournament client in-game by going to that in the top bar. How are you feeling, Lyric?
I'm feeling great. And, you know, I think one of the cool things about coming into today and coming into this tournament specifically, right, is anyone gold and above could have entered this. You and your friends at home could have been part of this bracket. But now us getting up to the top 32, a lot of, you know, really big, familiar juggernaut teams in the EMEA scene. And honestly, I'm just super stoked, Leg Day. Super stoked about it.
Yeah, we've got a lot of unique and wonderful looks here in EMEA, and some would say, a little bit biased, that maybe EMEA is the greatest region in the world right now. It's been a dark few weeks since we've seen the best of EMEA battle it out, and Virtus.pro were really taken to the limit by OG at the nadir of the Marvel Rivals Invitational in EMEA. Since then, we've seen the exact same happen over in North America. And of course, those of you who are night owls may have just been watching MRC Asia as well, where some banger games have been going down. But as we start off in our lower bracket, there are a couple of teams we didn't expect to be here. The bottom half of our EMEA bracket is pretty stacked, to say the least. OG and Virtus.pro, they've already gone up against each other. Some would say the two best teams in EMEA. So down there's a lot of danger. Luminosity is down there as well, knocked down by a brand new team on the block in Supremacy. So there are so many new names to learn over the course of this MRC.
Yeah, you know, again, a lot of new faces, a lot of familiar faces. You pointing out two of those big name teams, even teams like QQGG coming in, who were representing Tainted Minds over at the MRI. We have teams like Zero Tenacity in this round as well. So I think that's one of the really cool things that I love about Marvel Rivals right now, Leg Day, is that there's so many tournaments going on and all the teams are participating in them.
Yeah, like a lot of reps coming in here, and I imagine that this is going to be kind of a great snapshot of the end of Season 1 Eternal Nightfalls, because we are coming close to Season 2 coming through. Presumably, there's going to be some balance changes. There's going to be a new hero. Likely, it's going to change everything we know about the metagame. So this is your last chance to really stamp your place in the early annals of esports here at the Marvel Rivals Championship. And of course, we're not just playing for pride and for history as well. We have ourselves a bunch of cash up for grabs for all of our teams as well. So they are playing for that sweet, sweet cheddar.
Yeah, definitely. And coming in, like you said, with that prize pool, 14,500 spread out across this tournament. We also got some other cool things, lots of nice skins coming through, Leg Day.
Indeed we do. The Power of Knights may well shred your opponents, because you can seek your revenge with Moonfist's Fist of Vengeance and Black Panther's thrice cursed king costumes. Embrace the fury of Dracula's curse and use your yearning for vengeance to ignite the battlefield. These skins are already available in the client, so go in and spend your units to make sure that you are looking absolutely gnarly as you tear your way through Midtown and Central Park.
I mean, especially that thrice cursed skin. I'm going to say the Black Panther one. I love it. I don't play Black Panther myself, but that makes me want to start playing Black Panther.
I mean, I could be convinced. I love the Moon Knight series, so this skin, very much the one for me. I'm a big Moon Knight enjoyer. The serotonin you get on a bunch of injections, that does make me feel like I'm certainly doing something on Duelist, when maybe I'm doing a little bit less than that. I think I am. However, we also have more for you as well. It's an absolute banger for costume releases here at Marvel Rivals, because the streets are getting loud in Marvel Rivals. Iron Man Steam Power and Spider-Man's Spider-Punk 2099 suits are bringing two majestic visions of alternate timelines. It's an innovative past and a raw, unfiltered future ready for you to don on the streets.
Yeah, and you know, if you listen to any edgy music out there, punk metal, come on, Spider-Punk 2099, it's speaking to all of us.
Really, it's got some excellent sound effects as well. You get dragged in by the E of the Spider-Man. You're hearing those sound effects whether you like it or not as well. You can definitely do some psychological warfare on any punk-hating boomers who you may well be hooking in via Spider-Man over the course of your 100% valuable gameplay. And of course, the Iron Man skin is fantastic as well. I'm partial to the Silver Iron Man, which you can get with the costume coin at the moment, by the way, courtesy of that brand new bundle with the Hyper Orange Venom skin as well. A lot of good places to get your cosmetics right now in Marvel Rivals as we enter the end of this season. I'm really looking forward to some Vanguard skins coming out. I'm going to be using my costume coin on the classic Magneto. I love the purple and the red and the old horns as well. It's a brilliant skin for me.
Yeah, I'm waiting for another new Jeff skin to come out before, I'm using any tokens or anything like that. Maybe something that gives Jeff the muscle that he's able to put out in the game,
Well, let's get a buff Jeff, protein shake Jeff.
Exactly.
I'd love to see it pop out a protein bar and get a quick nom. His reload animation's always so charming. Why couldn't it be a protein bar instead of a fish? The man's got to get his gain. It's just like we're definitely all gaining SR while playing Jeff the Land Shark.
Yeah, and me and you were talking about it earlier in the day that, we've seen a bit of Duelist Jeff coming out in this tournament, in this bracket, by some of the bigger name teams. So still a lot of exciting things that can come out today.
Yeah, OG in particular, Tanuki. I did have some comments during MRI about Tanuki's hero pool being maybe potentially limited to mostly Wolverine and Star-Lord. I didn't expect him to add Jeff the Land Shark to it, but there seems to be a big investment from the side of OG and actually getting that Jeff the Land Shark some legs, of course, being teamed up with Valuna. You get that, you can get that frozen spit out, and it can be a bit of a backline too. You're so hard to get rid of in the backline. Here's a quick look at our schedule, of course. We're already halfway through March 29th, rounds 7 through 9. Those of you who check your calendar, that's today. So for the next 2 weekends, we will be trying to get you through this bracket, March 30th, and then, of course, next weekend on April 5th and April 6th.
Yeah, and, going down from 32 teams to 16, so we're really starting to get into the weeds of this. We're going to start seeing, again, more familiar names, more top dogs battling out, but who knows? We've already had some crazy upsets coming from that top side of the bracket, like you talked about, and we might be in store for some more.
Yeah, this is, of course, our first round here. Round 7 is in the lower bracket. I believe a change this season has been that basically all of the rounds have been double elimination since the Ignition round, where I think the Ignition round might have been when each team played 10 matches to see how they did against every other team out of like 2,500 that signed up. But since they entered bracket play, it's been all double elimination. So I think that addressed one of the complaints that was in the first season, where some teams thought, oh, I got a bad matchup really early on, so I didn't really get to get that far. I got knocked down by like Virtus Pro in round 1. What am I going to do?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, hell, even OG sitting in the lower bracket in a similar situation, like, we just ran into Virtus Pro. What now?
Well, now they can try to claw it back. This time in Season 1 here for Eternal Nightfalls, we have ourselves second chances for so many teams. Of course, here in the lower bracket, the second chances are over. We're going to be heading straight into some lower bracket games. The loser is going home, Lyric.
Yeah, loser will go home. But the nice thing is, as we start making our way up, more of these teams starting to bring home that prize pool that we were talking about earlier. 14,500 in total. Champion walking away with a nice $6,000. And again, we heard a lot of the teams talk at the MRI in their interviews that they just love the experience. They just love being able to come out, play all these tournaments with the prize pool. A nice little cherry on top.
Yeah. Cozy $6,000. I wouldn't mind having that hit my bank account here after the prize pool comes on through. And of course, this is also, as you alluded to earlier, this is a tournament that all you got to do to participate is hit gold in game. Once you get gold, you get invited to create a faction, join the tournament, and take up one of those spots to try and get your way towards the top of the prize pool, and of course, therefore, the top of the game. Because if you win EMEA, well, Smart Money would say you're probably the best team in the world right now, but to make it happen, we're going to have to see some inter-regional competition. Don't know how that's going to happen, but hopefully it does.
Yeah, and like you said, we saw the final at the MRI was super close, and I feel like teams in EMEA have been doing a better job at inching towards VP in that upper echelon. So it's going to be cool, again, as more tournaments play out, as more of these teams get experience, make a lot of roster changes that we've been seeing happening, and settle on that nice 6-man core. I think there is going to be a strong contest once we get some inter-regional play.
Yeah, we're definitely in an era of very quick refinement. A lot of teams doing very quick roster swaps here and there, finding out where their weaknesses are, where they really have their strengths, how we can try and shore those up and reinforce the team identities we've come to know and love from so many of these rosters. Definitely one that let's go back to is OG, because they have such a concrete identity and a team that's very good at domination maps. Won't be seeing them first, though. First up, I believe we have We Play Wolf versus Shox down in the lower bracket. So we'll dive right in and get some bans going.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fun one. Teams not up towards that upper echelon, but we could start seeing them make their way up. We are going to be on Symbiotic Surface, a convergence map. And it's going to be really interesting to see if any targeting comes through. We've been seeing lots of bans on things like Luna, as of more recently, shutting down things like the Namor, already having the Venom, though, being taken off the table by the Shox.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that because of the open tournament client in the game, you can watch tape on your opposing teams. You can definitely read out what is likely to come up in what maps if they've been played previously. There's no way to hide that tape if it was on an official tournament game. So Shox, We Play Wolf, maybe they've done their homework. They've had some time coming into this matchup, given that they didn't play yesterday. Their last games were on Sunday. They've known the matchup for a while.
Yeah, so definitely could have done their research coming through. And we pointed out, Luna is something that typically likes to be taken off the table on this map more recently, but is going to get protected. So we are going to be able to see the cheeky team up with Namor. Might be able to get the Jeff that we were hoping for earlier on. But sadly, Leg Day, we aren't going to be able to get rid of Winter Soldier. This man is here to stay.
Yeah, Winter Soldier definitely going to be one of the protects that is going to bear a lot of fruit for the teams that feel that they are better playing around the Kraken Impact. The Kraken Impact, essentially at the moment, I think is the most esports defining ultimate in all of Marvel Rivals. It is an absolute nightmare to deal with, especially if you have a Loki on your team, and most teams are trying to get some value out of that Loki due to the huge amount of healing and utility that he brings out, especially because it means you can have 2 Fate of both worlds, 2 Lunar Ultimates. That's like 24 seconds of being essentially invincible.
Yeah, and even just the rune that he brings is going to be able to provide an insane amount of value, making sure that the Winter Soldier on the opposite side isn't going to be able to find as much burst value. But like you said, a lot of it coming down to those Kraken impacts. The fact that they have a Loki to play against does at least set up for more of those resets, since you can get that off of the clone.
Yeah, getting those extra resets can really also mess with the timings of how to defensively play against the Kraken Impact as well, because then you've got to deal with 8 more seconds of being able to leap back up into the air. Also means 8 seconds of on-demand CC immunity, a very underrated aspect of the Kraken Impact, is that during the leap you are CC immune, so you can dodge something like, say, a Eye of Agamotto, especially since we have 2 teams currently showing the Doctor Strange here. I'm likely going to see something like Kazumiya setting up to have a drop-down portal on top of Binary to stop the initial cast of their own offensive portal.
This place makes me
I'm not
want to
going to have that
stay inside a
come
force field
through
forever.
just yet. We are going to have Shox be able to just inch their way forward. Honestly, both sides pretty happy with just playing this extended poke game. I feel like we're looking at both Namors and Winter Soldiers to see if either of them can just out-aim the enemy and just find one of those one-off hits.
Yeah, a little squid bomb, as we've come to call it in EMEA, coming through from a Namor. Dropping 2 of those Monstro spawns and hitting a right click to enrage them can be everything. Actually, a 2v1 has been manufactured here between this player's name, which I'm not going to say.
Good call. Good call.
Taking down Lupin. Great pick early, even if I disagree with your nomenclature.
Yeah. Still, and is even going to play a little bit dirty, right? Having that friend in the background, but still, Shox is completely wiping out We Play Wolves, taking them down one at a time, a lot of it being opened up by that Namer, which will not be named.
Yeah, we'll call him the Namor.
We'll call Plushies.
Plushies. Yeah, Plushies. Plushies is a great name. Good call. Let's use that. Interestingly, I was expecting Wengrove to be able to maybe get a little bit more pressure off onto the midst of shots, while Plushies was managing to find that 2v1. Moved the hell on Jacko early. Whoa, what a pick right there. Big bionic hook into the Trooper's fist to try and drag Z in. And that's a little bit of a physics exploit coming through. Plushies goes down to Binary early. Justice for all of us with untainted minds.
Yeah, I really love how Binary's playing this, really leading his team from the Vanguard role, just walking them down with that shield, using cover efficiently now. 3 ultimates available on the side of We Play Wolves, but 4 up for Shox. Actually, we're getting really close, like they to just every ultimate being up as Luther finds another.
Nice long range trident there. Would have enrage any squids. Directed in the midst of all of this, but Binary for now is just presenting this wall that can't be passed by at the moment. Yes, a Monstro spawn will occasionally slip the net, and we have seen a Blessing of the Deep invested here from Luzern, but We Play Wolves, they have so much in the way of reinforcing factors coming through from ultimates being available.
Oh, I have Agamotto.
Sounds like he's mostly been dodged. I don't see any stun icons. Meteor M takes to the sky. Lots of damage. Marty blasted apart by the Meteor M right here. We Play Wolves investing both of their Vanguard ultimates. Gives around wait out all of these ultimates. Plays down on top of them with multiple people afflicted with the culling. A damage boost comes through to try and make sure that Horde of Proteus can get it done. But Jarko already going absolutely massive with the Kraken impact. And We Play Wolves, well, they're going to be wishing they had that healing factor.
Yeah, We Play Wolves getting destroyed. Shock's doing a really great job, especially with the Meteor M to set up for Jocko to just find those resets. We talked about how that can be utilized on the Loki clones as well, and Shock's just getting so much value out of that play. Still a ton of time on the clock, too, with 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Surprise assault here onto the Namor. Drops a bunch of Monstros. He wants them to try and cover the escape. It seems like for now, Fossy's just going to be able to get away with their life for a moment. Wengrove has their own play here with the Kraken. In fact, nice turnaround once it's directly off of the Luna. The culling comes on through, reset after reset. Well, it's the same story again as 4 players have already fallen at the hands of the Bucky. This is the current story in Marvel Rivals Esports. We say it again and again and again.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Like, in my mind, we can even go beyond Marvel Rivals Esports. This is just an esports ultimate. You know what I mean? This is what you would expect when you come into a game like this. And the most impressive part about that, though, is that Wendro really set it all up himself, finding the bionic hook to start, you know, that chain of resets.
Forcing out utility, using their bionic hook in the neutral as well. Jarko, Grotterstern down range, too much damage to deal with after taking a cheeky off angle. Dark Maelstrom's going to get Kazumi real low, and while Wendro is going to be moving forward here to try and keep it up, Grotterstern accuracy is just brutal for shots.
Yeah, it's just so hard walking in. Wendro doing a great job. And Binary as well. Seriously, he is putting so much pressure on them, absorbing all that damage. And now through this small choke point, Shocks are really struggling to find a way in.
Flushy. Not going to have a damage boost coming here from the Fate of Both Worlds to try and reinforce the use of a Horn of Proteus. So I hang on to that for now. Look at that. Vanilla Poke is taking down Z. Somehow falling through. The Stranded just noticed maybe distracted elsewhere by trying to reinforce a flank, but not particularly acceptable for Shock as they come up once again towards a 12 ultimate fight. But already Poke's going all the way if we go Wolves.
Yeah, they're forcing them even back further. They're pretty much right in front of their spawn doors. They know the big ult fight's coming. Right now, Shock's just waiting for Kazumiya to get the Strange Ult online.
Forward hold makes sense when there are 12 ultimates on the field. You really want to try and force Shocks to use ultimates just to claim this space, which isn't particularly important to the current position of the vehicle. That mission area having gone a little bit too far already. Luther tries to disengage. Out comes the Kraken impact. It's going to be reinforced with the Fate of Both Worlds. Answered, of course. Fate versus Fate going up into the sky, trying to block out Meteor M using the invincibility of Blessing of the Deep. Damage boost means that Plushies can't survive this. Up into the sky. Nice dodge on the Eye of Agamotto, using that CC immunity we mentioned earlier to avoid the incoming Doctor Strange pressure. Binary has their own here. When all is said and done to try and put a full stop on this fight, 30 seconds remain. It's actually just the raw DPS output of the Loki that gets rid of Kazumiya.
Yeah, not even having to use that God of Mischief just yet. Hell, even having the Eye of Agamotto still available for Binary. Really nice hold coming out from We Play Wolves. And I think a lot of it came down to Wendro being able to hold onto that Kraken impact, waiting for the apex of the fight to finish out. Shock's doing all they could, though. Portal comes through.
Already playing towards the high ground here. Oh, Marty taken down through the portal itself. The pentagram of Ferala is not in itself a shield. You need the Seraphim for that. Kazumiya afflicted by a damage boost coming through from that Fate of Both Worlds means that there's nothing that can resist the raw output of the Namor. And despite a very quick first point take, this offense fell apart in seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we really saw We Play Wolves find their footing. I feel like a lot of that was off the foundation of Binary, how much space he was able to take, great use of the shield in terrain. And I mean, Lutheran and Wengro were popping off, especially at the end there. Lutheran doing such a great job finding those headshots.
Yeah, honestly, the mechanics we've seen from Wengro and Lutheran may well be able to bring it to some of our top teams here in EMEA, where we have some fantastic mechanical aimers. Sparker, some might say, one of the best in the world, of course. You think about like Delana, Happy from North America and Asia, respectively, who might be joining them in that kind of mechanical GOAT status right now. But every single team could be the next top one here at MRC.
And it definitely feels like that's a component of what is needed. It might sound simple, it might sound overreactionary, but especially a lot of time when a lot of comps end up being, you know, double shield, strange Magneto, poke battles. I feel like a lot of the time we see games decided by the opening picks that people find just from individual skill. So great to see that coming out here from We Play Wolves. Also really liking the value that we got from the Loki pick in the last round.
No team going to invest too early here when it comes to that pentagram of Ferala. The portal unopened for now, maybe hoping to save it for a last-second contest or a quick recapture of momentum after a team wipe. You can see, of course, Namor's going to be holding up on the right-hand side here. Plushies going to be trying to avoid the same 2 versus 1 that actually stole the point away from We Play Wolf.
Yeah, and for now, it really just looks like it's about our Winter Soldiers looking for those hooks. We saw Jocko angling for one before, but couldn't find it. Namor Squids, though, doing work. Lutheran finds the first, but it's already answered by Ziku onto the Loki. The Wolves are really taking this one.
Oh, Wengro just hitting with double. What? Just seeing into the dark dimension there, managing to find themselves the Namor when no one else could. We Play Wolf gonna have an equally fast take on first, as we're gonna see Luther and wait to change their spawn forward. Because you know what? Why get your cardio in when you can just teleport?
Exactly, right? Why? You know, he is not like the Jeff the Landshark discussion we were having earlier. He doesn't need those gains. But this is where it gets hard, right? This is the choke point where it really feels like the defense can just pummel you down, as we see Alora being taken down. Goes back up in time to get some nice heals.
It's all about good leveraging of a high ground here. We saw so many times Wengro being able to get those hooks from the high ground and then punch players into positions that were so hard to help. Luther might get 2v1s here. You can see Buff Zhao and Plushies coming through. Could you get the 2v1? The reversal? Wait, oh my goodness, Luther gets 2. Unreal gap when it comes to the duelists. There's an inexcusable, honestly, when 2 of my duelists go for the one Namor and don't even force out the blessing of the deep.
And it's so sad that I feel like that's how it goes a lot of the time as a Namor. You pop into a couple of people, you go up in your shell and your squid. Oh, well,
goodbye.
Going to stagger that timer on Wrecker. But yeah, honestly, so sad for Shocks, but huge by Lutheran.
Yeah, trying to get rid of that recontesting portal as well. Actually coming through from the back, the Meteor Ram. Shields are arrayed, the Phalanx is brought up. Testudo too much for the well-placed Allura. Meteor Ram, both Marty and Jakao found at the worst possible time. The charge was good, and the Invisible Woman was flattened under a big metal meter bowl.
Yeah, that was great, right? Uses the shield, blocks out the first Meteor Ram, comes in with his own. This was a really dominant performance in game 1 by Wolves once they found their footing, right? You kind of mentioned it. Shock were able to get to their point quite fast, but from then everything was really shut down, and it feels like that's where people like Lutheran were really able to come online. God, Wengro.
Yeah, 16 final hits is kind of all she wrote, right? 26-2 overall. Lutheran winning that 2v1 on the off angle as well. Kind of wild that they managed to grab both Jakao and Plushies. This is, of course, only the first map in a 1st to 2, so there's still room for Shock to try and come back here. Personally, I might ban the Bucky if need be. Like, sometimes you got to say, okay, when it comes to hyper carries, maybe their hyper carry is currently really strong. So maybe we try and go. Maybe you want to try and ban the Loki. Admittedly, going up against Loki, it should have been a lot better for Jakao because there were so many free resets to that Kraken Impact. But the thing is, they didn't get to poke for long enough to build up the Kraken Impact enough for it to really make a difference. And we're going to head into our second map soon. This is going to be Shock's choice, I imagine. And now we're going to have to see how our bans iterate.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they end up picking a domination map or going for something that'll bring a bit more chaos. They're able to get a bit more dive in. Because like you said, I feel like when you're just kind of losing the standoff of the Winter Soldiers, the shield tanks, it's like, all right, let's introduce a bit of chaos and see what could happen.
Now, let's introduce some highlights as well. Check out what just happened, and we'll be right back with map number 2.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom! You have been sheltered by the light for far too long.
You have been sheltered by the break for far too long. Map number 2 is coming at you soon between We Play Wolf and Shox. At the moment, We Play Wolf seem to be in a domineering position, not only on match point, but also winning out in these duelist face-offs quite significantly.
Yeah, I mean, they were winning in the 1v1s, they were winning in the team fights, they were winning in the 1v2s. Like, it was dominant play coming out from We Play Wolves.
Yeah, like at that point, you gotta wipe that map from your memory and move on. Like it wasn't our map, you know. Sometimes like just luck of the draw. We play just a lucky game, you know. It's like my mouse ran out of charge. I was playing with a Wii steering wheel. Classic cope excuses that we'll get through as Shox are gonna now have some chances to iterate their bans and try and figure out where We Play Wolf were really able to really drive for screws in the last game.
Yeah, and we got to remember, right? This is lower bracket, so I mean, Shox really needs to get it together, or they are just out. We are now finally gonna jump into the game and see what Shox can do, see what they can change up in picks and bans. See again if they want to get a little bit more chaotic, a little bit more brawly. We can already see some hovers on things like the Wolverine. I'm curious to see if that'll end up getting protected.
I think we did say, I think we saw it potentially banned out as the second ban from Shox previously, who did ban the Venom once again. They really don't want to deal with that, which is interesting considering they were very happy to try and play the Namor. Hella going to be banned here by We Play Wolf. Likely, well, potentially they're happy to just try and manufacture the same matchup again that happened previously, given how one-sided it was in favor of We Play Wolf.
Yeah, you know, wanting, I'm sure, to deny some flyers, deny some of that can come through, but actually it's going to be the Wolves themselves that protect the Wolverine. So we're going to see if they're going to be able to find any value getting into the opposing backline. Thing value definitely being raised too with that Yancey Street charge, being able to lock him down. But now, where will they go? Oh, keeping the Magneto alive. So you did have some decent Meteor M's in that first map.
Yeah, I'd say so. Allura getting some value out of it as well, but the Magneto definitely using that metallic bulwark is a good, if one of the only countermeasures to Wolverine grabbing a more vulnerable Vanguard like Kazumiya, who we assume is probably going to be playing on this again. I wouldn't mind seeing Magneto Thing, which is probably the least susceptible to being bullied by a Wolverine, and both teams are going to be locking in Logan himself. So I'll have to see if Ziku here is actually going to pick up the Thing, or if Kazumiya has simply stolen away their hero and says, deal with it.
Yeah, you know, hey, you know, team bonding in the server. But you're right, I do love the combination of Magneto Thing, not only hard to get bullied, but I also just like the combination of having something a bit more aggressive can output that damage like the Thing, and then having your shield tank being the Magneto. You can always support him with that metallic shield as well. But now it's going to be, hey, Shox, can you step up? Things are looking incredibly different. We have the Wolverine online, so it's going to be a lot about how people like Jocko and Wengro can perform.
Heading over onto Midtown. First point, early holds defined by high grounds, later holds defined by lane control with long-range poke. And Loki can really excel there with lack of damage drop-off, and not even having to be direct, just using spell field damage, can really start racking up that long-range pressure, as well as really create a healing deficit between Vanguards if they can set up properly.
Exactly right. He really just drives in every point of this map. Even here, Loki doing so well with a ton of verticality to place your clones. You can really pull off crosshair placement, but we're going to see Shox just try to force their way through, but already going down to Sandby, showing just what you were saying, Leg Day.
Yeah, the Loki, I'm surprised we didn't see a ban, to be honest. If one team is going to be leveraging it and the other isn't, you often want to be banning that Loki, unless you can really get some value out of playing the Kraken Impact resets into it. And thus far, Plushies is obviously not going to have a Kraken Impact. Oh, Luther wasn't even the main Winter Soldier player previously, but has already put down the hurt after Wengrow picked up the Wolverine duties.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, they invested a ban to try to lessen his impact, right? They took Namor off the table, but still he's going to find it now. The Thing's just throwing down pretty much in the octagon by their lonesomes. We're going to see Wolverine try to get involved, but not going to be able to find it. We're at the point where Luthern does have that first Kraken Impact online, our very first ult of this game.
Oh, Decal already down. Luthern maybe looking to just try and put the boot in here, but so close to spawn, it might not be so worthwhile investing this early. Remember, you can get a temporary stun on that thing, even if you can't pull him in using the Bionic Hook. He's actually just going to be going straight into a Guardian Shield here of Sue Storm, but at the moment, Loki is moisturized, unbothered, and in his lane. He's looking beautiful down there. Luthern looks a little bit less pretty as a couple of Rollistone bullets are taken to the face. Wengrow manages to turn it around by taking out their counterpart. Clobbering time sends up multiple players are shocked. But here we go. Can you try and shut down this invisible boundary? Utilizing the Meteor M. Oh, Wrecker went so low, and the finish came through off the back of beautiful accuracy from the Magneto.
Yeah, that was great. Meteor M finds the follow-up shot, and now still stuck in their base. They're still going to have some ultimates to play with, but We Play Wolves have 3 of their own.
Allura using their own metallic bulwarks to try and stop themselves from being dragged in. I think instead Loki clone was pulled in by Plushies. Well, there's a Kraken Impact now, ready to go. This is the power spike against the Loki for Plushies, but we're going to need to be protected, possibly by that metallic bulwark, but also maybe a well-placed spotlight coming through from the Lunar Snow to keep them well healed.
Oh, Kraken Impact does come out.
Seems like it's mostly a flick of the Vanguards for now. Difficult to try and make the culling happen. Instant clobbering time. The Vanguards. Oh, they never saw it coming. And it seems like it's another Kraken Impact. Is Luthern lapping Plushies at the moment? The domination from We Play Wolves is off the charts.
Yeah, not even able to get this convoy moving whatsoever. Great job consistently holding onto those ultimates to find big counterplays. Shock's going to try and find a bit of a flank for themselves, but just
Okay. Rota Stern going up against Plushies. To be expected, a last stand grabs even more in the corner. No one can hear you scream. Even if We Play Wolves wants to scream louder and louder, Feral Lip doesn't even need to connect, as the remainder of We Play Wolves will back away after touching spawn door for the alpha points. Well, our poke for now. Isar's going to cleave through many. An attempt out of 3. Actually grabs a lure. A nice grab, speaking of which. Right click needs to be used for Wolverine to try to escape this. As up to the sky goes the Meteor M. Final blows found off the back of it as Wrecker just drags everyone forward from Shocks, desperately trying to find that sustainability. Binary could turn Turvis1 around in their own right as well. Oh, the metallic bulwark. It's stopped the reset coming through. Plushies has stopped it all and can't get too much off the back of this, but the Rota Stern, the raw mechanics is where Plushies are going to try and make it happen. Kraken Impact, don't even need it, bro. I got everything I need right here in my hands. It's got 3 bullets in it and a hope and a dream.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner. They made it halfway.
Missing lyric for now, so just me chatting like Day on a little bit of a date.
Sorry, like, your date is over.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Was it a good date?
Yeah, I'd say it's 7 out of 10. Clobbering time. Maybe a little bit of a better date. I don't know. What can I say? Some people like it rough. Last stand towards the outside. Dragged outside of the invisible boundary. Toucher. Getting a touching done right now. Might be able to find that Luna. Quick play off the Feral Leap. Entering that Berserk state. The damage is knocking up fast here. It's yet another Cosmic Fastball. Getting even more off the back of that Berserk state. Damaging play after damaging play. Brought out by the Wolverine. And We Play Wolf living up to their name.
Yeah, huge. You know, I might not have been in the call for the end of it, but I did see dominating team fights coming out from We Play Wolves. I really liked how they utilized that Wolverine Thing combo. And I mean, I think you hit on it really well. If you yourselves are not playing the Loki, felt like it really should have been taken off the board because Sandby's been finding immense value on the pick.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the stats at the end for how much Sandby's been doing in terms of raw throughput on that Loki. Often we've seen that even with Lunas in the lobby, when it comes to top level of Marvel Rivals, the clone uptime is so strong that Loki is often not only putting out top healing in the lobby, but sometimes some very respectable damage as well. Because you can be getting about 120 damage per shot when all of your spell fields aren't hitting, when you got those angles. And at the beginning of Midtown, you certainly have those angles.
Yeah, they have those to play with, and again, having the verticality, having lanes to be able to play through. We're gonna see if the defensive side can go better for Shocks. Again, it feels like the problem is they're losing out on a lot of those 1v1 duels. They're getting picked off. We'll see if they decide to actually change anything up with their composition.
Maybe a change here or there. I feel like we're not seeing enough value out of the force physics here from Marty. I'd love to see some combo pulls between the Bionic Hook of plushies and then Marty getting a force physics thereafter, especially on something like a Magneto, where really putting him out of position can be a real debilitator for that Vanguard. Oh, wow.
Oh,
what a grab! Unreal mugging came through. My goodness, what a boomerang play coming through. Captain Boomerang's the wrong IP, but Wolverine's looking right now.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like you just willed it into existence, bringing him out of position. Now gonna try to force their way through, man. That one felt so bad to watch.
Oh, that's kind of wild. Luther down main, headshot into body. That'll do to get rid of Marty. Next up is the Winter Soldier on the opposing side. You can't stand up to the Stone Haymaker. Bro is going to bring it home. Jakal down as well. And well, this is a very fast first fight here. It's likely going to be a little bit of a finisher onto Rekka as well. Kazumia has once again met the business end of Wolverine. There's no space to recontest. We play Wolf will speedrun their way through round 7 of the lower bracket.
Great to see from them. Honestly, it was really just a whole team performance, looking a cut above the Shocks. Vanguard's doing a great job, seeing a great performance from Wen on that Wolverine, even if Alora did have a bit of a rough time. And yeah, just a lot of, I'd say, standard stuff in what we've been seeing in a lot of the top tier teams with the picks that have come through. And now I'm just going to be excited to see what they could do in the next round.
It'll be interesting to see if we get the stats at the end screen here. It'd be nice to see what Sandby was bringing out. Yeah, 16k healing. Not too much to write home about, but in the end, the damage wasn't that much to deal with coming through from Shocks just because they had so much trouble staying up and about in the midst of all of this. Only getting a 3-6 off the back of a Wolverine. 18-0, by the way, for Wengrow. We play Wolverine, definitely living up to their name.
Yeah.
This is a mirror match you might not want to take if you want a top-tier Wolf team.
No, definitely not. And it's like you said, right? All the teams in this tournament have footage of all the other teams because it's just right there in the client. So we'll see if Wengrow is able to get his hands on that Wolverine again.
Yeah, like we're gonna wander as we get deeper into these games. Like the faster you win your rounds in the lower bracket as well, the more time you have to review your next opponent and maybe get a little bit of a ban lowdown coming in, especially if you're going up against a team that's not quite as well known. We've got a couple of teams who may well be known factors. Say if you're going up against Queequeg, formerly Twisted Minds, maybe you ban Squirrel Girl, maybe you ban the Human Torch because you know that Case is going to be playing one of those and you try and just like freeze him out of his preferred hero picks. Maybe you ban the Thor that Lakaya wants to play. And if you're playing against, say, OG, you're going to ban Wolverine every time. You do not want to deal with Tanuki on Wolverine. So there's a lot that our teams can do to really iterate.
Yeah, so like you said, just there's so much in this kind of tournament format. Like we said, if you're just tuning in, like if you were gold, anyone could have entered this tournament. You could have started a faction. You could have been involved. Right now, we are round 7, narrowing down 32 teams down to 16. And it looks like hopefully we're getting close to that next match. We just saw We Play Wolves take down the Shocks. And yeah, it looks like we are getting close to time to getting to our next game. Like days. Actually, this time I'm the one that forgets the highlights. Bring them up.
Have a look at these.
stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains. Plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom! You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1 coming right back at you, gamers, here in EMEA. We're going to bring up a fan-favorite team next up, who are already in the lower bracket here in Round 7. Schmungus going to be coming back up on your screen soon, going up against Appa Brawl. And for those who don't know Schmungus, well, you probably know Necros, and if you don't know Necros, well, welcome to Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. You know, we were just talking about Humongous. You were telling me the Venom, the Spider-Man, all the shenanigans that we can expect. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see how Appa Brawl deals with it, deals with so many quirky pocket picks. But hey, when you have a team full of well-known streamers, at least, hey, everything they do, well documented. Everything.
Yeah, the Humongous is probably the most target bannable team in the entire tournament, to be honest. Apart from maybe Queequeg. But they're far from one-tricks. Necros does enjoy playing a little bit many melee characters. Like, you can leave open... Oh, hello, Humongous already. Banning out the Adam Warlock. Makes sense. I don't want to deal with all of those resurrections. And Venom's going to be banned on the other side. Yep, it's going to be Andrew who gets target banned this time around.
Yeah, so sadly not going to be able to pull out the comfort that he was looking for. And also sad to see Adam off the table. Would be cool to get, you know, that Guardians team up at some point in the day. But now it's going to be about what Appa Brawl wants to keep on the board. Just deciding they want the Namor. Makes sense when you're facing a team who can play a lot of melee, can play a lot of dive, wanting to have those squids there to back yourself up.
Makes a lot of sense. Especially wanting to find that slow squid. Yep, speaking of which, no Frozen Spawn this time. Luna off the table. This is probably how basically every draft is going to go, going up against Humongous, because the Venom ban's like it's like double value, right? Not only do you get Andrew off his most comfortable character, but you also deny the potential for that team-up ability from Necros on the Spider-Man. So the Spider-Man not banned, but we're unlikely to see it anyway, because his lethality is considerably reduced without a Namor on the field.
Yep, definitely way down. We're still gonna see some interesting picks come out though from Humongous, getting the Hulk coming through on the table. Also, Cloak and Dagger from both sides, a pick that really has fallen off. It feels like at the very upper echelons of play with the Luna taken off the board, though. We are going to see it come through. Going to give a lot of aggressive pushing power with that ultimate.
And we're going to be starting off here on the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda domination map. I remember that ultimates do persist between rounds, so long-term economic planning can be as much of an asset as other fight plans for this particular matchup. You can see that currently Lababoon is doing their best to see through the wall using that passive of Punisher to see what Humongous are currently preparing.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get a read on what they're going for. I'm going to be really curious to see, especially now that we have the Wolverine being swapped into, if Olgar on the Hulk is going to really be able to find any impact. It's going to be a lot about these flanks, a lot about trying to displace the tank. And hell, we had a great Wolverine performance last game leg day, so it's going to be a lot to follow up on.
Yeah, high expectations here of the Wolverine. Triple Vanguard from Humongous, a lot of staying power, as well as, of course, the cleaving heel of the Invisible Woman. Going to give him a lot of staying power. Gonna be, oh wow, nice spit coming through. A radioactive lockout onto Emil, making sure that that particular matchup is going to be cancelled. Yancey Trance knocks up a couple of players, but of course, going into a fellow as well. Going up against Triple Vanguard, by the way, as Thing, a little bit of a dream. So much cleave to find right here. Gian doing their best, just dodge away from incoming damage of the Hulk before turning it back upon them. A Dark Maelstrom to be unleashed upon the enemy should get through them in record time as Boga is clobbered.
Yeah, great play coming from Appa Brawl. You said it. The Thing loving playing up against Triple Vanguard, getting so much value out of those hitboxes with the right click. The Wolverine we also saw in there in the fray. Now, Humongous going to have to try and force their way back in through this tiny choke.
Attempted a hook. Barney Cook only gets a stun in place there, of course, due to the immunity of displacement given over to the Thing at all times from his passive. Attempted a grab. Oh, it's actually going to be the second one coming through. It works out. KG by the Trooper's fist taken down. This is a very desperate play here from Andrew. I'm going to say a bad read.
Yeah, looking for the play after you already see your Cloak and Dagger getting picked off. We only need a few ultimates, hell, only one ultimate to come through from the Invisible Woman, putting down that invisible boundary to completely shut down Humongous' efforts.
All right, new tactic coming new here from Humongous, though. A couple of heroes swapped around, 4, I believe, in fact, when all is said and done. Ebola Granola meets their end right here. Finally, Ebola prevention. It has been funded properly. Jian off the map, courtesy of Jinbo. Neither of them's going to be back in good time here. An attempt to try and shut down the Eternal Bomb, but it's a play too wide from Boga. Unable to get the direct connection. Emil jumps into the invisible boundary and finds himself a victim in the form of Andrew, who's wondering, why was I there? And while D-Sly is up top, able to put down a little bit of additional healing with the help of KG. This might be too far gone already. It's a big investment coming through from the clobbering time. D-Sly looking for a big drop-off, and Lababoon just set himself up for that one. An interruption on the Eye of Agamotto from Jimbo with the fast reaction speed of Logan. And Appa Brawl, they're going to be taken off the point.
Yeah, crazy fight to get us there. Like you said, Schmungus changing up a lot of their composition, bringing out the Wolverine and the Hela. A lot of chaos. It looked like things almost went back in the favor of Apple Brawl when Average Emil got in the middle of the fight, but still, they were too disconnected, too split up. Jimbo doing a great job, and now it's their turn to try to force in through this line coming out from the Cloak and Dagger.
No ults remain here for the side of Schmungus. 2 players stunned by the clobbering time. Neither of them finished though. Lababoon, different plans, sees D-Sly. Andrew next, but actually, it goes awry. The Kraken impact does not go where Lababoon wanted. Now it's going to be down to a raw mechanical duel. Andrew catches a headshot off the back of Rotter Stern. And that's the end of Hela for now. She joins herself in her own domain. Handshake of themselves emoji. And Schmungus.
Oh no.
Desperate times.
Yeah, KG looks like might get picked off right now themselves with Granola chasing them down, but Lababoon didn't even matter if those 2 Kraken impacts didn't hit. He's doing well with just the aim. Goes in. Portal comes through though, Leg Day.
Passive already burned, vulnerable in places. The Thing just jumping around as best they can. Lababoon once again a victim of the force physics. That's a very aggressive play coming through from the Doctor Strange. Floats through the opposing portal just to put some pressure on the spawn. Maybe another force physics knockoff. Could try and turn this one around as KG falls super low, down to only 1 HP. The healing's there courtesy of E-Slide. Jimbo's going to add to the complications here as the Dark Maelstrom is too much for Migu to handle. And what a retake coming off of Boga's portal.
Yeah, huge. They're able to split them up, coming right in the middle of the point, so you really can't find great positions as Apple Brawl got it all the way to 99%. Schmungus, though, not going to be able to start building up that point themselves. Not going to let Apple Brawl get close. Apple Brawl taking an interesting way back onto the point.
Some good rooting here. Just trying to get Lababoon into a safer place up on the high ground. An early throw here potentially. Ebola Granola going to be in battle. Leap 2 after. Oh, double stun to 2 duelists. Average Emil getting real value out of that one. Agamotto, I didn't see him getting anything there from Gian. Migo on the other side. They're taken out by Boga's return ultimate coming through. Boga might have managed to grab enough here. Yeah, that's going to be a Kraken impact here, but Lababoon desperately to try and find the culling reset. That's going to be 1, and here it comes in again. Boga's going to try and block the incoming damage. 3 versus 1. Lababoon is such a valuable target right now, and the Dark Maelstrom is levied onto them to try and get rid of them in the midst of all this. A last-second recontest coming through from Gian.
Yeah, gonna portal in now. We're gonna see them trying to make their way through, but Invisible Woman pushes them back.
No ult, too much to handle potentially. Lababoon desperately wants in onto this Invisible Woman. D-Slide taken down by the blast of Barrage. Already 4 frags coming through. Schmungus have fallen apart. They must have expected where Gian was going to come from, and yet there was no one there to stop it. Schmungus, they're just going to have to save this last stand for the next battle, I imagine, as Boga's portal still going to be on cooldown.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Jimbo didn't pop that ult. He had it up when they were still trying to portal onto the point. And I gotta say, Mike Day, you said the health crisis was averted, but granola sales are through the roof, my friend. Granola stonks are up.
Invest in granola. Bye, bye, bye.
Exactly. Overall, though, it is kind of nice to see because it did feel like they kind of dropped the ball at the end, Apple Brawl. If that Eye of Agamotto had been able to connect, it really feels like that's where they could have been able to seal a deal. Wasn't able to find anything. Luckily, did bring themselves to that second chance. And now here we are, going to move on to the second point. Schmungus. I mean, hell, this time now they're starting on the Hela, they're starting on the Wolverine. We saw good stuff from them when they made those changes. So now that they could start with their front foot forward, hopefully Schmungus can bring it back.
Yeah, Schmungus were having some issues early on. Their triple Vanguard was so thoroughly shut down by Emil's Thing. The piercing on that Stone Haymaker means you could just get oodles and oodles of ult charge from looking at 3 stacked up players and going, oh yeah, I'll take them all actually. I'll take every single one of them. Just doesn't matter to me.
Moots does have ultimate into this round. Jimbo bringing his as Wolverine as well. We're pretty close to a couple other players picking up ultimate, so it's going to be really interesting to see who's willing to invest to get way onto the point. Already seeing Laboon taking a bit of damage, though.
Locust already invested in the portal here, just trying to get some forward positioning. Andrew's going to have to get some real value out of this with a big cooldown that was invested to try and get them access to that high ground. Emil just using the anti-street charge to set themselves up on the point, also shutting down movement abilities for all of those who are within that. In comes Ebola Granola's own player, actually grabbed by Jimbo Limbo. Nice clobbering time. Both KG and Jimbo grabbed by this D-Slide. Can't concentrate on Andrew, but both of those players are stunned. And now, caught in place by anti-street charge. Ebola Granola has their chance to get in onto Boga. The percentage damage onto these Vanguards is brutal for the Wolverine.
Yeah, it's looking huge. We're seeing now them running them down. Granola even going to be able to find 1v1 up against Necros if he can chase him. Does manage to get away for now, but ends up securing the kill. And once again, Appa Brawl coming out stronger a lot because not only their Vanguard duo, but also what Ebola Granola is able to do on the Wolverine.
Yeah, the Wolverine value really can be a big difference maker. Both these teams
we have a Namor
heavily on their Doctor Strange's vulnerable window placed onto this. Yeah, the Namor change might be a lot. That's going to be a big stun coming through onto the thing. Counter damage before up though, turning around to try and block the incoming eye of Agamotto. And the clobbering time as well. It's a big peel coming through from Necros. The read where's I have to invest this defensively rather than try and make it into a big play, because in the end, the biggest play is having your strategist survive.
Exactly, huge. Yancey street charges there coming out from Necros, really setting up for a lot of the return play. Great ults too from Bogor. And now we're going to see if the Namor from Jimbo is going to be able to find more value than the Wolverine. Getting some nice headshots there, and once again, that fist going to do so much to close out this small choke point.
Why Andrew ready to go with the Galactic Legend. It's going to be off. That's a huge window coming through as well. Lots of vulnerable damage onto these Vanguards. This engagement might be difficult. Nice play off the back of the Horn of Proteus. And the Cloak and Dagger, they can't put it down in time. It's a nice knock away coming through. Clobbering time as well for Average Meal. But Andrew thinks that this one's an opening. Finds like a boon in the midst of all of this. Yeah, some shields have been brought on up, but they can't be facing upwards forever. Instead, you have to worry about those down on the ground. It's a multi-pronged assault from Shmungus, and they're holding strong for now.
Yeah, making it so hard for them to place their crosshairs. Where do we aim? Up in the sky at the Star-Lord, at Jimbo, who's just nailing them down with the Namor, and now using that shield to make sure that Apple Brawl can't find their way back in. They do have two ultimates up. Invisible Boundary there for Migu 2K.
The times, they are a clobbering. Big damage onto that Vanguard backline. Guardian Shield is raised, and Gian might be able to wrap around the back here. It's multiple on the site once again. Pings to maneuver, someone's been reading their Sun Tzu. Lababoon, though, can't really concentrate that damage until finding D-Slide at the end. Inside the healing bubble. Oh, taken out in midair by Jimbo. A well-placed trident when it was needed the most. And now Migu just going to partner up with their fellow strategists there to try and survive. The cleave of those force projectiles is so brutal in these totally packed fights.
Yeah, gonna keep it trying to find one on the Jimbo, who should go down here, but are we gonna see a Namor or not? Okay, does go down. I got scared after the 1v2 we saw earlier leg day. Still got some nice ults up for Apple Brawl. Honestly, a big thing in that fight was them being able to clinch on the position of Shmungus, get behind them, even if Lababoon did go down. It did get them on the point. Very close, very contested.
Thoroughly coming through, big value off the haymakers here. Already one down, the blaster barrage just doing so much damage. Lababoon can't even escape from this. It's a great LOS to have. Gian going to try and turn it around. Two players stunned up by the Eye of Agamotto, and yes, it will take down D-Slide, but unfortunately the remainder of your team have been evaporated, decimated, demolished, and distracted by the assault happening in the back.
All of it coming from Y Andrew. Jimbo didn't find anyone with the Horn of Proteus, but it meant that the rest of Apple Brawl couldn't back up, and it really just gave Y Andrew so much room on that Intergalactic Legend to find picks. Now we can see Bogor just going to be an annoyance on the other side. 93%, Apple Brawl's last chance.
Andrew's going to be able to bring out the Blast Barrage real early this time, and yet the concentration of damage too much for Moots to deal with. Jimbo with a well-placed headshot. This one should be a turnaround here for Schmungus, but some real shenanigans as two players have already fallen from the side of Apple Brawl. With the invisible boundary up, yeah, there's some staying power, but you can't stand up to Necros for that long, and in battle, Leap gives over some damage reduction and gives safety over to those strategists to get involved in the brawl. Schmungus are finding everything they want, and they're touch more, surrounding and destroying the thing like a pack of piranhas. It's a crunchy mouthful, but it's still fulfilling. It's like granola.
Exactly, you know, right after saying the stonks are up, going right back down. Nice to see Schmungus be able to bring it back. A lot more comfort coming through. Great play on the thing. Honestly, from both sides, right? We've seen both teams play great the thing between map 1 and map 2. So it's nice to see us this time around go the distance to the third point. Schmungus gonna have a bit of momentum with that Meteor M still being carried over from the last round.
I think Andrew has finally found their hero here as well as Star-Lord, who's really been entering a professional meta over the last, let's say, 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
We really saw, even outside of Adam Warlock, where that Cocoon revival has really given a lot of legs to the Star-Lord. A lot of players picking this up just because the versatility of Star-Lord as a duelist as well. Being able to both try and find those assassinations and get kill secures off the back of Blaster Barrage and put a lot of pressure onto Vanguards, utilizing their just regular element guns as well. You can put down so much damage on something like a thing that doesn't have much in the way of easy mitigation.
Yeah, it felt like if you were watching Marvel Rivals Esports about a month and a half ago, you were seeing a lot of Storm, and Storm really being replaced with the Star-Lord, like you said. But speaking of replaced, this time around, Granola gonna be on the Psylocke, see if he can try and find some flanks of himself and put a lot of pressure on that Namor. Of course, doesn't have the Luna since that one was banned out, so no Icy Squid to try to make sure those flanks aren't a problem.
After meal, surrounded for a moment, but yes, she charge gets him out of there. Too sweet. As Jimbo identified on the off angle. Maybe going to be trying forced out here by the Vanguard positioning. Actually going to be an attempt at last second contest, but Trunks actually grabbed the mission area. Big play off the back of the... Oh, hello. Andrew going up to the sky. I don't even know what happened to Migo. I don't recognize that part of the kill. I don't recognize that part of the frag feed. I don't know what it means. In the end, though, Schmungus, they grabbed the point.
I think he was taken down by Lava Boon, but sadly, right when you started to see all those ults come out, like nothing able to follow up. Necros using clobbering time too, but Apple Brawl starting off at the point, still having 2 ults for themselves. Oh, not having the point, I'm sorry. Trying to make their way into the point.
They can dream of such things, but Necros Glazer says absolutely not. The anti-street charge for shoulder check itself is a check too many for Moots, who falls on down to that. Apple Brawl, though, they are coming out towards a considerable ultimate bank.
Yeah, everything except the Hornet Proteus and clobbering time online. Portal is going to come through, so they're finally going to be able to try to find their way on the point and might even have an advantageous position if Schmungus don't get here quick enough.
Oh, attempt to try and cut off. The player's going to stuck behind that. Oh, it's an interesting play here. Necros Glazer going in onto the back line. The cleave is too much to bear. Moots are now going to be taken on down, and Gian the same. What a crunch coming through from Schmungus. And it was an interesting portal attempt coming through as well.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm kind of curious to what Apple Brawl were hoping to happen there, but really nice by Schmungus to reposition, really cut off any agency on either side of the portal. Now at 85%, you still have some ults to work with. Both support ults are online, so they should be able to make their way to the point, but if you have to waste your ults for that, that's exactly what Schmungus wants.
And the off stuck in place for a moment. Clobbering time stuns up a pair, and a huge amount of damage is levied onto Migu, who can't make their way over to a point, even with that invisible boundary active. Emil put down onto the floor. The frag is secured as why Andrew overhead has quite the amazing view of the victory Schmungus have earned themselves here on the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. Map 1 goes their way.
Crazy too. Point 1 went the way of Apple Brawl, but it was close. Point 2 again goes to Schmungus, but very close. This third point was the most decisive one we saw, with Schmungus really giving them no breath into that match. We are gonna see another chance come out from Apple Brawl to try to pick up a map, and especially with how close this first map was. It really feels like it could go either way, but the fan favorites pull through, Leg Day.
Yeah, fan favorites doing well here. Schmungus definitely living up to the expectations that have been placed upon them. I feel like they definitely found out how they were going to play this matchup as well. The Star-Lord, I think, was a huge pickup for Andrew, who most people know is a Venom player, but still has that raw mechanical tracking that is necessary to excel on the hero. And honestly, this could be a thing where maybe we see a ban towards it. Maybe we allow the Loki to get through and we try and make sure that Andrew's hero pool is a bit more constrained potentially, or it depends if we're comfortable going Star-Lord on Star-Lord, because it's a difficult thing to go up against when you don't want to match it with your own Star-Lord. He's very evasive, especially with a stellar shift on the right click, giving him some iframes. Aqua Brawl, they have ideas here, but also they're a bit of a lower team in general when it comes to the overall ranks, so we're not expecting a huge amount from them.
No, not expecting a huge amount from them, but it would be good if they can bring that online. We do have highlights coming from that last match, so let's take a look at how Schmungus was able to take that first win.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival's till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way. Plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still ruled you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom! You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
It's a humongous event here for Marvel Rivals Championship in EMEA. 1-0 up in the lower bracket going up against Appa Brawl. But there's always another chance, Lyric. Well, not actually here in the lower bracket. There's one more chance when it comes to these maps. And can Appa Brawl fix their draft to try and get an advantage over Humongous?
I will say at least both teams looked adaptable in that first map. You know, both were changing up their comp consistently. Humongous were the ones who figured out the identity, figured out the keys they needed to win, swapping over the Wolverine themselves at first. And, you know, we ended up on the Star-Lord for Y Andrew, which ended up having a lot of success. The Namor as well, even without the Luna. But it is time to jump into that second map. Are going to be in Midtown. And like you said, with how specialized some of the players are, I would expect to see similar bands come out. And there it is, the Venom once again.
All right, yep. Once again, trying to keep my boy Andrew down. And for now, they will be able to succeed. We'll actually see a first protect here from Humongous as well. It's going to be Adam Warlock. Banned once again, trying to keep that res comp out of this lobby. They want to make sure that every time they get a frag, it's a real frag. And no pretending. No backsies, no seconds, no psychs, and no inner reverses.
You know, I got to say, that actually has... I've not been surprised how many times we see the Adam Warlock comp banned out, but I'm surprised that we don't see more teams lean into it, because like you just pointed out, it is just so annoying with how many fake outs it does have. Speaking of fake outs, though, the Wolverine gonna be picked protected, so we'll see if either team ends up starting off with that one, or if it just ends up being a bit of a deterrent, which is, I feel like, how we usually see Wolverine protects end up being as the map plays out.
Okay, they try and drop the Namor here. maybe an assault on Jimbo. Jimbo can, as far as I'm aware, also play both the Hela and the Star-Lord. Wonder if we're gonna maybe ban. Oh, it's gonna be the Loki ban coming through from Schmungus. I think previously that was Appa Brawl's ban, but I may be misremembering. It's gonna allow Cage to swap over onto the Luna Snow. Oh yeah, we actually had Schmungus last banning Luna last time because there was a name more protect from Appa Brawl. And once again, Logan's gonna be a potential feature off the back of that protect.
Yeah, and we're gonna see what they end up going with this time. Right now, having Punisher locked in, but maybe, like you said, just wanting to scout out those positions once the map does start. It looks like for the side of Apple Brawl, gonna settle on, you know, things that were finding success last game, like the Star-Lord, even if it was for the opposing side. This time around, we're going to get Winter Soldier in the fold, though. So, you know, you said it earlier. I feel like we're going to say it every time, but that really is going to be the defining pick, especially if we can see any hooks coming through.
Yeah, the clock is determined not by clobbering time, but by when he shouts about being armed and dangerous. Ebola Granola going up against Jimbo on that, and could be a big difference maker here between Schmungus and Appa Brawl as to the deployment of the unlimited ammo from Necros Glazer here, really allowing Andrew and Jimbo to have these massive burst phases against any unprepared Vanguard.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to see actually sticking with the picks. Also love Rocket coming out in a lot of these early fights. Gives your tank a little bit more wiggle room that they can play with, knowing they have that BRB in the background. And we could see that coming through with Bogart2's positioning, but Lababoon finds Andrew.
Yes, somehow managing to catch Andrew by surprise, as that BRB you mentioned earlier. The Latitude has been leveraged by the Punisher this time, as Bogue's taking a bunch of damage. Lababoon in towards the back does have eyes onto this side, but you can't underestimate the damage that Invisible Woman's going to bring out. Nice quick draw up of the Magnetic Curtain to stop Boga from getting themselves hooked in. The Guardian Shield comes through as well. Surrounded, however, by other Vanguard, Boga has to cede away this space because you're a very mono-directional defensive hero. That's a Magneto. Pulled in, Trooper's Fist, not delivered this time, so Boga's going to mostly escape unscathed, but look at this. The Vanguards have moved past him onto the back line. Boga kind of surrounded right now, and it's going to require some triage from the strategists.
Necro's coming out, is throwing out the infinite ammo. Kraken, Impact not going to be able to find anything, but still, Granola does find one.
Not a lot of those strategist ults does mean, but one of the Lunas is going to be sticking on that damage boost to try and make things happen. Necros Glazer puts down their BRB and the Seer as well. In towards the back, Ebola Granola would love to try and find something off the back of this. The Legendary, that seems a little bit ambitious, actually. It's going to draw out the Invisible Boundary. Yes, Boga's dragged from the Invisible Boundary. It's going to be the Meteor M, almost fully charged, directly on top of Cages. Quite the dunk coming through from the average Emil. Might well be a Poggers Emil if I've got something to say about it. Andrew looking for something off the back of the AR. Out comes the infinite ammo. This is very dangerous for the Vanguard. They're finding it out the hard way. The shielding's not nearly enough. But Blaster Barrage is getting stuff done with that AoE damage. Jimbo Limbo would be quite the prize though if Lababoon can manage to find it. Out comes the Bionic Hook. I think it's going to be missing for now. The same going to be happening through from Ebola Granola. An exchange of Trooper's Fist just redoes the positioning again and again. Lababoon picked out of the air, and Appa Brawler finally ran out of steam.
Yeah, honestly, like, that was so much chaos. Ooh, another Bionic Hook does come in. Oh, nice to pick onto the Luna. Kraken Impact does get the first.
That felt personal.
That did feel personal. Not going to be able to find anything else with it. Eventually.
Well, it would be ambitious. Jimbo does not want to cede away the good positioning that Schmungus have to try and get a bit more greedy with that ult.
And that fight was such chaos. Like you said, Star-Lord's flying one way, Winter Soldier's the other. We're in a wide open area for now, though, so it is going to be quite hard for Apple Brawl, quite hard for Schmungus to really lock down any tight corridors. We're going to see here if the Eye of Agamotto from GN can find anything. The Punisher ult.
Last Judgment brought on up. Oh man, the concentration of damage is so large though. Meteor M drags out a huge amount of damage from the Galactic Legend. And Boga's writing a legend of his own right now. Back into the unlimited ammo. Andrew drags out. Yeah, your healing means nothing. In the face of the rapid fire shotgun, it's just frag after frag. Andrew showing exactly what they did with that Walmart gift card.
Yeah, huge coming out from Schmungus. And even now, Granola does manage to get back out, but even gets a cheeky turnaround on a Necros, feeling like he was safe. This might be their time. No BRB to bring any reses up on the table.
Cracking impact. Good to go. Ogre at the moment is a little bit isolated, though. Has to disengage the remainder of the team. For now, Humongous are just going to wait in these positions and hope for potentially a recontest to come on through. Gian gets dragged in, I believe, by a Bionic Hook, and that forced out the flank to try and turn this one around. It's going to be going up to the air. Ebola Granola coming in. Oh, nice! Big play with the Eye of Agamotto. However, the follow-up's not there. Gian did not have enough charge on the immediacy with the Dark Maelstrom. Was unable to find those final blows. Moot's under pressure here, but Jimbo just went too far, and it seems like the Shrines just weren't able to keep up with such an aggressive play. Yeah, there's going to be a resurrection, but there's going to be no chance to try and chain together those cracking impact hits. Like Baboon in towards the end. Lebola Granola going to be the one falling down as well, and here we are with the raw damage coming through from Andrew. The tracking here is going to make it so it's impossible to survive. Jan's only just got here. Galactic Legend in towards the back, but KG shuts it down. The aimer in him is awakened as Jimbo Limbo, with a bottomless clip and a smile on his face, is able to absolutely tear through all and sundry. Rotter Stern is feasting, and so too is the Luna. It's the experimental cuisine, the type that comes on ice from the fancy restaurants. And let me tell you, Humongous are eating good.
Great play coming out, especially from the Luna. Love the Punisher too. Hell, we saw, you know, a few times kills coming out either right on the cusp of a Fate of Both Worlds or when he had the shotgun. Taking out another there. Really fun stuff from Humongous in that first half of the map. And now it's going to be about Apple Brawl being able to hold up that defense of their own.
It's some good decision making, honestly. I'm not sure how we saw Gian get a double stun onto both Andrew and Jimbo. Wasn't able to finish either of them off. Maybe just a slight dropping of the ball when it came to building up enough charge on that Dark Maelstrom for the one tap. Maybe just saw an opening. Thought, you know what? I'll just try and make it happen.
Yeah.
Regular style. Was answered by a strategist ult, though. Didn't have the burst, so ended up just overextending into 2 players instead of stunning 2.
I was a bit scared for Humongous once the Meteor M didn't connect, though, that might then be their time to follow back in. But luckily, we're able to keep following up on the fight. Now, Humongous, we'll see if Jimbo actually does end up sticking to the Spider-Man.
A tribute to Necros, potentially.
Yeah.
Sensei. What? Just once. Let me use my full power.
Sadly today, not for the Sensei. Clearly showing, you know, they still need to take it seriously going up against Apple Brawl, who actually aren't going to come up with their own strat. They're just going to rip Humongous' strat right out of the book.
I'll be taking that. Don't mind me. Hey, we can play those heroes. Necros, Glazer. Maybe getting a little bit too antsy there. A little bit too quirky on the engage. Take it out early. Yeah, that unlimited ammo. It is brutal to try and stand up to, especially with the solo Vanguard. Boga runs out of magnetic curtain charge real fast. And, well, there's going to be a little bit of cart movement, but back to square one.
Yeah, Apple Brawl maybe kicking themselves for not making a change of life this sooner, though it is going to be Humongous' time to answer. Jimbo trying to unload onto Gian on the rocket, not finding anything just yet.
Oh, nice play off the back of the Bionic Hook. Jimbo just knocks back into unlimited ammo here. This could be Average Emil in major danger as Necroskull is actually putting out a significant amount of DPS here. Finds the final hit onto Average Emil. It's a surprising amount of damage from the rocket if you are going to try and go for it. Ebola Granola, I think, tried to put up a zip line, but unfortunately, you don't have the building permits for that. This is New York blood.
I just love seeing Necros running them down with the machine gun, not even really popping the heals not needed. And now we look at Humongous cracking impact online. You're getting really close to Punisher and Magneto's Meteor M as well.
Well, Gian trying their best to make a cheeky approach towards the car. He is so close to the goal. And finally it's going to be reached here by the Cloak and Dagger, pulled out of their ultimate, though. A perfect combo from Jimbo. No semblance of mercy remains as Gian just does their best to try and heal through all of this. It might actually turn into a reset here for Jimbo, but having already fallen down, it's going to be difficult to try and turn this one around. Lababoom going to do their best to make something happen as Necros Glazer has themselves some additional damage. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, the boy's crocheting and knitting, and he's weaving on the strands of fate of victory for Humongous.
1, 2,
Necros in tune with the wild. Great performance on the Rocket to be able to close this one out. Sad to see for Apple Brawl. Like you mentioned earlier, we are in the lower bracket, so this is where it comes to an end. But Schmungus, those big names, people like Necros, able to move on to that next round.
So we're going to be walking away with our MVP, playing the solo Vanguard Magneto. Certainly can be very stressful against all of the pressure arrayed by things like the Winter Soldier Punisher and Rocket combo. Here's a quick look at our stats. As it closes out, you can see that Berg was putting out a considerable amount of damage, but really, like, it seems that Andrew is a very variable player, not just a Venom one trick, and that might make a forced Venom ban straight away a bit more of an advantage for Schmungus than some teams who feel like, oh, we're gonna kneecap Schmungus by using our first ban on Venom. It might actually be a bit of a trap from the Schmungus.
Yeah,
we know that Andrew's a very well advertised Venom.
Yeah, I mean, just look at what we've seen, right? Pulled up Star-Lord in that first map, now playing things like the Strange, not only being varied in his role, but able to play among a bunch of different roles. Really cool to see for Schmungus. And honestly, just the adaptability across the board. Necros on that Raccoon was a monster. Again, they made a lot of change-ups starting out with triple Vanguard. So if you can be this flexible going forward, it's going to be nice to see if Schmungus can especially upset any of the bigger name teams.
Like, maybe there's some room for it. Previously, Schmungus, I believe, were the #2 team in EU back in the closed beta days. Didn't do amazing against Virtus.pro, it's got to be said, but they were the #2 team. They were an incredibly powerful team, and maybe just got a little bit of an unlucky matchup early on to get knocked down to a slower bracket so soon. We'll have to see how far they can run. They have made it through to round 8, which is, of course, going to probably feature some winners bracket games as well, but there are still a couple more in the lower bracket before we can populate round 8 with all of the ideal matches. I believe down at the bottom we've got OG Esports versus Zenith. OG, of course, widely considered to be the second best team in EMEA after a Marvel Rivals Invitational, where they had a surprisingly close game with Virtus.pro.
Yeah, we're able to bring us to that close game. Again, we do have them playing in the lower bracket. First, though, we are going to jump back and take a look at those highlights that have been the bane of our existence all day, but won't be the bane of your existence because they are awesome. Let's take a look at how Schmungus took down Apple Brawl.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rich winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rising, hoping your minds hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way. Plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom! You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Getting up and staying hot here in the lower bracket of Marvel Rivals Championship for EMEA. We're in round number 7, and surprisingly, OG Esports are already down in the lower bracket. They met Virtus Pro early. That was a banger 2-1 series. So I highly recommend that you go over to the tournament tab, find round 4, scroll down to the bottom and check it out, because you can watch the VODs for yourself and learn exactly how the pros play your favorite heroes so that you can excel. But now OG, they're battling for survival, Lyric.
Yeah, again, what a weird position to be in. Round 7, not exactly early in the tournament. Again, bringing down 32 teams to 16, but still not where you'd expect them to be. Going up against Zenith Esports, you'd expect OG to come in the heavy favorites, but you know, we'll see how things shake up, because again, we see upsets all the time in Marvel Rivals with the amount of kind of small tournaments happening everywhere, and now it'll be about if Zenith can make it happen for their side.
Well, OG Esports may be kind of a tier above, because my 6 stack plays against Zenith sometimes.
You do well?
No. Zenith is definitely a tier above us, and then OG might be a tier above that.
All right, so what we're learning here today is leg day, only 2 tiers away from reaching OG.
Hard tier 3 performances on the Doctor Strange. Hit the dizzying heights of top 128. You know, that's the dream for me.
Yeah. Hey, you could have been in this round, buddy. You could have been in this round.
It could have been me, Lyric. It should have been me.
But today, it is going to be the boys, Tanuki, Etsu, Enzo, Alex, Ken, and Snaze, up against Zenith. Hashtag jobless, you know. We're hoping it works out, buddy. Looks like the Magneto is going to be something that goes through, so hopefully he can show a big performance, assuming they want to take that one. Shin Shibuya, a convergence map coming through. And both Namor and Wolverine protected so far. So a lot of different options for the kinds of comps they want to go for, whether dive, whether brawl. Hella, though, is going to be taken off the board. And ooh, we see why, Leg Day. We got some flyers on the board for Zenith.
I see. Oh, well, I mean, if you're going to go up against a team like OG, then why not play a strat they probably haven't scrimmed against? Makes sense to me. I mean, Tanuki having access to the Wolverine here. Tanuki's best hero is probably Wolverine. Tanuki's kind of a crazy player. Just excellent melee characters, but also a very good Star-Lord. Unfortunately, this Hela ban may have actually been a little bit of a reveal here from Zenith. When you ban Hela, instead of something like, say, Loki, which is a huge target ban onto Ken, who's probably one of the best individual Lokis we've got in EMEA, then it kind of says, oh, we're gonna cook potentially with a Storm here. I don't know if they're gonna expect double flyer. I think that Storm would be a very reasonable expectation for OG to go up against, so maybe preempting that with set like a Star-Lord.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do. Again, OG have been so great at finding picks. Have also been really good at leaning into sillier, more chaotic play styles. So we'll see if for Zenith this will work out. You know, Leg Day, when your 6-stack played against them, you guys see any Storm, Human Torch? You got the secrets?
No, we mostly saw 33 Heavens playing a lot of Star-Lord. Very good on the tracking game. Big aimer. Also worth noting, if you're a console player or a controller player, OG Sports actually has controller player in Enzo. Keeping it, wrapping it on the sticks. Very strong on that. Already going to be the Thing. Really laying down some good frontline damage. Of course, Thing is going to have limited utility versus both of these flyers. Not so much of a problem for the Magneto, as Snake's going to be pushing out a bunch of damage. Tanuki looking for a grab, manages to get the Doctor Strange, and that's the ideal pickup for Tanuki. They decided to try and play this front to back for OG Esports, and most Vanguards have been decimated as Ken does fall low, just changes positions into a fire.
Yeah, it does go down, but still, at the end of the day, OG got the point. They were able to just kind of be cheeky, use terrain to get close. Portal is going to come through for Zenith.
Yeah, they're a little bit late, though. Point just got captured at the wrong time. Maybe the portal was a touch too high in the air, or hashtag Jobless didn't have the ideal pathing, or maybe it's just unlucky timing that happens, and hashtag Jobless and Saidamondo are going to be taken out.
Now locking me up to what 33 Heavens can do. I mean, we saw the Pyro Prison early on in that show trying to enter the point, not really find too much value. He's going to put in these long roads and at least funnel OG into certain spots, but OG have just been so good at finding these wraparounds. Ooh, that was looking dicey for a second.
Could have been nasty. You can do a lot of damage to his Vanguards as the Human Torch. Like a pseudo shotgun from those fire blasts. Tinky's Dwarf amps up the damage. Clobbering time here, trying to shut down Etsu, and indeed, Tinky Dwarf manages to get it on the other side. And now the Thing in the midst of all of them, surely they can all turn and focus their damage in. Actually going to be a disengagement off the back of that embattled leap into the invisible boundary. It's a good amount of healing for the Thing to try and play with. 33 Heavens now going through with the Supernova. Are we going to see the composition with the Firestorm? The extra bait through. Alex finds it out the heart. It lasts for 12 seconds, so survivability was not on the cards.
No, this is exactly what Zenith were playing this comp for, right? It's all about the Omega Fire team-up between Storm and Human Torch, finding value. They did do so, were able to push OG off the cart. But OG, they have some big ults to work with. Meteor M online. Feels the God of Mischief. Zenith has some of their own. Still having that clobbering time. God of Mischief does come through.
Copying over, of course. Oh my goodness, Alex. And Cheddar already down.
Oh, both.
Oh, it's like maybe I lost him for a reason, you know. Bro is kind of crazy on the Human Torch, getting both of the backliners and actually wasting that God of Mischief as well. They never got the invisible boundary up.
No, right, taking out both in one fell swoop. We do see the Mantis as well, just able to put out more damage with those left clicks. Gonna be able to get her ult online now. And Zenith, I mean, they didn't really have to use much there.
Everyone coming in to try and share up the damage. from that Dance of the Butterflies. Not too much gained off the back of it. It's Tanuki who's a victim. 33 Heavens and Tinky Dwarf both grab one each. And hashtag jobless. Unfortunately for Sue, not faster than the Yancey Street Charge. Roadkill
is going to go down, and we are seeing so much value come out from 33 Heavens. Now being locked in base, Tanuki. Star-Lord going to start going forward. Isn't on the Wolverine anymore. We know he's a very proficient Star-Lord player. Going to have to try and find some value specifically against Tinky Dwarf and 33 Heavens.
Winter's taking so much damage here. Needs to be healed up by Ken. Snake. Just a little bit of teasing, poking around the back. Corporate time comes on in. So I think it's mostly being avoided. Meteor M. Going to be up towards the top. I think anyone's going to be grabbed by a final here. Etsu in mid-air. Oh, the right click is too much for 33 Heavens to deal with. And that means no combination of ultimates either. It's going to be an absolutely raw Omega Hurricane coming through from Tinky Dwarf, who does not have the survivability. Oh, they flooded the main combo. The real power spike of Zenith's composition was shut down.
Yeah, huge. I love the adaptation. Star-Lord and Storm try and match those flyers, be able to burst them out fast before healers can react. And now it's going to be out if Zenith can't bring anything else online, because hell, we saw their big combo used in the last fight kind of haphazardly, and it wasn't able to get anything for them. 33 Heavens.
that was a bit of a strange portal, I'm not going to lie. I think it may have actually been a help. Or the Eye of Agamotto. Basically solo onto 33 Heavens. Very good follow-up there in the form of the Metallic Core. A good peel that came on through. Ken's actually getting a bit aggressive here. Off the back of this, Etsu has invested the Omega Hurricane. Touching might be a little bit difficult to try and happen, but 33 Heavens can actually put some real burst into a backline here if they go for one of those dive bombs onto a couple of setup flame pads. Oh, Pooey, hello! That's absolutely pooing on Etsu in this case. A well-placed shot onto one of the rising stars of EMEA brings the storm out of the sky.
Yeah, I love it. I love how much damage they're leaning into with these heroes. Again, making it loose, making it reckless when there is so much footage out there on OG. You need to try and catch them off guard and make it a bit brawlier. Tanuki does have the Galactic Legend.
Really wants to try and find that storm. Would be ideal. Grabs 33 Heavens. Instead, invisible boundaries are risen for a moment. The Eye of Agamotto is going to stun quite a few. Question is, can they concentrate the damage? It seems like multiple people going for several targets. Hyper Orange Venom, making sure that everyone tastes the rainbow by hook or by crook. Enzo has arrived, and OG Esports finally gained mastery over this point.
Yeah, really finally finding on the heroes they wanted to settle on. Love the Venom switch up to put pressure on things like the Immobile Mantis in the back line, or even just really help with those flyers. Getting some nice chip damage down, so both Etsu and Tanuki can't finish them off, and they're playing really far forward, really aggressive to not let Zenith stop their push.
You have a Star-Lord and Storm as well. So difficult to get some value out of the sedation from the Mantis onto them, as they're so difficult to like bounce it off. Oh, was that? That might have been an interrupt onto an Enzo ultimate right there. Not quite sure if that was an animation cancel. Onto a Feast of the Abyss. Tinky Dwarf ready to move on forward. Question is, are they going to try and combine their ultimates? Indeed, it's going to be the Omega Firestorm. Once again, difficult to try and survive it. Etsu going to try and turn it around with their own Omega Hurricane, but you got to believe they're going to be trying to avoid Tinky, who's trying to turn up the heat. The oven continues to try and cook OG Esports up close and personal with Etsu. The healing's there to help out Etsu as well as the teammates that were needed. Hashtag jobless surrounded. He's going to have to disengage.
It was a really nice try from them, but still the counter storm ult really cut the fight in too, able to find the 1v1 afterward. And now we see Zenith in a place where they only have that Meteor M online, close to the Eye of Agamotto. But OG are working with both the God of Mischief and Galactic Legend.
It's a lot of fragging power. Ken has access if it's needed, tries to get the one tap. Nice combo on Pui right there. Coming through from Enzo, who's already grabbed themselves two. Tanuki doesn't even need to use their ultimate at the moment. The Galactic Legend may well go unwritten until this ultimate is done. Up at the top, comes on down with the Galactic Legend. Eyes on today, and well, the daybreak has been found, and the pressure's too much to try and sustain. Pui came back just in time, but was unable to do too much in the way of surviving up against the storm. Tinky Dwarf is just going to feel the tink, tink, tink of funeral bells. And that's going to be OG capping out.
It was a nice try by Zenith. You saw, well-prepared strategy coming in with the Storm and Human Torch, playing off that Omega Fire combo, utilizing the skies, and really just, I guess, trying to catch OG a bit off guard. But the adaptations were able to come through. And like you said, OG did push VP quite the distance in the finals
Yeah.
of the MRI. So this is exactly what you'd expect from them.
I mean, this is also potentially a great sign for the closing gap in EMEA. We're all excited to see Virtus Pro actually get pushed, drop a map here and there in the MRI, and not have a foregone conclusion of who is going to be winning out in that matchup. And OG Esports, while they're far from having lost this map, it is a full completion on Shin Shibuya, which is an enviable position to be in. They have been pushed to the ends of their time bank here by Zenith, so maybe there's some value to this composition with both the Storm and the Human Tool.
Especially when it feels like if Zenith are able to take it a little bit slower, if they aren't able to find the picks they're looking for, you do have that strong ultimate team up to rely on in the Omega Fire to try to just brute force the point for yourself. I don't know if it'll exactly go that way when, again, there are so many flyers. I think it's going to be really telling if the healers can keep up, if picks are going to be coming through, especially when you have things like Venom on the map. But I think for Zenith, they definitely want to take this one a little bit more calmly.
Yeah, trying to make this work offensively as well could be a little bit more difficult, of course, as will be a lot more easy to note the approach of these flyers as they have to go through the hostile architecture. Tinky Dwarf amps up the weather and tries to add some amps into the veins of the Venom for now. Tanuki forced to disengage as Tinky Dwarf is slowly going to start eroding this space away and start getting some real progress towards point.
Yeah, going to be using that aura to also buff up his teammates, try and make sure they can all get it. His hashtag jobless finds a nice cheeky little pick on Exu. Tanuki trying to set up a bit of a trap play, does get spotted out. And so far, very contested on this point.
Not sure what purpose for Captain America serves. Day1-EMEA. Question is, are you going to use your disappear here? Indeed, yeah, the invisible boundary is dragged up. Enzo swings into it for now as Snaze does their best to just hide away. Out comes the god of mischief, and Saint-Amoto is found in the worst place. Like when you're inside that arcade, it's so difficult to get healing onto you. And you better believe that none was delivered. Zenith, they're held for now.
Yeah, I mean, huge. Just able to walk them down with the Magneto and the Venom. Pushed all the way back to their base. They are getting close to the Omega Fire combo that we talked about, but still, invisible boundary up. Hashtag jobless. You got to be careful, buddy. Is going to be able to find a bit of hiding to wait in the wings. But like you said, even the Flyers having such a difficult time approaching when it's so telegraphed.
All right, Saint for now scouts out the positions, especially Enzo there. He's ready to dive on in, trying to move in towards Alex. Forces them off high ground. Here comes the combination of ultimates that we are expecting, of course. Inside of that invisible boundary, things are going to get very hot and very dirty as Tinky Dwarf finds even more than this. Might be stuck on the point for now. You can try and beat Exo out of their own tornado using your Omega Hurricane. The Alpha Strike has come on through, and this was the power spike that we were going to expect from Zenith.
Yeah, now nice finish off from play coming through. So they know they can rely on those ults to be able to get the point when needed. Now, for OG, again, held on to some of the ults from that previous fight. Still got a lot to work with. Tinky Dwarf has been doing a nice job of being a nuisance, even to threats like the Vanguards. People like Snaze or Enzo going a little bit too far forward, having to deal with all the damage. Intergalactic Legend, though.
Back to Legend, drawn on out here by Tanuki, gets given the Metallic Bulwark as well for additional survivability. Etsu dragged in by a well-timed force physics from Day1-EMEA. Great play from the Invisible Woman. Tinky Dwarf, though, has to be careful, doesn't want to become the front line as that Storm. You're a little bit too vulnerable. And it seems like right now, Saint's job is actually just to make Tanuki feel very uncomfortable the second they come in on any angle. Just sprinting after a Star-Lord and giving them a taste of America.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him doing it. Still continuing to run on forward, putting that shield up to block the damage. And it felt like when they were just really struggling to get on point, having something as fast and as mobile as Captain America to be that nuisance was a nice call. Saint-Amoto has played the Captain America quite a bit, known as one of their picks so far in this tournament.
Enzo held in place, so 3 Heavens towards the back. Nice frag, an assassination onto Tanuki, who never saw it coming. The sea has been popped as well from 3 Heavens. Some additional survivability. Has the ability to dive on in. The damage here is actually a little bit overwhelming. Exu swapped over on to that Winter Soldier to have additional anti-air proclamations, and Alex has simply done too much here when it comes to the healing and the damage. The strategists take out 33 Heavens, moving forward with a Soul Resurgence. They desperately want Alex, trying to mug him elsewhere. It's an ambitious play from Snaze here to try and grab Tinky Dwarf in the midst of all of this. But what the Meteor M can't do, the regular metallic projectiles can. And that's going to be overwhelming force put onto Saint to get him off there.
Like you said, I feel like Zenith really putting all in to try to take down Alex. We're never able to find him. And OG utilizing that chaos to turn around the fight. I do got to say, though, it has been a bit harder for OG than I've expected. I feel like especially Tanuki, there's been a few times where he's looking for the cheeky off angle or for the pick, and he ends up being the one that's surprised or caught off guard. 33 Heavens doing a nice job showing what this Human Torch can do.
Just the power spike we've been expecting. Once again, the Omega Fire ready to go, knocked out of the air. It's going to be 33 Heavens, setting up a couple of those fire tornadoes here. Oh, the burst from Tanuki. They desperately want to try and get rid of Tinky Dwarf in the midst of all of this. DPS answering DPS, as that's going to be Tanuki finding Tinky Dwarf. Most of the danger has passed here for the side of OG Esports. Now they can just slowly re-engage, having not given up too much space on that mission vehicle, and they've survived the storm.
Really great from them, using the invisible boundary of their own to match, and then just really waiting out the other one to put pressure on Tinky Dwarf. Still, though, it's going to be about if OG can get this one going. Zenith, though, the ones who have to push the convoy, having to deal with Enzo in the back. Ooh. Manages to get away.
Gets out. Symbiotic swing. Giving him a little bit of good distance here to try and play with the 33 Heaven. Sets up a new flame cage to try and keep a couple of people within. Good damage levied out here. However, Tanuki could be isolated. A mid-air strike with one of those flame balls is perfect. Enzo has gone deep. It's a desperate gambit, yes, but here comes even better. Soul Resurgence answers the incoming Kraken impact. Etsu overwhelmed by the damage of the Mantis. Power stolen by the God of Mischief. Invisible boundary drawn up here to give OG Esports a little bit more staying power as they wait for their respawns. Tanuki and Etsu will be coming back in no time, slamming down with the driving strike into the back line. Enzo simply waits for the metallic bulwark to go away before taking 33 Heavens with a cellular corrosion. Flying seems to be no real match for Enzo, who simply keeps down on the ground and keeps it real. 2 seconds remain. Zenith unlikely to get too much of a touch apart from Saint here with their assemble. It's a lot of additional HP, and it gives time actually for the recontest off the portal. This could be a huge recontest here, as Tinky Dwarf has already got themselves a Omega Hurricane to try and play with. It's not going to be reinforced by the fire, but it is going to keep Snaze holding his shield up for a little while longer.
Yeah, we're going to see them try to go with the Meteor M. Enzo, though, finds Tinky Dwarf, and Ken somehow finds Daquaz in the back line. Really just cleaning house for OG here. I don't think they could make it work this time, Leg Day. Captain America down, Strange down. OG do pull it over the line.
2, 3.
It was a desperate last attempt, hoping against hope that there wasn't an invisible boundary available for the side of OG, but unfortunately, it was drawn on up, and I love the response they made to the initial combo, which is that Tanuki would hold on to that Galactic Legend and not play it as an offensive duelist ultimate that really had fragging power. Instead was going to use it to stay up in the air, but they couldn't be afflicted by that fire tornado, and just quickly burst down the storm.
Yeah, it was always a nice answer. It was always invisible boundary, followed by waiting it out, throwing out the Galactic Legend. I do like what we saw come out from people like Sainamoto going on Captain America, the Storm, the Human Torch. Again, when OG are kind of viewed as that second best team in EMEA, like try to throw the whole kitchen sink at them, right? Try to catch them off guard, but still it shows. OG, very adaptable. They were able to match. Tanuki had a great showing. I really like seeing Enzo get back on the Venom too. And then we saw for Zenith, it was really just about the Omega Fire power-up, right? They could just constantly wait for that spike, hope it did enough work to pull them over the line. But sadly, like you said, OG did find those answers.
Yeah, I definitely agree that if you're going up against a team like OG and you're a bit of an unknown factor, trying to like meta match them could be a bit of a fool's errand. Zeno's certainly getting on my radar here for having a little bit more innovation when it comes to trying to find these surprising compositions, and maybe this actually forces OG to do a little bit less of a kind of standard pick ban array, where you have to instead, like, maybe we're going to ban the Storm, maybe we're going to ban the Human Torch, and when these things go awry. Sometimes less orthodox composition. You didn't think it's ideal for you.
And I think that's something I'm going to stay interested in as time goes on, is the adaptations we see. But we'll take a look at the adaptations we saw in that match as we got the highlights coming up.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blinking, hoping you'll rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rifts winters again. The arrivals till the end. Rising, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, racing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains. Plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide. And your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
It got hot in here at Marvel Rivals Championship-E-MEA. Some wild things coming out with a fire hurricane duo that's proffered by Zenith to try and get something a little bit weird going up against the #2 seed in EMEA that OG Esports are.
Yeah, you saw, Storm, Human Torch. We saw eventually Captain America end up coming through from Saint-Amoto, throwing a lot of things at the wall, trying to see what sticks. It, put some pressure on OG, but like we saw, OG, very adaptable team, very good at just sticking to the basics, making up in-game strategies on the fly, again, changing how they were using that Star-Lord ultimate in that game. And now it's going to be, again, I'd expect a lot of stock and standard stuff from OG. And as we move to the second map, which will be Burin T'Challa, I'm curious to see if Zenith are going to be able to bring anything else out.
Yeah, I'd say that this might be a little bit tougher for Zenith. I think if OG Esports had any particular speciality, it is domination maps. I think both the maps they took against Virtus Pro were domination maps, including potentially this one. And we also know that they have a pocket strat on Asgard's domination map with the Tanuki Jeff the Landshark. Already OG Sports are picking out the Adam Warlock, though. So what are they going to protect? Likely the Wolverine? No, they're going to protect the Hela and just try and make sure that Zenith are potentially frozen out of that flyer comp.
Yeah, good. Another adaptation to the first game. Even though they won, they said, hey, if you're strong in this, it is a bit annoying. Let's take it out of the waters. But still, we're going to have a lot of dive that they're going to have to deal with. I feel like OG are so comfortable with everything that's left on the board. So Namor now going to be saved by Zenith. We'll see if a Luna ban is answered in response or if OG just don't care.
Okay, banning out Tanuki's Wolverine here, but I think Tanuki's more than happy to just continue playing Star-Lord, or even the Black Panther that's being hovered now. It is part of Tanuki's grind set here. And maybe the Namor Protect does actually just force out the Luna ban, and the Luna ban is actually could actually be a little bit of a bait here from Zenith. If you could bait the Luna ban, then there's not a great way to answer that Fire Hurricane again. Though OG Sports are likely to win in the neutral with a double hit scan that they could proffer from both the Hela and, of course, the Star-Lord as well. Tinky Dwarf for now is going to be trying to match that Hela. I don't wonder if 33 Heavens is going to match on the Star-Lord, or if somehow they've got that Kaiser style going on and they just enjoy playing Human Torch, for the love of the game.
Yeah, and that's what it seems like. They're going to have at least the three-way team up now. The Thing, Invisible Woman, and Human Torch, so are going to get that HP and the max HP that comes from the team up. Enzo seemed a little bit curious about whether he should stick to the Venom, is going to decide to do so. Still, though, now with the Thing coming out for Zenith, it feels like they do have a lot more crowd control, a lot more ability to funnel OG into certain areas.
Yeah, once again, I'm going to be looking at Tanuki primarily here to really be the difference maker. Star-Lord has such great ability to move between several different skirmish points, especially on this spaceport map, using that quick mobility. Can quickly create 2v1s if Tinky Dwarf finds herself out of position.
Yeah, it's going to be... It's like you said, especially this map, there's a lot of vertical open space, some things to play around. That's exactly where Star-Lord thrives. You can see OG Esports already wanting to make so Zenith can't walk forward. Play, though, on the Thing, trying to get up there.
All right, 33 Heavens trying their best to make something happen. Eyes onto Etsu. Oh, what an alpha strike. Etsu never saw it coming. Snaze might be overextended here as well. A Soul Drain is too much damage to try and bear. Tinky Dwarf also going to be victimizing Snakes, who's gone a little bit too far. Etsu got the first cap, yes, alongside the rest of OG, but they might not have a huge advantage here when it comes to the overall fight. Ken's got their clones up, and that's going to mean those doppelgangers going to have some significant output. 33 Heavens trying their best to escape, utilizing the short dashes that are accessed by that human torch. Etsu's finally found the off angle. Saintomoto was just slowly floating over, but then Heavens overextends himself. That's an easy catch.
Yeah, really nice pick onto the human torch. You can see Zenit trying their best to take control of the point, but so many different angles to wonder about. Tanuki somehow staying alive with the support of Alex, really just making it so hard for Magneto to find the kills.
Tiny Dwarf dives into the invisible boundary here, catches Etsu as we try to disengage. There's going to be a big slam here from 33 Heavens, and Alex is just stunned in place by the clobbering time after being knocked shy of the invisible boundary, and that means that the healing couldn't be delivered from their own supportive ultimate. The strategist is slain, and this should finally be a flip over in favor of Zenith. Rolling through now. Etsu going to do their best to poke around here. Almost has access to that Goddess of Death. Interestingly, Tinky Dwarf is ahead on that. Has been putting a lot of damage into Sneeze. Should be noted. And Ken, one of the things we've got to worry about here is that potentially Ken could be rezzed by Etsu on like a second phase of a fight in the midst of all of this as well. 33 Heavens ready to go with the Firestorm. The Supernova, if they'd like to use it, could actually fill up something like an invisible boundary, make it very hostile to life within there. Snaze lays down the Meteor Ram, naturally just going to be dragging it up to try and deal with it. In comes the Supernova. There's going to be a lot of damage as well coming through. Built on up on top of 33 Heaven's head. Quite the dunk of superheated metal on top of the human torch. Invisible boundary brought on up. That gives a lot of safety over to Saintomoto as Alex just has to play around the periphery. Feeling nervous over here. The Yankee Street charge is going to certainly complicate matters. Alex has to dive into a regeneration domain that was brought up by the Loki of Ken. Enzo doing their best to just play around on the point here. And Zenith are going to overtake on percentage of control rather soon. Doing their best to just disengage. Long range poke from Etsu, exactly where it needs to go, into the skull of a human torch.
Yeah, is able to find it on that bite. Very contested point this time around. Enzo gonna keep looking, does end up finding Day Kazawa on Snaze, running down the Loki as well with no healers. I don't know how Zenith can try to hold this point.
Looks like it's not going to be the case. 33 Heavens just going to exchange their well-being for a couple of percentage. Are they coming back with a portal? No, I think I just pranked in my own head by the sound of a portal. I had some kind of trauma response to too many recontests.
Anyone willing to help?
Thinking more. Yeah, very fun. Just poking away, doing some homework, you know, some administrative assistant stuff. Dealing with those low-key doppelgangers. It's going to be a big slam here from Enzo, though. It's going to be a lot of damage into the back, and Snade's going to be in a great position to try and follow up upon it with that Meteor Ram, but I'm actually going to be leveraged defensively. That must have been a massive force physics to get Saintomoto over there. Does not have the necessary latitude in the ability to get onto that. It's going to be a last-second touch coming through from the side of 33 Heavens. It should buy the overtime, and indeed it will, as the invisible boundary is put on up by Dayquaza. Unable to get into it for about a second, as Pui is going to roll on back with the embattled lead. Clobbering time onto Alex, going to be the primary target, but the nice copy coming through from Ken, God of Mischief, defends their fellow strategist when it's needed the most. Tanuki takes to the sky, coming down with the Galactic Legend, dodges aside of Saint's shield, and the Seraphim can't defend you from all of this damage, as it is going to be the strategist to actually keep Zenith surviving.
A little help, please.
Saintomoto coming in. Big Dark Maelstrom has to get rid of that anti-heal. Needs to be healed on up here. Not on the point. Unfortunately, Zenith are a little bit shy. I think I may have lost Lyric temporarily, but that's okay. You and I are back again. Romantic.
Yeah.
Warrior Falls, quite a date location. Hello, Lyric. I hear you again.
Yep, back again. I don't know what the tech issues are going on, you know, today with me specifically. I'm sorry that I keep cutting out your dates with the chat, but you know,
so greedy. Always the third wheel.
always, yeah, you know, buddy. You know, not I want to consider 5 wheels today, as you know, we also got 2 teams on the table. I guess that's the setting of your date, though. I mean, are you counting them more as scenery, or, you know?
Ambiance, you know? Hot Wheels, some might say, with a Human Torch on the field, but he's gone away now. 33 Heavens has swapped over instead onto the Star-Lord.
Yeah, so is going to give up on that one. Right now, having the rocket just to be able to get that armor onto the rest of OG's side. And now moving on to the second map. Again, a lot of cheeky little angles you can play here if you are a Star-Lord. Both 33 Heavens and Tanuki. Tanuki having a great showing on that first map, but now we get the duel.
Tanuki doing their best to prove themselves the alpha Star-Lord, of course. It's a lot of danger onto these things as well. With the Star-Lord, big metallic bulwark coming on through. 33 Heavens getting a little bit spicy here, following it after Tanuki. Stellar shifts used, adds an automatic reload, and 33 Heavens wins the duel with the help of that metallic bulwark. Beautiful play from Zenith. They're going to have to shift it onto a point, however, to stop this one from getting capped out early from the side of OG. Saint Tomoto absolutely focused down, and Etsu now is just dismantling this Vanguard line.
Yeah, Etsu showing why he's such a threat on the Hell. It does get taken down by Tinky Dwarf, who was having a tough time finding anything, but it just leaves him open to the Tanuki flank. Gets a huge double kill. Alex able to find one of his own. And once again, it's just OG starting off to a great showing. Now we'll see if they can try and deny them any entry towards the point.
It's so demoralizing when you win out of that Star-Lord duel and your team still lose the point. Just a lot of damage coming through from Etsu. It was reflected in the ult charge for a while. Tinky Dwarf's been able to hold over a little bit from the previous fight as well. Enzo could look for a very early clobbering time here. The big stack up coming through from Zenith could leave him incredibly vulnerable to a big stun here from Enzo, but has to be cautious of the remainder of their team not being in a position to really follow up on it. That's why Etsu's trying to leverage this angle now. Oh no, the Nostron Crow that was left remaining in the aftermath of a frag was more than enough to try and make this one happen. Knockout delivered by the Stone Haymaker at OG Esports. They just leverage every angle.
Yeah, OG, they knew what Zenith were trying to do, taking that route up top. Enzo buying so much time. Etsu plays the off angle, and Etsu finding those first 2 picks really made it so Zenith had nothing to stand on. Clobbering time is up, though, so is Goddess of Death, God of Mischief. Hell, everything except the invisible boundary.
An absolute treasury. The Zenith are ready to start seeing the dividends of. Tanuki falling a little bit low, but there's more than enough support in the form of both the Guardian Shield and the Embattled Lead. Wrapping around the back, sees 33 Heavens already. Stellar shifts invested. Oh, that's some nasty tracking coming through from Tanuki, taking out their counterpart. Now Zenith are going to be down on overall pressure as that Galactic Legend can't come out. Look at how low hashtag jobless is. Hashtag lifeless right now as Tanuki leaves naught but a charred corpse in their place. Up towards the sky. A little bit of an awkward touching of the tips there between the Hellers as they will just nuzzle each other up in the sky for a moment. A pair of legendary tales woven thus far as OG Esports overwhelming force is given over, and where they may well have had some struggles on Shin Shibuya, they are equally dominant on domination. One of their signature maps, and you can see exactly why, rarely even dropping a fight.
And this is what you'd expect, right? A lot of people might be like, yo, how are OG even down here in the lower bracket? Did have to face VP up in the upper bracket. Was a close 3-game series. You were saying earlier people should go back to round 4, check it out in the client. But that's how OG ended up in the lower bracket. They are heavy favorites, I think, against a lot of these teams, and they showed exactly why here.
Gonna have a quick dash into our stats and have a look at how it all panned out as well. Enzo walking away with the MVP, the aura farming off that MVP animation, not to be underestimated. And Tanuki once again just walking away with a huge amount of damage on the Star-Lord, just farming up those Galactic Legends so fast.
Yeah, and I love it. I love the way he plays these off angles. He puts himself in a lot of risk, which we see pretty consistently. But again, when you have Ken and Alex standing behind you, they're always able to keep him going. And look at that. Speaking of Ken, not even dying a single time on that map.
Oh, I mean, Ken's wild. Ken is one of the best players on Veloki. I was truly surprised to not see Ken target banned on Veloki. Often that's the choice of Virtus Pro going up against Ken. You try and get rid of the Wolverine from Tanuki, and you try and get rid of the Loki from Ken, because he's super good at it. And you can see that there was a little bit of role swapping that was happening as well on the side of on the side of our other team to like try and get that Loki out. I think #Jobless was playing it, who was previously playing the Magneto. So maybe they weren't the most comfortable taking that mirror.
No, but still try to adapt. We will see that in the highlights we got of OG taking down Zenith in our last match.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Welcome back, gamers. It's the Marvel Rivals Championship here at EMEA. We just watched OG still being as good as expected. Unfortunately, they didn't match up against Virtus Pro fairly early in the bracket, so having to make their way through the lower bracket where the danger is mounting, as are so many of our teams here in round 7. The second chance has already been spent, Lyrics, so they're on a knife's edge.
Exactly right. And again, in this kind of tournament, this is where you want to do well. Community tournament, anyone was able to join, but having to still go up against the Virtus Pros, the Luminosities, the OGs, it is a tough one. OG able to make work of their last match. We're going to see what we're going to be getting into here in a second. A lot of round 7 matches to be played. A lot of kind of young upstart teams, a lot of teams of streamers, a lot of, like we said, teams we've seen before trying to break that cusp. And now we'll see if we can get on with, looks like we will, leg day, what we were both hoping for, QQG versus Z10. A series that you actually, two teams you actually got to work very closely to in terms of broadcasting and the MRI.
Yeah, in the Marvel Rivals Invitational, Queequeg, formerly known as Twisted Minds, were one of our teams with a very distinct style of Kaiser loving to play the Squirrel Girl, I believe, now also playing a lot of Human Torch. We even just saw that from 33 Heavens. And Zero Tenacity, also known before that, I believe, as Ecstatic. They actually knocked Queequeg out of the tournament first, putting them in 7th/8th place in an upset victory that really was a surprise, but mostly came down to just people like Newton and Lugia going absolutely crazy on things like Hela and Thing.
Yeah, and hell, even beyond what happened at the MRI, they've even played each other so far in this tournament earlier on in the bracket where Queequeg were able to pull out a victory. So it's going to be a bit of a redemption arc, potentially, for Zero Tenacity to come through. QQG were the favorites in their last matchup at the Marvel Rivals Invitational, but they were upset. So it really feels like this is their chance to try to correct history.
Yeah, it's going to be a big turnaround. Lots of names that you will want to commit to your mind if you're a seasoned or serial viewer of Marvel Rivals Esports here in EMEA. Queequeg versus Zero Tenacity. Let's get into the bands.
Oh, and already seeing what we were talking about. Kaiser has been playing the Human Torch. He played it in their last meeting. And Zero Tenacity were like, yo, we have no answers for that. We don't want to deal with it. And it is going to be taken off the board. So now the other big question for Queequeg is going to be that Squirrel Girl, right? The other big Kaiser pickup.
Yeah, you're going to try... Can you afford to put both of your bands into trying to freeze out Kaiser? Is the question, because this gives a lot of freedom and, like, lateral movement to Lakai, who can play either the Thor, can play the Groot incredibly well. Was actually a very early adopter of the Groot when a lot of teams were playing Doctor Strange and Magneto in Duo. It's actually going to be a protect on the Venom here. Interesting. This might actually be an attempt to try and force a Spider-Man ban from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, and we're going to see if they follow through. We see the Thing going to be saved by Zero Tenacity. Lugia has been good on that. The Squirrel Girl, of course, taken off the board. And it seems that they don't care if any kind of Venom Spidey shenanigans come through.
They are truly doing the I hate Kaiser so much ban strategy here. Zero Tenacity just trying to freeze out the entire hero pool of Kaiser. Queequeg going to get their last ban out here onto the Star-Lord. And this does mean that there is potential for a Venom Spidey combo. I'm not sure if we'll see a huge amount of it, but it would at least fit Queequeg's style of being a little bit weird, a little bit quirky, and often coming out on less expected heroes. Veil is usually playing the Storm, so that's to be expected. And of course, with a couple of hit scan bans coming through from Queequeg as well, it is going to be a little bit unperturbed up in the air. It's going to be a fairly safe time to be a Storm player.
Yeah, I feel like for Zero Tenacity, you're relying so much on people like Ducky or Error just running him down, a potential hook coming out from Knuten on the Winter Soldier. It really feels like Vale's going to have a lot of free reign in how this map can be played.
Yeah, Knuten's definitely going to be one to watch here, especially with the big investment of potentially using that rocket infinite ammo. We might well see a swap over onto the Loki here come through from among. On the side of Queequeg out here, no surprise to see Lakai out on the group. This is a great preemptive strike on Lugia's thing, which was a major issue for for Queequeg when they were playing against Zero Tenacity in the MRI. Lugia was getting a lot of value out of a thing against things like double shield, and so being able to try and shut off his avenues of disengagement using those walls can be a real counter.
Yeah, we're going to see Zero Tenacity just trying to run them down, not even caring about the squids or any of the obstacles in their way, having that double shield to get through. Among even going to stick on the rocket for now. Does provide a ton of healing, especially in these narrow points where your whole team is just walking forward together.
Lakai just waiting for some of these walls to come on up. Really having to watch out for that infinite ammo as well in attempt to try and stop Lugia, who just manages to use the anti-street charge to get away from there. Rather too sweet moving forward with the Dark Maelstrom. This is quite the position for Era Terra to have found themselves. So triple Vanguard from Zero Tenacity is actually such an oppressive force to move into, but it does mean that Vale's actually getting an incredibly quick movement forward towards their ultimate. That Omega Hurricane is going to be up before you know it, and Newton's in the siege from Isaac, who's just all the way in the back. Here comes the damage boost coming through from Exo, trying to make sure that this strangling prison can find some frags off the back of it. Even with the damage boost though, onto Giganto, slamming down. No final blows found. Omega Hurricane is surely going to be burned through here by Newton. Let's just charge up onto the Meteor M. Isaac holds it too long. The bubble burst within his hand. Ducky getting even more critical flavor off the back of a Dark Maelstrom put on top of a victim of the Eye of Agamotto. Era Terrors found themselves Exo in the back, a quick stealth away, swapping with a doppelganger, even though at this range you can't escape from the Magneto.
No, but still, great stuff by Zero Tenacity. Queequeg had such a good strangling prison. It even landed onto Winnie themselves, but able to get the invisible boundary down in time. The combo doesn't pull out enough. Zero Tenacity just keep forcing back this triple Vanguard, using this triple Vanguard composition.
Isaac slowly giving up that space, waiting for the remainder of the team to respawn. This does mean there's going to be quite a bit gained here for Zero Tenacity, and there's going to have to be an investment of utilities to try and get these triple Vanguards out of positions in this case. Meteor M takes the skies. Era Terra doesn't seem to get too much on the back with that. Maybe there wasn't enough charge levied over onto it. Vale looking down upon the strangling prisoner is going to deliver so much damage. The AoE healing is a little bit too much to get everyone done. A Moon Knight has arrived in the midst of all of this, and piercing talons emerge from the sky, finding Knudsen. Yes, a good dodge coming through on the clobbering time. Pox is a touch overextended, and Ducky's able to try and finish that one. Dark Maelstrom as well is going to be available. With a fully charged Dark Maelstrom, maybe you can go up into the air and try and punish that storm as her disengagement options are limited.
Oh, Meteor M comes through. We're going to see if it finds value, trying to hunt the Invisible Woman, but not going to be able to find anything for Isaac.
Ducky looking for an entry for this Eye of Agamotto. Doesn't want to get it frozen, so the absolute zero, so moves on forward, finds that storm. The burst is too good to try and deal with. Newton still has that last judgment in the back pocket as well for after this ultimate has expired. Moves on forward onto that near defenseless backline, but guess what? Is that a second? Is that a copy of the Punisher ultimate right there coming through from Exo? That's wild, bro. I don't know what you are cooking over there.
That was, you know, I had to double take a second myself and be like, no way, really, right now, not able to find the same level of value out of it as Knudsen. And now, I mean, Zero Tenacity have been playing really well, pushing this first point forward. Queequeg have been cheeky, right? I mean, we have the Moon Knight coming out. These fights are really tight-knit. He's hoping to find value out of these aunts, sniping out the backline, but not able to do so far. Even the ultimate, not able to gain much, but Queequeg not changing anything up just yet.
Strangling Prison with the Wrath of Khonshu could be overwhelming force, even with something like the Invisible Boundary ready to go. All Akai needs to do is land it. For now, Vale in serious trouble. Is able to get away. Clobbering Time does a lot of damage. Newton falls through the cracks, and instead of investing with Strangling Prison alongside this, Newton's just going to try and break through. Nice usage of the shotgun. Zero Tenacity. Now we've got to worry about the major threat. Lakaya coming in. Here comes the Talons from the top. Winnie falls on down. Newton next to go, but Ducky just arrives from the sky like some bomber. And this is going to be a nasty sealing of the spawn doors.
What a great portal to make sure that you could just finish this map out clean. Lugia Goat taking a lot of damage, but still the anti-street charge is going to get him out of there. I mean, you have high ground as Quake here, but you're getting wrapped, you're getting pinched.
Ducky holding on as well to the Eye of Agamotto, drops down onto the back line. Should be an easy way to take down Pox, and indeed it is. A mid-air slam onto Knudsen from Isaac. There's too much metal for one boy to face. Exo, yes, is able to stay on the Loki for just a second longer. Summons a doppelganger, and that means too much damage for Lugia to bear.
Yeah, ooh, Isaac himself getting low, but the rune is going to be able to save him. Punisher ult, though, is going to force them all away and allow this cart to move forward.
Yeah, no real defensive measures to try and deal with this here. Finally, Pox is going to bring out that Fate of Both Worlds. Kaiser with yet another Hand of Khonshu to bring on down. That could be 3. It's actually 2 in the end as Rocket will dash away. But it's going to be followed up with those Crescent Darts onto Ducky. Great performance here from Kaiser. He loves his weird heroes, man.
He really does. And, like, what a time for the Hand of Khonshu to come online, right? About at the point, all clumped together. Finds 2 with the ult, ends up finding a 3rd just as a stray. And now, hopefully they can find a ton of value from this group. Magneto not letting them walk in. Try and build up for the Hand of Khonshu again. But Vale does have his own ult up and ready.
Ducky, almost a full charge Dark Maelstrom to play with here as well. And guess what? Space 4 for Knudsen has the... Oh my goodness, the tracking's just so good. The tracking's super strong. Yeah, Vale gets up onto this. It's gonna be an Omega Hurricane waiting for that invisible boundary to try and dissipate, giving a little bit of additional time and survivability. It's well out of the way, though. It's going to take a while to actually get some value out of this one. Resurrected is Newton, now has the turret to try and deal some real damage. A big Eye of Agamotto followed up upon. Once again, the Hand of Khonshu strikes Pay Dirt 2 going down. They can't keep getting away with it, Lyric.
No, but it feels like that is just a strategy at this point, right? Hold on, wait for those big ults to come out. I mean, they're the attacking team, but they have to funnel their way out to the point. And what a great AoE ultimate. I mean, deals so much DPS as well. It feels almost impossible to be able to try to heal your way through. And now, I mean, less than a minute on the clock. Zero Tenacity need to push.
Kaiser retreats to the high ground. Playing here with Exo is going to be a lot of coverage off the back of those regeneration domains. Ducky pressured by Vale, having to deal with this additional damage boost. Can be a lot. Exo actually gets pulled in, could be followed up upon here by Ducky, who actually is just going to play a little bit safer. Last Judgment coming through, defended by layers of shields. It's like an onion up here with the defensive prowess that's brought on up. Even the invisible boundary as well, forcing Queequeg away as best as they can. Lakaya falls down before they can use the strangling prison. They were holding out, hoping the Hand of Khonshu could be delivered onto this, and Kaiser's own ultimate is going to be left in the lurch for later. Queequeg, they have the tools they needed, but not the timing that was necessary. And Zero Tenacity get it through with 11 seconds remaining.
Air Terror finding that pick on the Groot at the perfect time. Like you said, Hand of Khonshu was just about to come up. Just came up as he died. They could have bought the time needed, but still really nice. Coming out from Queequeg to try to hold down the fort, but Zero Tenacity with the Punisher, that pick was huge.
Unreal timing. Big play. I love the real leveraging of assets as well from Zero Tenacity to try and keep Knudsen safe with that Last Judgment. You are fairly vulnerable being that big Punisher hitbox with the same amount of HP. We saw Ducky investing with Levitation Cloak to get up there onto high ground. When he put in the Guardian Shield as well, there were just too many layers to trying to get some real damage onto Knudsen, who's now going to swap over onto a Bucky instead, knowing that defensively there's a lot of value to getting those pulls and off the back of Varna Cook and then displacing someone with a Trooper's Fist.
Yeah, I mean, just so much flexibility that he can get here. We are still going to have a Mung stick with the Rocket Raccoon, which is cool. We're going to see how much value that those BRBs are going to be able to hold out. But now I'm curious to see if Kaiser sticks on the Moon Knight, because I feel like a lot of the value kind of came from being able to hold back those defensive pushes. He's going to have to be a lot more proactive. We're going to have to see what angles he's able to find with those onks and those snipes.
Zero Tenacity might play it pep style here and try and go for an early fight, basically troll all of this card progress and then TP back after getting team wiped here as well. Lakar's going to be able to put out so much damage, by the way, into the midst of all of this. The same could be said of Kaiser. The Ankh already dealt with, though, by Knuten, and Vale's noted in the air. Just getting rid of all these walls and making sure that Kaya's survivability is limited, so you can continue to find those picks at the exact wrong time for Queequeg. Vale found by Winnie, maybe incidentally while looking for some heals. The Guardian Shield not quite in the right place at the right time, but Air Terror finally saved by it.
Yeah, Air Terror playing right on the edge of that wall. I was scared he was going to heals, but Knuten finding picks on the Groot. And Zero Tenacity doing so great with this aggressive strategy. Like you said, not allowing them to get any card process, not needing to rely on any ultimates, just all off of finding picks, playing those positions. And like you said, all of it might have started with Winnie just looking to heal his teammate, finding that first pick onto Vale.
Okay, Hand of Khonshu, ready to go. Kaiser instead is actually just on this kind of, looking to try and follow up into this with the Ankh as well. Lots of damage onto Knuten, even inside the invisible boundary. Survival not guaranteed. Clobbering time, stuns up 3. The follow-up not going to be there, however, due to the fate of both worlds. It came on through as well. Vale could bring down the Omega Hurricane. That's big. 3 squishies stunned, and the Dark Maelstrom's going to grab at least 1. Vale has to turn around this car to try and make sure that that Omega Hurricane is there for peeling reasons. Lakaya surrounded by other Vanguards. There's going to be an attempt to try and take out Winnie, who just jumps up into the air to dodge it. A quick loop-de-loop, a gymnastic display from Winnie, and they survive.
Really nice outplays coming out from 0-10. I love Ducky's timing on the slicing Maelstrom. Now, though, Vale trying to find some value. Kraken impact comes out from Knuten, gets nothing.
Oh, Isaac.
Oh, does get the reset.
There's going to be some resets on the Loki clones here as well. Remember, they don't get healed up by the ultimate of Balloon of Snow, so they're easy pickings here as well. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier actually deployed into the face of Balloon Ultimate. Rare to see. Eggs are going to try and contribute to this after the Hand of Khonshu was deployed by Kaiser. Doesn't seem to have worked out too well here, though. Yeah, Newton's down, but might well be raised by the BRB. Caught in the corner is the Magneto. There's no escape when Ducky's there to body block. Isaac's down as well, and Kaiser, yes, has himself a damage boost off the back of the Storm. And finally, Crescent Darts bouncing between big boys on Vanguard is going to hit pay dirt.
Oh, and they're still going to keep trying to walk this one forward, but Moon Knight, Kaiser might go down immediately. Oh, I can't believe Lugia able to escape with that health. Here we go, Wrath of the Storm, Eye of the Storm coming out. Oh, they're so separated.
Hurricane. Oh, they want Newton so bad. But actually splitting up and maybe looking for a res off the back of this could be the ideal play. Vale isolated with the force physics as well. And guess what? They're still taxing the forward momentum of this car. It's moved 3 meters.
And there's only 50 seconds left on the clock for them to try to move it. Oh, Among looks like he will. Oh, he actually has a binding. Kaiser on the way out.
Okay, that I'm getting mad. My Magneto, if I fall down there, there's no other way to put it. It's going to be a quick recontest, likely a clobbering time right off the bat.
Yeah, we're going to see to throw it out. We do have to see it coming out to amplify all the damage.
Okay, quick copy onto the loop. Oh my goodness, burst through the healing. And that has to mean that Pox has to invest their own as well. Lugia just cleaving through everybody, building up record time, clobbering times right here. Puts down the Yancy Street Charge to shut down any movement effects that are on the deal here. Kaiser goes down, Pox as well. A quick damage reduction given by the embattled leap. And while Knuten may have fallen on down, Isaac's finding himself low on friends, low on heals, and low on time critically, as overtime has been activated here on the cart. Lakaya has returned on the Venom. Unable to dodge the Eye of Agamotto, of course. Can't swing away. Nice metallic bulwark given over by Isaac there. He must have been able to defend themselves by raising the curtain. The Hand of Khonshu will try and stop a disengagement here from Ducky. It's a fantastic isolation, yes. But now you've got to get rid of the rest of Zero Tenacity as well. We'll have 3 ult to try and make this work. Clobbering time, good to go. They want Kaiser so badly. They've got Exo as well. The Kraken impact is an eldritch roar worthy of Lovecraft, but Newton is told to shut up and drive by Isaac. Put the fries in the bag, bro.
Fries are definitely going in the bag, Leg Day, because they cannot make any impact. Once again, even Winnie having the invisible boundary open. Look at Lugia just walking them down. The Lakia gonna do what he could to try and buy him time on that Venom, but it just wasn't enough. Great ult cycling there coming out from Zero Tenacity, especially at the end.
Oh man, what a brutal hold. If I remember correctly, Queequeg won pretty handily with the Human Torch the last time these guys met in the bracket, because they were both on the lower side of the EMEA bracket, and Z10, I believe, was slain by Queequeg fairly early, but it seems like the read from Zero Tenacity to ban out Kaiser's hero pool of both the Squirrel Girl and the Human Torch has been a good countermeasure.
Yeah, and right, hell, they even had the chance to protect something like a Squirrel Girl. They chose not to, clearly believing, hey, Kaiser's enough of a deep pocket pick pool that we can go on something else. Hell, did dish out 40,000 damage with the Moon Knight, so... But sadly, wasn't able to get it through in the end. Again, I feel like a lot came down to the cycling of ults. I feel like the Vanguards played very well on the side of Zero Tenacity. All 3 of them, right? We saw great ults from both Ducky and Lugia. Error finding a few cheeky snipes in there to get things going, especially the Groot at the end of their own pushing point. So overall, nice to see Zero Tenacity step it back up and find some momentum after what you said was an earlier loss into the bracket to the same team.
Yeah, I've come to expect big things of Knuten on that duelist pick, and I'm sure you're going to see plenty of him as we jump into the highlights and get ready for map 2. Enjoy these.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Zero Tenacity going up against Queequeg. A banger so far, as Zero Tenacity have debuted a new composition of triple vanguards, which Queequeg is having a bit of trouble dealing with thus far.
Yeah, they tried to bring out the Moon Knight as the answer. I mean, we saw some nice Hand of Khonshu's, especially on the defensive side, to hold the side of 010 off. But it still wasn't enough, right? We saw them really not able to deal with it. I feel like especially the Thing, but let's be real, like Day. I feel like all three Vanguards were finding tremendous value in that game.
Yeah, like, I love just watching a Thing able to just continually hit those stone haymakers. The sound design is so good, just like a good dong, 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 and then clobber in time. It's just a lot to try and deal with. And I felt like even with triple Vanguard, Zero Tenacity were really excelling in their target focus as well. We saw multiple players falling even through the healing of something like a Fate of Both Worlds, which is kind of ludicrous target focus that you only really get from our top tier pro teams. And it was working out considerably, especially when you've got someone who can afford to like hold up their shield and try and cut off the source of that healing from your main target and try and really interrupt the value that those strategist ultimates provide. I'm excited to see though whether Queequeg have an answer for what's coming through here. Maybe they ban out the Thing. I would not be surprised to see that happen. Try and force Lugia onto something else. Or maybe you could even ban out something like Rocket Raccoon, which gives a lot of value over to these triple Vanguard comps by having the ability to have the res via BRB.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, we even saw that Zero Tenacity are willing to do other things with the Rocket, right? They brought out the Punisher in the first half of that map. So definitely would be strange, but wouldn't be a bad ban by any means. And let's remember, again, this is the lower bracket. One of these teams will be out, which is kind of crazy when you think that both of these teams were teams who were at the MRI not too long ago. And, before, it was these teams, knocking each other out. And, Leg Day, I guess it feels fitting that it, potentially the same thing here again.
But as you're looking to watch along in client, this is right at the bottom of our bracket. So I think the winner of this has to go up against OG, unfortunately. So we really are carving through our MRI teams quite quickly. It's going to be Zero Tenacity protecting Hela here. This is one of Canuton's best heroes, so unsurprising. And the Queequeg are actually going to invest their own protecting, making sure that Kaiser has one of their preferred heroes to actually play.
Yeah, also going to be taking off the Loki, so wanting to get that rune offline. And now it's going to be about 0-10, no Venom. All right, so I'm curious to see if Kaiser is just going to go straight to that Squirrel Girl. We've seen them protect it before and him not lean on it until it was necessary. But it looks like, nope, their back's already against the wall. Like they need to go for the strongest stuff they have.
Yeah, bringing out all of their tricks. There's no more room to hide strategies here in the lower bracket when you are up against the wall. For Queequeg, it's do or die. And Zero Tenacity, they might do a couple of role swaps here with Era Terra moving away from that third Vanguard onto the Lunar Snow. Could provide for a potentially an additional squid for something like a Namor, getting that frozen spawn. Would not surprise me. Namor does have like some non-anti-dive uses. Is a very good just straight duelist when it comes to raw damage output.
Yeah, and I like that you hit on the role swap because that's something that Zero Tenacity are just very willing to do in general. We can see like a Mung move over to the Lunar. Errors played Namor himself before. You pointed out we played Vanguard in the last match, so a lot of flexibility coming through with this team. I also do like the Psylocke pick coming on. Squirrel Girl really struggles with flyers, with lots of mobility, so something like the Psylocke can be that annoyance in the backline that Zero Tenacity needs.
Yeah, could be a good way to preemptively try and counter a Veil Storm as well. Psylocke has a fairly good matchup against Storm, with the hit scan Sonic Crossbows being able to meet her up in the air fairly easily. Ducky was isolated for a moment by Big Ironwood War. Look at this. Actually stuck in place. Will just about extricate himself using the levitation cloak. Actually has a lot more burst available to himself as well via that Gamma Maelstrom thanks to the team up with the Hulk.
Exactly, and that team up is so strong. So for Ducky, I mean, he's been a standout on the Doctor Strange, so he's going to be able to get a lot done. We could see for Queequeg not even able to get out from their spawn just yet, just hoping to find some picks. They're getting some good damage onto Aerosera and Winnie, and there it is, the Kaiser Squirrel Girl paying dividends.
Oh yeah, it's about to get nuts up in here, and well, Canuton, he's got himself an allergy, and he's not willing to take the risk, honestly. There is a small hostage situation going on in the back. Yeah, Newton had to end up feeding in as to not stagger themselves too much from the remainder of the team.
Queequeg now able to get this convoy moving just like they were looking for. I mean, Kaiser might have gone down, but still, the AoE that he provides, he was able to open this up. Squirrel Girl, the ultimate, maybe a bit lackluster, people agree, but the rest of her kit able to just put out this DPS.
All right, Ducky building up towards that Gamma Maelstrom. Among already noted, getting a little bit aggressive here, maybe looking to try and find a Dance with Butterflies fairly early, but Queequeg already having themselves a critical mass of ultimates. Lakaya possibly frozen out of their tangling prisoners. Like actually managed to hit the back line of Zero Tenacity. They protect themselves here with the fate of both worlds. Cosmic Yarn Amplify given over as well by Exo. That unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami does a little bit of damage. Dropping down from the top. Gamma Maelstrom does absolute business for Ducky. You better duck and cover. As Zero Tenacity are doing their best to hold on, even with what was grabbed by Queequeg just after Ducky hits that Alpha Strike. There's too much damage done.
I love the patience that he had to. Floats up into the sky, waits for the right opportunity, and all of Queequeg just funneled together. Now the progress they made, they got to try and get back in there. They do have a Meteor M online, very close to a Kraken impact. Goddess of Death on the other side for Newton.
All right, taken to the air. Some of those Nostron Crows eaten up here by Isaac. Wants the Invisible Woman, finds the Invisible Woman. No more wins for Winnie, unfortunately, as Kaiser rolls on forward. That's going to be a strangling prison. Kaiser just absolutely showers the nuts in onto Zero Tenacity and Veil. Well, they're not going to be getting too much off back for Kraken impact, but in the end, sometimes all you need is the point.
Yeah, and they're going to be happy with that, right? Still having a decent amount of time to work with. Zero Tenacity, I mean, they've definitely done some good stuff so far, but haven't been able to find a tremendous amount of impact with this Psylocke. Going to be trying to work his way up to his next ult charge, but still, I feel like Quake have been doing a great job with this Squirrel Girl, just making it so hard for the front line to walk forward of Zero Tenacity. We really need to see Among step up on the Psylocke.
All right, Tainted Voltage temporarily blocked by the movement of that building as it reforms. Ducky's going to be isolated here. Has to use the Cloak of Levitation to get out of there. Of course, now missing that Gamma Maelstrom, Ducky is going to be anti-healed when they hit maximum charge on that one. Kaya going to fall low. The Maelstrom too much to bear. And that's going to be also a forcing out of the fate of both worlds thanks to the Dance of the Butterflies. Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami heads over towards the back. Error Terror finds the business end of it. Oh, Lunar Snow not strong enough against the Squirrels. A quick jump, hop, skip, and all of that here as Kaiser goes for a mid-air duel against the Goddess of Death. And Lakai has taken too much damage as Among just finds every target that they were looking for. And a touch more on top of that. Hawks up close, gets the freeze off the absolute zero one to Knudsen. And managing to survive with the help as well of their respawning strategist ally.
Yeah, Rocket getting there just in time to layer on the healing. Among, though, I mean, I said I want to see him step up, finding massive value there. We do have lots of ults coming online. The Butterfly, the Eye of Agamotto, too. Among goes for it.
Another Dance of the Butterflies. Pox is the only player who's within the LOS, so they grab all of the incoming damage. The Entangling Prison's massive. Lakai just gets it done with the quick melee. And Pox is going to drag everyone back to the land of the living. The Mortal Coil can't be shuffled off of for now. An isolated Magneto is going to need more of the mutant powers to survive this. They need friendship, they need healing, and they're getting it here from Error Terror combined with Winnie. They're close to their strategist ultimates for a little bit of staying power for this final fight.
Yeah, they're trying to work their way up. Still able to use that shield to push forward. Playing off angles with Isaac. Fate of both worlds going to be popped. Isaac finds Newton, though.
Huge pick onto Newton. Winnie and Eris are actually overlaying their ultimates here. This needs to be won here and now. Ducky destroys Kaiser the second they send out that unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami. And Isaac's faced with so many enemies, but Lakaya's very quickly building up to this strangling prison. Oh, the Vanguards are in so much trouble. And these walls are so meddlesome as well. They stop the healing being delivered where it's needed. It's off the back. It's the perfect Kraken impact. Yeah, the Dance of a Butterfly is an amusing sideshow, but it's just a dance macabre, a celebration of a defense once lived. And Zero Tenacity are wiped away.
Big team ult, setting that one up. Great strangling prison to then just Veil somehow finding their way into the trenches with the Kraken impact, get the first 3, and it leaves Zero Tenacity in such an awkward spot, making their way to the 3rd point. Still 2 minutes to work with.
Zero Tenacity mostly going to be relying on their Vanguards here to be the playmakers. But Isaac's going to be able to match Meteor M with Meteor M. And it is an impressive Alpha Strike potential against something like a Strategist Ultimate and all the healing that is offered therein.
Ducky just trying to inch his way in. Eye of Agamotto comes through, finds its way onto a couple, gets Fox, Kaiser down as well. And this is everything that 0-10 we're looking for.
Yeah, Pogs gets resurrected by the BRB, but by the time that they're back up and kicking, the remainder of Queequeg are kind of decimated.
Now Veil's going to do his best to try to walk forward, get his own ult charge up. Queequeg very close, having a lot of their ults on the board. The Sia and the Meteor M, the only ones online for now, Among trying to do a lot of damage to prevent the walk forward.
Meteor M could be used here against the ammo dispenser in order to try and maximize its overall output. Pox hit by the pure accuracy of the Magneto. Lugia Goat trying to raise the metallic curtain and block the incoming damage. Damage boost now coming from the Fate of both worlds. Sustainability and deadly play from the side of Zero Tenacity. They've got Isaac in their sights and only 45 seconds remain now for Queequeg.
I love this. They're playing 2 different angles, keeping Among down on the low ground, just making it awkward for Queequeg to even try to walk forward without having to question what's going on. We're going to see Lakaya try and use these walls to move forward, but the onslaught is just relentless with the poke coming out from Zero Tenacity.
Covering the approach, you've got to watch out for that dance with butterflies from the back when Among decides to activate. Moving forward, Case has already got themselves 2 here. Newton and Ducky. Among just instantly tapped for second base. Guys, I'm here for that. Never mind.
Instantly goes down, walks up to the Squirrel Girl, deleted. Now, it's going to be their last chance. Zero Tenacity do have some good ults online, and they're really close to things like the Kraken impact in the Eye of Agamotto too.
All right, Among going to try and follow up on a well-placed Barnet Cook. Great pick onto Isaac. Not sure if it's even in range here. Oh, needs to move on forward, get one player within this. Oh, the armed and dangerous finds Exo. Nice drop down into a headshot. Finds the frag off the back of this. Ducky building up towards yet another Dark Maelstrom. Desperately wants Kaiser, but the culling has been cleansed already. No reset will come off the back of that. Pokes a little bit too far forward. Among's in the back with open access to the creamy insides of a Queerqueg backline. Lakai is going to be slowly approaching. Yes, maybe they can get here off the back of a well-placed portal, but the timing's not there. And Lakai will once again find a round finished with an entangling prison in the back pocket.
Yeah, not able to find any situation to use it. I mean, for Zero Tenacity, they were throwing out a lot of those ults right as Queequeg even got close to the point. I like that the further we got on the map, we saw Among really utilizing those off angles and those little trap plays to just make it so hard for Queequeg to walk forward. And we really saw the big impact being Kaiser. At the start, right, he was finding tons of those multi-kills, tons of the AoE, but it felt like at the end of the map, it really was a bit muted.
Yeah, losing a lot of momentum towards the end of that map. Definitely felt like they weren't able to leverage the Squirrel Girl as well when things started to get a little bit wider. Also, when we saw Zero Tenacity really push up towards those chokes and try and make sure that Kaiser had to take some really egregious peeks to try and get some nuts down range.
Yeah, especially that last door of the third point, right? I mean, really no other way for Kaiser to make his way around. You're just throwing, you know, just shooting at a bunch of shields. But now it's going to be their time to try to defend. Is going to stay on the Squirrel Girl, is going to have a lot of high ground to play with starting off. So we're going to be looking at him to try to snipe out Air Terror and Winnie.
2, 1.
That's the dream here. Barnet Cook prepared. Could be instantly dragged out. All of these Thornlash walls are going to be very quickly dealt with here by Zero Tenacity. We have to do their homework, you know. This is the business admin of Marvel Rivals.
Yeah. Does have to try and get that one through. Oh, Loki Goat just sniping out Kaiser himself.
The Goat wasn't kidding in the name. Look at the support on this off angle that Newton has as well with a Luna Snow up here. Isaac has managed to somehow get up here undetected. Might manage to get themselves 2. Among double rooted, by the way, from those surprising acorns of K's. Use the quick cooldown reset. Just keep that Psylocke in place. Yeah, there's been some real damage done here, but trades are in favor of Zero Tenacity because they're right by their spawn.
Yeah, and they're happy just finding these little one-off picks. Ducky even going to make his way back up now. The butterfly.
Oh, the dance of the butterfly is going to be too much to bear. Vale was the only player left within the AoE, so every slash the Masonic Katana was carving through flesh of Bucky himself. Isaac was doing his best to just keep that car contested.
Now Kaya going to try to keep them at bay, but Zero Tenacity now making a lot of leeway with this cart, pushing it forward. We're going to see for Queequeg try to start grouping up. They do have the Sia online, but waiting on a lot of those other ultimates. Zero Tenacity, you got the Fate of both worlds, so you're feeling pretty safe right now.
Yeah, it's a good place to be in, having that Fate of both worlds. Not overly worried about it. Vale's already falling low. Z10. Well, here we go, investing the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami. Could be a lot of damage, especially if it's damage boosted as well. VCRM manages to hit Fade and eventually get popped through the ultimate. Strangling Prison brought on in. Nice block there from Lugia. The incoming VCRM, it was not patient enough. And despite the massive investment here from Queequeg of almost all of their ultimates, that could have been a 6 ultimate fight from Queequeg, and yet not a single frag is found. Zero Tenacity has an absolute rout on their hands.
And it felt like it just really went in haphazardly, one at a time, and opened up for Pucks to find the first one. Newton even going to find more here, just being a hindrance on the high ground. Like we said, Gazer really hasn't been able to find the same impact on the Squirrel Girl like he did at the start of the match. And for Zero Tenacity, like we still have so many ults online. So many to hold Queequeg, you know, back at bay.
An absolute bargain of a fight, I'm not going to lie. Economically ruinous. Among just doing their best to be evasive and be annoying. Still has for Dancer Butterflies, ready to go, building these up at quite the clip. That's going to be a well-placed eye of Agamotto. Kaya super low, the headshots delivered, and a frag found thereafter. Isaac next up on this. Yeah, there's a close-up Squirrel Girl who's dangerous to deal with, but when you're looking at 6 players moving together, you just don't have the damage to burn through the meat.
And this is the repercussions of the last fight that you talked about, right? Now having all these ults online, they could just run through Quake after their initial attempt went so wrong. At the second point, we're going to see if they can try and make their way in.
Lots of damage coming through already. Kaiser. Oh, this is some great min-maxing of the AoE here from Among. Really wants Pox and's going to find them as well. Ducky just managed to seal off that primary entryway as well using the pentagrams of Ferrari you can see there. So that's why we saw everyone from Quake going elsewhere.
And now, I mean, they still have so much time to play with. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And really not that far to go. Kaiser does have the Squirrel Tsunami up. But we've seen the Zero Tenacity really haven't left any openings for you to target their supports. Their Vanguard really have done such a great job.
Yeah, you don't really have the mobility to try and make it happen, which is why we've seen Veil top over now onto the Sarlacc to try and get that backline pressure you were talking about. Already has themselves a Dancing with Butterflies. Has to worry about being potentially screened out by Among. A self-bubble here from Isaac. It's a greedier playstyle, but it works out. They still have the Meteor M in the back pocket if you want to use to try and build up some of that incoming projectile into turnaround damage. The investment of a Fate of both worlds here will keep Ducky alive for a while longer. Nice push came through from Veil, but they found both of the squishies that they had within their grasp. And it seems like Quake for now have purchased stability.
Yeah, and a lot of it coming off the fact that Among tried to look for that cheeky positioning at the start and just got picked off by Isaac. It really gave Quake the opening they needed to run forward. Among, once again, playing on a knife's edge.
The Sarlacc players, they're thrill seekers, you know. They live for the danger. Okay, Strangling Prison already brought out. Newton can't escape. The same for Among. If you're a squishy in that and you're going up against a character like a Squirrel Girl, I'm afraid it's Jova.
Yeah, you stand no chance. Looking for a bit of a scrap themselves, living on a knife's edge. Still, lots of time to work with, too. You actually don't really have to feel all too much pressure as Zero Tenacity. If you just want to try and build up to your ults and bait them out, as Veil finds the flank.
Beautiful surprise onto Newton there, really abusing the third-person camera to know exactly when to try and make that strike happen. An isolation potentially over there. I'm not sure who might be running away, but Zero Tenacity, they are building up towards a critical mass of ults.
And it's these doors, right? These were the doors that played Quake in the last round. Now, Meteor M finds a target on Newton. Ooh.
Unreal
well, like
there. I think that maybe we saw Isaac get pulled in by something like a Force Physics, but turns it around by becoming CC immune and just laying down that ultimate.
Yeah, and it worked wonders. And again, it's the same door that we saw causing the attackers so much trouble in the last round. But this time, the Squirrel Girl going to get a ton of value trying to make their way through. But Among might have the angle.
Oh, might try and just solo on the Rocket Raccoon here. And indeed, Exo has too much trouble getting away. Next up is going to be Isaac, really min-maxing that AoE with the Psylocke to make sure that only one player is in it at a time for maximum DPS.
And all they needed to invest in that was the Dance of the Butterfly. They still have so much available that they can use to try to get this point, you know, to the finish line.
Oh, portal actually being opened here by Isaac. It's a weird time to try and make it happen. Actually just going to go onto the point itself. He's going to get that last moment of contest. Ducky brings out the Eye of Agamotto. Stuns out Lakaya. Can't afford to fall down with the Strangling Prison in their back pocket again. 1 minute and 23 seconds remain. But right now, Quake are focused on the here and the now. The immediacy of survival is on their minds. It's going to be a desperate attempt to flee from Lugia. But they're just going to be fleeing to their brand new life elsewhere. Quake hold strong.
Portal play was huge, buying them time. Still a minute up, so, you know, you have at best 2 if you get wiped fast, or, you know, probably 1 good chance as Zero Tenacity to try to pull this in your favor and not have to go to an overtime.
How quickly are they going to use the Strangling Prison here? Is Lakai going to give time to try and turn this around? Maybe you could try and grab them as they move out of that high ground. Strangling Prison already used. Among Investor, big ultimate. Exo's gone. Cancels it early. Try and get it onto Pox. Already both of the strategists have fallen down. It's the ideal picks coming through from a Psylocke. The Psychic Shinobi has got her money's worth here. And now is going to turn upon the Vanguards. 4 HP remaining. But that's 3 more than Vale needs to get it done in the end. A self-resurrection coming through from Error Terror, doing their best to just click this one through. Zero Tenacity. They're going to have to try and make it happen with limited players. But sometimes one's all you need. Error Terror with the perfect accuracy to take down Vale. There's an instant resurrection, yes. This given time for the recontest. Newton's up in the air. Pox in their sights. The Galactic Legend will weave a tails that will echo throughout time. From the top rope comes Ducky, and it's an RKO out of nowhere. Queequeg nowhere to be seen as only Exo remains, and Ducky's well on top of that. The return of a Psylocke into the whelping arms of their doppelganger. Zero Tenacity with a struggle. Get it done.
Huge coming out from Zero Tenacity. Great combos there at the end. Seriously, you're just seeing so many nice team-ups to be able to get that one over the line. And like we said earlier in the tournament, Queequeg were the ones to find the victory. We've already seen this matchup here. We've seen this matchup numerous times across tournaments like Day. But this time around, Zero Tenacity able to get it over the line with a nice 2-0.
Damn, walking away with Error Terror's MVP as well. 51k healing on both the Adam Warlock and mostly the Lunar Snow, which has been it's been a great time to play the Lunar Snow, getting a lot of value out of that Fate of Both Worlds. We saw Among really come into their own as well with 23 final hits. Some great play from the Psylocke, a great adaptation with the availability of a Squirrel Girl really coming to the fore here for Kaiser.
Exactly, right? And he was slow to find a bit of impact early on, but once he got going, he just constantly found different off angles, different positions. I loved his target focus, using that Dance of the Butterfly, even to just target out people like Exo and make sure that the Rocket can't find any of those revives to bring any teammates, and just be a cheeky little annoying guy on the point at the end.
You could just be a cheeky little annoying guy. And you could just be a cheeky cozy guy watching some brand new highlights. Check these out, gamers. Round 8 coming up next, likely.
shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now it's the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom! You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
The siren sounds of Round 8 hearken to us as we progress deeper into our tournament here at Marvel Rivals Championship for EMEA. And I would love to cover the team that knocked out Luminosity Lyric, or rather knocked them down to a lower bracket in quite the upset. Supremacy have kind of come out of nowhere as a Saudi Arabian team with some real firepower to their name and a big scalp on their belt as well.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, this has been a team that has just been working their way up through this tournament so far. It took down Luminosity, it took down Pellet, took down a couple of other teams earlier in the tournament. Some of these guys coming from, you know, other competitive hero shooters before, and now it's going to be about to see how Royal Beamers can stack up against them and if they can halt this momentum. We're going to be on Hell's Heaven, a domination map, so we know things can get a little bit crazy. I'm just excited to see, you know, how it pans out.
Yeah, these domination maps can be a little bit of a hodgepodge. There's a lot of room for quick adaptation and often a lot of impetus for quick adaptation as well, because the rounds can be rather short if you can't flip that control area in a short amount of time. Then things get away from you real quickly, and then you're kind of in that position of like, oh, do we swap now to try and win out this particular fight, when if we don't win this fight, this particular round's over, or are we going to just stay on this competition so that if we do lose this fight, maybe we have some ultimates to try and play with in the next round? But is that going to be too much investment? Are we going to be sticking on a bad comp and throwing good money after bad?
Exactly right. A lot of decisions that you have to make, and we are going to go straight into the hero pick and ban. Hella going to be taken off the table by Supremacy, so not wanting to deal with any of that hit scan. We know that could telegraph something like a storm coming through. We can already see Bad Genius kind of hovering over that pick as we speak. And finally, leg day, don't have to deal with no Kraken impact.
Oh, the again. Shall not
The
ring
again.
on my ears for a while. Perhaps. Protect's coming up for Royal Beamers. This is going to give us some insight, potentially, into where the identity is for this team. It's going to be the Star-Lord that's picked up here, which is not too surprising. Over Luna Protect as well. This might actually force out something like a Namor ban if Royal Beamers are not particularly comfortable going up against that. And with Adam going away as well, this is kind of like a style demand here from Supremacy saying, we're going to play Loki Luna because we're going to get rid of that resurrection composition. So you've got to play it as well. We've got to play. Everyone's playing Luna now.
And it just shows the confidence that Supremacy has, right? Just pulling them down to what I'd say is, again, the standard like team composition that you're seeing a lot right now. Hell, actually, they aren't even going to go for that themselves. DRP on the Venom. Bad Genius is going to stay on the Storm. We have been seeing Star-Lords get the better of that, though. So maybe that's where Royal Beamers can follow through. Pokey Demon Meow. You know, a name. Hopefully his reputation precedes him, you know?
Yeah. Maybe they'll make me purr with some good plays. Real difference here. We're actually moving DRP back over onto the group for a while. We'll see if it actually sticks for now. Otherwise, Bad Genius definitely want to watch on the Storm and how that Omega Hurricane is going to try and extract value in particular. This is going to mean that Ryan is going to have to be very, very judicious with where that Fate of Both Worlds gets invested.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how Supremacy plays this one out, right? Because they have a lot of the trapping, sort of playing behind shields, being able to poke front to back, build up ultimates. But then when you have the Venom along with the Storm ultimate, you just have such easy access to that backline. Not a lot of great ways to respond for Royal Beamers. So I think a lot going to be on the Luna as well as Psycho on the Namor.
Yeah. From what I've seen of Atrocity so far, nasty aimer on the Namor. Oh, look at that. DRP's controller player. Oh, fun. Another one.
Yeah.
It often seems like our secondary vanguards, like Enzo on OG, love playing on controller. Psycho already under siege. That Frozen Spawn is going to slow down DRP, though, and maybe a little bit of a do-si-do to get back over onto the high ground. Bad Genius, though, unperturbed by someone on high ground. I'll simply fly up to you and shock you to your very core. Nice right click, manages to hit pay dirt, and even with Metallic Bulwark, keeping that Blaster Barrage safe. No real progress made here for Pokey Demon. Actually, it's just going to be comboed by a right click, left click coming through from Atrocity. That Trident means business.
Yeah, I mean, showing off that name that you're talking about, but so is Oasis. We've had some great Lunas showing on through today. Still, though, Supremacy going to be the ones to get the point. I think benefiting a lot from that aura that Storm's providing, giving that extra damage with the Lightning. And now it's going to be for Royal Beamers to try to force their way in. We talked about how, honestly, it could be a bit hard compositionally to try to find your way in without setting up a pick of yourself with Pokey Demon Meow.
Question is here, how's Bad Genius's internal tracking of Ryan's ultimate? Okay, they're actually going to go for the early Omega Hurricane here. Trying to take real big advantage of how much damage has been done so far. Good cleave coming through. Metallic Bulwark in the right place. Bad Genius is punished for their audacity, though. Ryan fell amidst all of this. Thanos is going to try and get it done without the Luna behind them. It's not going to be easy to sustain here for Royal Beamers. And Oasis decides staying power here for Supremacy is going to be the order of the day. King Beam falling low, unable to escape after their jump, put them not into invisibility, but into the clutches of Magneto. A big investment coming through. Psycho gets a direct strike onto Maluki. It's a big play coming through from an Namor, and DRP just forced to put their body on the point to try and keep this one contested. It should be overwhelming force coming through from the Thorn Lash wall, even with a little bit of HP remaining for the side of Polly and Lanax. They are going to stay alive for a while longer until King Beam has once more arrived to keep them healed up.
It's crazy that Royal Beamers were even able to survive that long because it took Ryan so long to get his ultimate. I mean, hell, you see he has it now, not having it for the majority of that fight. But just with Namor, able to turn things around. We're going to see Supremacy, though, trying to fight on multiple angles. You can see Atrocity's made his way up, and the team following now.
Moving up and ready to go. A couple of those monstrous spawns have already been invested here, though, by the Namor. DRP dragged in by the Force Physics. Forced to disengage now and get a couple of resources at the right place and the right time. The Thorn Lash Wall, too much for Pokedemon to try and deal with, and Ryan was a little bit behind the 8 ball when it came to deploying that ultimate. And now it's not going to be available to try and deal with Bad Genius either when that Omega Hurricane comes available. So King Beam is going to be the one who is demanded to deal with that right now. Ryan falling low, and Polly flops through the cracks that were remaining when you saw the Luna go elsewhere. Should be a flip coming through now. Meteor M invested in underhanded throw here from DRP of a Spore Bomb into the midst of Pokedemon. Great attention to detail from the group, getting so much done.
Great, and honestly, for the side of Royal Beamers, really getting split up, taken out one by one. You pointed out the Luna ult, the Fate of Both Worlds, coming out a little bit late. Someone had already gone down. And then Supremacy really just able to take advantage. They have so many ults online, both support ults there. And at 83% leg day, they are in a great spot.
Yeah, Supremacy. The question is, how cheaply could they potentially win this fight? Atrocity puts themselves up onto the high ground. He gives them the perfect angle to lay down Giganto where he's needed the most. The Horn of Proteus strikes pay dirt. 2 ultimates invested. I asked how cheaply they could get it done, and that's a bargain.
Yeah, they're going to be incredibly happy with that one. Not even enough time to change to a Doctor Strange and portal back onto the point. Supremacy, I guess, showing us the reason why they were able to take down, again, other favorites like LG and just keep making their way up the bracket. Again, this is the upper bracket of round 8, so still a really solid position for both teams to be in.
Yeah, second chances still remain for both Supremacy and Royal Beamers.
Get ready.
Should they fall, they will be close to Luminosity in the lower bracket, which is not a safe place to be. Especially with Luminosity, I imagine, playing angry at this point after being upset earlier by Supremacy. And Supremacy is certainly showing off why they were the team that managed to get one over on one of our favorites in the EMEA region.
And like you said, showing us at a, a nice deal, nice bargain price, still 3 ults online. The 2 big ones, of course, being the support ults still there. So Royal Beamers, you expect to try to make some kind of big play with the aggressive ultimates that they have online right now, like the Strangling Prison and the Horn of Proteus. But Supremacy might have exactly what they need to try to contest.
Pokedemon's having a little swap around here. Into the Psylocke instead of a Star-Lord, and that is going to be fairly easy to deal with a Storm, although I said that about the Star-Lord as well and didn't end up being the case. Already the Omega Hurricane going to be deployed here. King Beam raises the invisible boundary to try and deal with this. What a pull-in, by the way, onto Stockbar. Great way to try and turn that fight around. The Isars are doing so much with that cleave, and while there is a lot of damage coming through from these Thorn Lash walls, it might be an overextension from DRP to try and make something happen off the back of it. Pokedemon getting aggressive onto Atrocity. Seems like no Blessing of the Deep is available. It must have been used to get up onto that high ground, and Royal Beamers, with only 1 ultimate invested, managed to win the first fight.
Yeah, that was crazy. They just run them down. Seeing Pokedemon on the Psylocke now, actually being able to find some off angles, win some picks, but the fight on the point wasn't even close. Supremacy trying to approach from different angles, not able to find it, and it just really led them to getting singled out.
Yeah, those Force Physics pulls, they can be disastrous for a Vanguard with limited mobility, like either a Magneto or a Groot. From the field right now, Lanax forced to move away. Dance to the Butterfly is going to be doing some significant damage. Stockbar hands over the Metallic Bulwark to the more vulnerable Namor with that limited HP pool, but he's got to his name. And it's a well-judged play. Meteor M is available. We don't want to put that one in too early because the geography of this point will be really difficult to deal with. I think that the Guardian Shield may have blocked that one. The Entangling Prison from Polly has no such issues. Exactly where it needs to be. Psycho adds even more to this cocktail of pain. A smorgasbord of merciless play from Royal Beamers.
And finally, the Forest steps up. Feels like that's been the real, kind of first impactful Strangling Prison that we've seen. And it really led to just so much success for Royal Beamers. Now it's 60% on the point, trying to make sure that Supremacy can't even walk out of their base.
Yeah, really not giving any space away for free here. A Mega Hurricane invested by Bad Genius is going to force out the invisible boundary. And then maybe there's going to be an attempt to try and take out both of the strategists at the exact right moment. Maybe it was a quick flick over onto a Fate of Both Worlds damage boost there to make sure that there was no survivability for Royal Beamers. And Supremacy investing for ult, flip control.
Yeah, they're still going to have ults to worry about on the opposite side, but if Bad Genius can keep finding snipes like this and not giving Royal Beamers entry, they're going to be able to start making their way back up, because Royal Beamers got the point to 77%. Supremacy starting out from 0, only at 20% right now.
Yeah, playing from 0, perfection's demanded if they want to make this their match point. Demon gonna take some time, invest in a longer flank. You are gonna have to deal with squids though. That is gonna make things a little bit more difficult. Actually revealing themselves fairly early to those strategists. I think that may have been a slight misplay to give away so much information for free.
Oh, still goes in with the butterfly.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of damage, but the invisible boundary is going to deal with it fairly easily. And Demon's well out of space right now. Bad Genius actually shielded by the Blessing of the Deep for Namor Ball. Great play right there. Heads up to try and make your Storm temporarily invulnerable. By the most cheesy of means, Polly has the Strangling Prison ready to go. There's not going to be too much to deal with on the other side. Out comes the Omega Hurricane. 4 players dragged in. The Horn of Proteus directly on top of it, and yet I'll take out Atrocity. But now it's all about survivability, and the nadir of this fight for Meteor M ready to go. Does not strike pay dirt for the side of Stockbar. DRP is going to be able to come back though.
Yeah, still though, Royal Beamers getting control of point once again. We said Supremacy really had one good run to try to make it though. DRP has the Strange, so you know the portal's going to come out. Now, have Luna online, Fate of Both Worlds there. Nothing for Royal Beamers.
It's Studious playing up on the high ground. Is going to confer a little bit of safety over to those duelists and want to try and leverage that King Beam. Already found the damage boost off the back of the Fate of Both Worlds. Just too much to bear. A Supremacy bear down upon Royal Beamers, who might be able to get their own Puerto Rican test.
Yeah, that's what you would expect, because they know Supremacy's going to be walking forward and trying to deny them space. Great staggering, though, onto Psycho. Going to come up way later and make it so Royal Beamers going to be playing it close. I guess still a bit of time to work with. These fights are so tense like day. I'm bought in. I'm brought in.
Dragged in. Heart rate rising indeed. Lanax just going to do their best to deal with the Monster and Frozen Spawn over there. Guardian Shield to keep that Storm safe. Meteor M's ready to go, but there's so much cleave that can be achieved here by the Storm. Long range play. Oh, it's taken out the Omega Hurricane. The ideal timing from Psycho. This could be exactly what Royal Beamers need to survive, and that's going to be an Eye of Agamotto as well. Given over by DRP. It's only onto Polly for now. Demon falling low. Actually winning out on the Monstro Spawn duel. A pivoting of the shield to make sure that the Monstro cannot get all that it needs and a little bit more. Bad Genius is going to return of a Spider-Man of all things as Polly, quick on the APM, takes down Stockbar. DRP remains, yes, the Vanguard's overwhelmed. The Dark Maelstrom almost ready to go, and the point's been flipped in favor of Royal Beamers. And Eye of Agamotto remains, but you want it for the next fight instead, as Oasis is going to do their best to go down fighting a martyrdom worthy of a king. But Royal Beamers, they're sitting upon the throne here.
Supremacy were on a streak on their way up to this match, taking down teams like Luminosity. They took the first point of this map, but still, Royal Beamers really showing up. God, especially that Namor snipe onto the Storm was absolutely disgusting coming out from Psycho.
If that doesn't happen, it'd be a very different fight. We could be going to highlights right now.
Yeah.
We're going to the Super Soldier Factory instead.
30 seconds before you
This can be an area that's often defined by environmental hazards. So close to the point, it can be where Invisible Women and Spider-Man can be the most notorious that they've ever been. And it's also got a lot of good aerial cover to try and rotate around for a Storm. So I'm expecting Bad Genius to have a touch more survivability here compared to in our previous match.
Yeah, definitely not as much as he's going to have to worry about, but still, he's going to have to be on his toes about Demon just tracking him down. Him and Psycho, it seems like, really making it their mission to focus out Bad Genius and not let him have the impact he's looking for. Still, though, on the opposite side, you look at people like Stockbar getting close to their Meteor M, and I think Stockbar has been someone who's been a standout on the side of Supremacy in this match. Really good play on the Magneto, really good just individual picks he's been finding. But speaking of picks, Demon gets one.
Not even time to use the Blessing of a Deep. Maybe they use this to just get up onto the high ground. Maybe a quick little bit of mobility used, not expecting Demon to get so aggressive. DRP falling super low. You can see that all of those LOSs of the Fate of Both Worlds being messed with by both walls and rotating Super Soldier factories. Oh, the entangling prison. Oh, the damage is just so much. Psycho doesn't get any final hits, yes, with the Horn of Proteus, but Giganto just tenderizes all that meat for finally the knife to be sunk in.
Royal Beamers really surprising us here. I mean, great picks to start that off. Huge team fight, great strangling prison once again. And I mean, hell, on this map, this is where Groot thrives with those walls. It's going to be so hard to try to approach. You can see them trying to come in with the off angles, but still, Royal Beamers are ready.
Yeah, playing from his defensive position. It's an absolute dream for a Groot. Omega Hurricane played from safety of cover. No more embarrassing death midway through. Going to be the Horn of Proteus directly on top of the entangling prison. King Beam and Reinsch unable to survive. It's going to be a clean sweep here for Supremacy.
It was supposed to be a safe point for Royal Beamers to be able to hold from, but some of the ults weren't online yet, like Rein's. And just great combo, right? Storm, Horn of Proteus, the Strangling Root, everything used by Supremacy to find control of the point once again. Now no ultimates online for them. Royal Beamers have a couple to work with.
Some would say a little bit too expensive, but I would say worth it to be in this defensive position with your Groot and with your Storm. Both of them really prefer to play from these static positions of not having to break into an area that's not in their control. Already a huge amount of those Monstro spawns invested here. Out comes the Dance of the Butterflies. Everyone just moves in together towards that AoE. Nice play from Stockbar. Crazy on the right clicks, but DRP fell through the cracks elsewhere. The strategists were busy worried about themselves. About the environmental dangers, and Lanax just found that out the hard way. Maluki going crazy with this one. Maybe there's a little bit of hope to be had off the back of this, but a Metallic Bulwark in the right place keeps Faluna Snow alive and kicking, dancing for their life. Reinsch can't be helped by the invisible boundary, and now you can just wait for that to expire before you come in with the Omega Hurricane. There's not going to be too much that can save the Invisible Woman, and Bad Genius knows exactly where their target's going to be. Supremacy will hold strong.
And I feel like Stockbar was the MVP there. Once again, showing off his prowess, finding those picks to start it off. Great job with the shield. Didn't even have to use the Meteor M. And now 74% Supremacy are working their way up to a first map win.
Dream is alive and well here for Supremacy. DRP has a Feast of the Abyss ready to go. Could be brutal against someone like King Beam, especially if you already see something like the attempted jump escape happen. But Namel getting quite aggressive here as well. DRP's been given so many resources. Feast of the Abyss. Difficult to make work around that Guardian shield. Lanax going to draw up to the sky with the Meteor M. Tries to put it down on top of the back line. Bad Genius, though, just has everything they need and a little bit more on top of that. Supremacy just have all of the positional value that anyone could want here on the Super Soldier Factory.
And it's like you said, too, right? Being able to play from those defensive positions, I love there that we just saw Bad Genius. Just fly up into the sky, let them in. You're right over top of them, and he's just able to start nailing down the damage. So I will say, though, Royal Beamers really putting up a good fight, and it just makes me so interested to see where we go with the next map if Bad Genius going to be putting up plays like this.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see potentially a Stormbound come through from Royal Beamers. But maybe they'll be happy to match it. I think that this one was close enough that maybe you don't have to change up your style that much when it comes to how you're making your bans work. When it comes to overly impressive stats, though, Bad Genius sitting on 33k damage with a Storm. I'll call it a little bit egregious. I don't know how else to put it. Kind of wild.
I guess it goes to your point earlier, though, when you think about it, right? They've already played the Star-Lord. They've now played the Psylocke. It's like, I wonder how many more adaptations it can make other than just outright taking the Storm off the table.
Yeah, they've done their best to try and really contain Bad Genius, and admittedly, off the back of something like Psycho with that Trident in the right place, they managed to shut them down occasionally. But when you find a place where Storm can really leverage some good vertical cover to work with, like we saw on Super Soldier Factory, it could be very difficult to get one over on Storm when she is in a defensive position.
Yeah, and again, right, then just how you're also buffing up all your allies, making them stronger. We saw a lot of impact also come out from Stockbar on the Magneto. So overall, it was just honestly really solid team play coming from Supremacy, and I guess it's kind of what you would expect when it's just a lot of the funneling of similar talent building up this, Middle Eastern org. But we'll get to see how they won that one in the highlights. Bad Genius, keep your eye on him.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing up, hoping your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now it's the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead. Plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide. And your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Supremacy proving it so far with Hydra Base going their way. Hell's Heaven claimed. Royal Beamers now, as we head into map 2, are going to have to either change their draft, their playstyle, or maybe just tighten up and batten down the hatches on their regular play to try and get one over on Supremacy.
Yeah, and you know, we saw them workshopping how to figure out what Supremacy were doing. Again, the Star-Lord, the Psylocke, looking at some answers, not able to find it. So it feels like what you said might have to be through gameplay, might have to be through bans going in. We are going on to Yggdrasil's Path convoy, so maybe something that could be a bit more comfortable for Royal Beamers.
Yeah, this is a place that has a little bit less cover available for the Storm, especially offensively. So we'll have to see if Supremacy maybe decide to go to Yggdrasil Path, or rather, Royal Beamers try to go to Yggdrasil Path to try and deal with Storm on more of a topographic level, on like a map level, as opposed to being on a ban level, or whether, as we said, down on a gameplay level. I think I'm happy to see both teams continue to run the Namor. It feels like between Psycho and Atrocity, there's not a significantly better Namor player. They both seem to have had their standout moments. But Bad Genius versus Pokey Demon, I think, is definitely going to be where this match is decided, because everyone else is so close.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. Hell, even for, Supremacy, we talked about Stock Bar in that last game. For Royal Beamers, you highlighted Psycho on the Namor. Having that pairing with the Groot, if Polly goes for that again, really worked out for them to find some big key plays in that first map. So it's all going to come down to this. Hela and Winter Soldier taking off the board once again. Done with the agains. But now it's going to be about what Supremacy looks to protect.
All right. What are they going to keep? Maybe the Storm here. Let's see what they opt in for. No, it's going to be the Lunar Snow. Okay, Royal Beamers do have the option to ban the Storm now if they are so inclined. Might well choose to protect their own. Yeah, the Star-Lord, same protect as last time. We didn't see a huge amount of value from that, from Pokey previously, but if they can get rid of a Storm, maybe that's going to be the case. And actually, they just continue to want the Wolverine gone. Bad Genius, if I remember correctly, is actually a fantastic Wolverine player. So it's unsurprising to see the Wolverine gone again. Maybe they feel that, yeah, this is a better map to try and deal with the Storm.
Exactly, right? It seems like they're feeling similar to how we did. It was a close map 1. They feel like they can pull it over the line just with some gameplay adaptations. Pokey Demon being the only one hesitant, looks like they might just match Storm with Storm.
Makes sense. Well, one of the things you brought up at the close of the last map was actually how much Storm brings to the table with the team damage boost as well. I think that's particularly important during those Horn of Proteus sessions as well, when we often see it being damage boosted by the Lunar Snow. You can get additional damage boost from the Storm, and maybe that's enough to reach some breakpoints and instantly, like, fragging a Vanguard, which can be a real momentum shifter in a fight.
Especially at the start of a map and a round, right? Where if one side has it and one side doesn't, that's really the way you can just easily find a bit of a cheeky pick. We do see King Beam now moving onto the rocket, getting that little bit of armor, trying to give them just that slight edge over Supremacy outside these doors.
He's going to be able to access maybe one of those rocket jump packs. Yeah, Lanax has one of those. It's going to allow them to move between planes of verticality a little bit more easily than their counterpart, of course. Can't have that quick rocket pack before swapping everyone to something else.
PRP now going to be doing his best to hold Royal Beamers at bay, but Royal Beamers really just running them forward. No damage sticking just yet, with all supports doing a great job now. It's about if Atrocity can find any picks, and he does, straight onto Pokey Demon.
Yeah, the squid bomb exactly where it needed to be. Hitting that right click and enraging the squids just meant so much DPS when combined with the storm damage boost as well. And attempting to try and isolate DRP, disengagement might not be too easy to get here. And the busting of a team's actually been invested here as well, which means a right click from Psycho can get everything that's needed. Did you see that squid attempting to body block the disengage of a group? That's kind of wild.
That was crazy, throwing that squid out, getting the right click. The damage is there. And my god, so far Supremacy doing a nice job of keeping Royal Beamers at bay.
Ice Art's getting some real value. Pokedemon's well behind when it comes to the damage here, though. They really need to try and burst down Bad Genius, and Bad Genius has just gone too far there. Even with no support ult to try and deal with it, Royal Beamer still able to take down Bad Genius. And now the remainder of Supremacy are kind of up the creek without a paddle. There's going to be a big investment of the Entangling Prison. It might actually have been blocked out by the Metallic Curtain of the Magneto, so that would be a huge play. Pokedemon down again. Maluki grabs it this time. VTRM up into the sky, and instant overhealth given over from the Fate of Both Worlds for survivability motions. That's going to be a damage boost into instant frags. Beautiful play from Psycho alongside good calls onto King Beam, who just dances the night away.
And it all was based off taking advantage of one mistake, right? Seeing Bad Genius go a bit farther up than his team was able to heal and support, and it nullified the advantage of the fact that Bad Genius had his ult way before Pokedemon did. So now able to get the first checkpoint reached, and Psycho still being an absolute psycho playing on the front lines.
Yeah, Brass, so much bravery inside them. The Omega Hurricane finally available here for the side of Pokedemon. No real damage boost coming through onto that Horn of Protoss. I'm not sure if that was the ideal investment. It's going to be an aggressive play here. Blessing of a Deep already used. Goodbye to Lunar Snow, I do imagine. Wait, they managed to survive through all of this. Maluki turned upon in the midst of all. And even with the Meteor M being invested, this is a little bit of a flub here from Supremacy. Lots invested, but no real value.
And it all started off so well, and now it's Royal Beamers taking the comp, taking the answers that Supremacy gave them, and really just shoving their face in it now. Going to do their best to try to hold them in this small choke. Oh, we got a Loki change, though, for Royal Beamers.
Yeah, an extra Fate of Both Worlds. Going to be very important going up against Bad Genius. The Omega Hurricane, good to go. Likely's copied King Beam here, so there is going to be that Fate of Both Worlds just to keep everybody safe. Oh, they have to invest their own Fate of Both Worlds here just to try and keep Bad Genius alive in the midst of all of this. Oh, the landing's going to be brutal. There go three. Psycho just combining with all the power that they need. Goodbye, Supremacy. Royal Beamers are blasting them away.
Really stepping up on the Namor, and like we said, honestly, really just relying on the difference in map, I guess slight changes in composition, but it really just feels like Psycho being the one to take over the game. King Beam and Lanix, both Meteor M and Fate of Both Worlds up. Supremacy have a couple of ults up as well, and they're working their way towards more. DRP specifically, almost at the Strangling Prison.
Almost there. Would be a critical combination. We've seen DRP, they haven't been able to get too effective thus far with their combinations with Atrocity in this particular map. They were so much better on Hell's Heaven. I think it may well have been blocked out again. Oh, quick toss from Lanax, gets it done again and again, just keeps interrupting all of these group ultimates. And here comes the Omega Hurricane. Bad Genius is trying to keep the tempo up. Yeah, there's going to be dancing to try and deal with it. Fate of Both Worlds, easily able to do that. Metallic will work, put down on top of Bad Genius as well. Huge investments here from Supremacy, doing anything for stability, trying to turn it around. Psycho actually falls down on their way to try and combo with that ultimate. Pokedemon looking for their enemies here. DRP is going to be one of the main victims of the Omega Hurricane. It's going to be difficult to try and survive this one as a group. Eventually, it's going to be able to claim their life, and, well, the Magnetos are going to be the last one to go.
Yeah, first I was watching this fight like, why is no one dealing with Bad Genius? Where is Pokedemon? But waiting in the wings, waiting for his ult to come online as well, finish off the fight, and now they are so incredibly close, with still 3 minutes left to spare. Crazy.
Shutdowns
oh, and the
on
portal.
The spawn doors. exiting going to be difficult. An attempt to try and survive here off the back of a desperate fate of both worlds, and Pokey actually falls through the cracks in the midst of all this. Kind of unforgivable, honestly. What the strategy is looking at as to not manage to grab that. It's going to be an Omega Hurricane into the back. Everyone going to just group on up here to try and get the most they can out of the healing and the shields. The shields can stop the damage being delivered. Ryan gets bulwarked just at the right time. Bad Genius will be rescued, given the bubble dive of our own Magneto, and Psycho's gone too far away here trying to dodge away those ultimates.
Finally, though, we see some impact coming from Atrocity. It really feels like Psycho's been the one stepping up as the better Namor on this map. Now, though, having to try to force their way back in. Nice choke for Supremacy to be able to hold. Just trying to utilize the storm damage right now to find a pick. But look at Royal Beamers. I mean, having got a Mischief, Meteor M, Horn of Proteus, and even look at that, Fate of Both Worlds just came up. I bet we're in for a bit of a rumble.
Oh, this one's going to get mad. DRP. Strangling Prison, already ready to go, falling low, though only 86 HP, emergency bubble given on over, nice shield from Stockbar, just keeps himself safe in the face of Giganto, dropping on down, nice usage of the regeneration domain there from the Loki, making himself essentially invincible, but now there's nothing to try and deal with the damage that's being proffered on top of the Strangling Prison. DRP hits the pay dirt, and more so than that, brings down the walls, and now a minute and a half remain.
Great hold by Supremacy. They were really getting ragdolled on early in this map, but now able to hold this final checkpoint. Still, though, we know for Royal Beamers in that last fight, they were really just still stacking their ults. They really didn't have much opportunity to do more than that. Pokey Demon really feels like he's going to be the difference maker. We saw in the last fight that they won, it was his ultimate that helped push them over the line against Supremacy.
Atrocity's off angle was noted, poly-platformed up to that using those Thorn Lash walls. Here comes the Omega Hurricane from Pokey Demon. Bad Genius going to be the one answering here, waiting for that Ice Arts to expire, I do imagine. They've actually put, I think they're just laying them on top of each other, trying to battle it out. DRP frozen in place for about a moment, almost has yet another Strangling Prison. The damage coming in from DRP, kind of ludicrous, kind of rancid. I'm disgusted personally, and I will be lodging a complaint with my congressman.
Doesn't seem like, I was going to say, doesn't seem like Supremacy are going to accept that complaint. Taking out Psycho. Oh my god, man.
Oh, no block this time. Not actually trying to make it happen, but the timing is good from DRP. Was not going to lose a third ultimate to the Metallic Curtain. They've got to be real careful about a potential portal touch here, though.
God, they have two ultimates online. Meteor M and the Strangling Prison are there if they get through the portal.
Oh, Pokey Demon just directly wailed, unfortunately. Giganto, just a direct stun. If I don't have the ability to stun you with my tridents, I'm gonna send the whale to knock you down, you know, and stop you from casting that portal. Crazy play, good aggression there from Supremacy, who had a fantastic recovery on the third point, considering that first and second were fairly disastrous.
Yeah, they got run over at the start of that, but they found their footing. They had the right choke to work with. Like you said, Psycho showing us, Atrocity showing us that the best CC in the end is death, not letting that portal come through. But now, you know, the roles have reversed. I guess I'm just curious to see if Supremacy can have as much of a dominant start as Royal Beamers were.
So much damage to do.
Would not be surprised to see a close hold here. We saw it work out previously for Z10, but of course if Royal Beamers want to play the composition they're currently sitting on, they're likely to want to leverage those corners instead. Really allow Pokey Demon some margin to work with when it comes to these off angles.
You are one of the greatest warriors our nation has ever known.
We'll be looking at, once again, Bad Genius. This time around, not opting for the Storm versus Storm. Gonna bring Pokey Demon back to the Psylocke, like you were saying, for those off angles. But again, when we saw it before, wasn't having a lot of value at finding Bad Genius on the Storm. But this map does feel a little bit more open, maybe a bit easier to try to find some access.
Right click doesn't strike pay dirt, so no enrage on the squids. Damage is regular. Bad Genius taking a little bit of this. And it seems like for now, Pokey has been discovered on the off angle, and so is going to have a little bit more trouble finding any real purchase onto the Storm. Actually, a lot of damage can be taken here by Stockbar. He's walled off temporarily. Requires a lot of healing attention from the Luna, which means someone else can actually fall through the cracks. Atrocity has used their own blessing of the deep here. Long-range damage with the poke. A headshot here onto Oasis could be everything. As the swap here from DRP onto the Venom is going to mean that there's a lot of consistent pressure. Those squids can get rid of a Storm, but good evasion.
Yeah, we're going to see now if, okay, Invisible Boundary online and more ults coming up. Probably, I think the big one with the Strangling Prison. If they want to start something up, they can, but DRP just able to run Ryan down. No assistance for the Loki. Ooh.
Wow. No fuss, no fuss from Stockbar. Knew exactly what they wanted off the back of that Meteor M. A fun body block here onto a Magneto. Fun and fair, the Magneto might say. Psycho's just going to use their last moments to stall out the cart and maybe recontest it. Yeah, Polly's gone over to Strange.
I'm opening a
Great ultimates, great picks. All of it just starting with the Venom able to run a Loki down. They're going to try to portal on to prevent the point. Look at the ult economy. They should be able to hold this.
This could be brutal. Polly just plays up in the air for now. Finds Mad Genius in mid-air. Double stuns onto the strategist, utilizing that Horn of Proteus. And while Atrocity may have a very cute position, no one else is smiling and blushing over here. Royal Beamers will hold strong.
And I mean, in your words, I mean, absolute deal for Royal Beamers, right? Only using the Fate of both worlds in that, able to just find it with just individual skill from their picks. And now I really like this coming out from Pauly, just buying time and putting the pressure on DRP, trying to make it so they can't walk forward.
Well, right click doesn't connect. Going to limit the DPS. DRP falling low, though. Question is, do you want to try and overextend, try and make that happen? Psycho, once again, going for a nice play on the right-hand side. Oasis under pressure. This is where you really see the value of the Psylocke. But at the end of one of those lanes, that's where Bad Genius is at his best. There's no damage drop-off to try and deal with. Can you get rid of Maluki? Yes, you can. Psycho really is strong value over here. 5 big booms from the Costco guys, and all of them supplied via squids themselves. Stockbar and DRP do it without the healing, actually. They'll just take it. How?
I don't know, but waiting in the wings. I mean, like you said, they had an idea of Psycho's position that whole fight. You know, gets the initial pick, already poking down the Luna. But still, they can't pay any mind to it. There's too much going on the front lines. And it really just opened up for him. Oh, no. Atrocity's going to regret that pathing.
Yeah, that is nasty stuff from Pokedemon. Really utilizing that third-person peek to the best of its ability. Finds your Shinobi assassinations on the Psylocke.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Bad Genius, big investment here. Omega Hurricane, nice and early. The walls could really mess with this. Is there going to be a regeneration domain to deal with it? You bet that there is. Bad Genius actually takes out Lanax midway through their Meteor M. Can't eat up the weather itself. Psycho going to get aggressive around the back. Horn of Proteus directly on top. 3 frags instantly. And yes, there might well be the healing from a Fate of both worlds, but you don't have the manpower to make this one work.
And you know, I feel like a lot of games you watch in Marvel Rivals, it comes down to like how a team works together, the team difference. But this really is just Psycho taking things into his own hands with these off angles, with these flanks, with these little trap plays that he's consistently setting up.
Royal Beamers, their duelists are just ethereal, you know? It's so difficult to try and pin them down between the Namor and, oh, I'm a Psylocke, hello. Up comes the regeneration domain. Actually, great response coming through from Reinsch right there. Pokey still holding on to his dance of the butterflies, if any of you want to use it. Good disengage here, actually, from Supremacy, forcing out that ultimate from the Luna, and then simply leaving.
Yeah, I really like that they feel like they don't need to use it, but Bad Genius now going to go for the ult. We're going to see if he can finally find some value. Does get one on the Invisible Woman.
Bad Genius manages to grab Psycho, and Reinsch is down as well. It's an absolute strike here for Bad Genius. And the Psylocke's going to fall down as well, just staggers themselves.
They're not able to find a way into that fight. No defensive ultimates were there. I mean, even the rune for Ryan taken out very quickly, and now it's going to allow the second check mark to be hit. So for Supremacy, you know, Royal Beamers had a ton of time to work with, so you don't have as much as them. But, I mean, you were able to hold off their force. We'll see now if Strangling Prison from DRP could make a difference if they're going to try and force their way forward.
Lanax would love another miracle block here. Just instantly getting rid of the value of that ultimate. It would be a dream come true to try and find the stability here, noting that Supremacy, they almost have 5 big booms of their own on these ticks.
Great shield work coming out from Supremacy to make sure none of this damage sticks.
In the backhand, oh, so low. Magneto in danger, sending a Monstro Spawn into the right location. On top of them, the Metallic Bulwark will keep an Namor safe for a while longer, but Atrocity can't stand up to the overall value of damage that's levied here by Royal Beamers, but Supremacy didn't invest in that fight.
No, they didn't use anything. Now, right now is their time. They have a smorgasbord of options to play with. Should very easily be able to force their way in. Double support ults up for Royal Beamers, so it's all going to be on Ryan and King Beam.
Welcome to the Cornucopia. A disengagement here, cowed into submission by the Omega Hurricane. Mad Genius isn't actually going to try and commit for it. Oh, 44 charge! It's brutal! King Beam found at the worst possible time, and Atrocity's there as well. Maluki's getting so much value here out of the Invisible Woman. It's going to be difficult to try and recontest here as well. Yeah, Ranch still is around somewhere. He's going to be able to copy over onto the Luna, heals himself up. The focus here should be good enough, though, to try and keep this one going. DRP tries to wall off all of the spawners, slowly approaching. The goal is the cart of Supremacy. Oasis keeping everyone healed up via the fate of both worlds. Pokey Demon can't stand up to Atrocity, and this might well be the end of a winner's bracket run for Royal Beamers. Maluki's got even more when it comes to the invisible boundary, and now you're playing outside the LOS of your own strategists. Down on top of Maluki. It's the perfect pick. It's exactly what Lanax needed. Pokey Demon finally going to get some value. Atrocity gets even more. Oh, the value from a Namor just cannot be counted. Oasis needs to be taken down by Lanax, and it is going to happen, yes. Still, there's going to be the investment of a Strangling Prison from DRP. So low right now. Self-bubble for Lanax. They've got to think about number one. Got to keep it 100. The Omega Hurricane's arriving at the last possible second. Atrocity's down, though. Bad Genius needs to try and get Lanax. He can raise the Metallic Curtain, but damage is too much. A dance of the butterflies. A final attempt from Royal Beamers to try and make this one happen. Righteous arrived with the fate of both worlds. It's good players. Polly's looking for the Strangling Prison. 3 players within. They're just caught in there with the whale. Giganto from the sky itself. And DRP will be the last one standing at the cart, trying to make this one work. An entire forest has been erected here between both of the groups. Maluki can't stand up to the pressure, but maybe the Lunar Snow can. A fate of both worlds. It's a siren song. They're calling for victory on Supremacy's side. A stockbar so close to that eye of Agamotto. Rhyme's taken down. 3 players stunned. No way to avoid it. It's so much damage as Oasis fallen down as well. And remember that here the respawns for Royal Beamers are so bloody close. Psycho's getting it done with the raw mechanics. A melee to finish it all off. And they hold strong.
What a crazy way to end that game. That last fight was going for over a minute. There was times where it looked like both sides had pulled it together, multiple ults coming through, but luckily, Royal Beamers do hold on. I mean, big thanks to Polly. Some great walls, great Strangling Prisons, especially that one there at the end to bring Royal Beamers over the line.
To credit to Ranch as well. Getting that solo stall against 6, moving away in stealth, invisible to copy the Lunar Snow, and then just like solo holding, trying their best to survive with some good movement, giving time for everyone else to return and try and take a 5v6, which was much more workable for them. And it really seemed like at points that was doomed for Royal Beamers, but color me mighty impressed. This has been wild so far.
And seriously, especially with Psycho, I think great performance. You highlighted Psylocke, Psycho on the Pokey Demon on the Psylocke as well, and what kind of impact he was having. But my God, Psycho was just an insane Namor that game. 20 final hits. Yeah.
At this point, like, do you want to try and ban out the Namor if you're Supremacy? Like, we have to ask again. Like, does Supremacy needs to try and change their draft? Did Royal Beamers get exactly what they wanted with just a better geography to try and deal with the storm? You can think about it all again as we go into round number 3. Have a look at these highlights.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your minds hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Pour one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
The first time today, we're heading to a map number 3, and I could not be more thrilled here in our round 8 upper bracket. Royal Beamers are taking on Supremacy, and honestly, Royal Beamers getting a map is kind of an upset here, Lyric.
Yeah, I was surprised. Honestly, great performances coming out from people like Psycho on the Namor we highlighted a lot. You pointed out Rain on the Loki, really Ryan buying a lot of time at the end there. And now we're going to get to go to Burin T'Challa, go on a domination map, see how things shake up. Because Supremacy, it felt like coming in, especially on that first map, looked like they should be the better team. Again, they took down Luminosity, which is what gave us so much confidence in them. But this, a very close best of 3 so far.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see if we actually see any draft changes, because both of our teams have now won a game with the same draft and essentially the same heroes as well. So do both of them feel confident to just run it back like on domination? Isn't the greatest place for Storm on Burning T'Challa, which is going to be our third map? Like, you can get some value out of Storm on maybe the spaceport, but can struggle a little bit on Warrior Falls. It could definitely struggle on the Institute of Science as well, where there's really not much vertical cover to try and work around. So maybe things to try and swap up in the draft, but honestly, it's going to be down to our teams to see how much confidence they have.
Yeah, I mean, hell, we've even been seeing teams just change it up slightly in the rounds, right? As we're going to go towards the game right now, people like DRP going back and forth between things like the Groot, the Venom, the Doctor Strange. This Burin T'Challa should open up options for that flexibility to work out, but now we're going to get to see Hela, once again, going to be taken off. Pokey Demon Meow, sadly not going to be able to play his hit scan today.
Yeah, maybe that was exactly what Pokey Demon's been looking for this entire time, but we can expect Supremacy to essentially permaban that Hela if they are going to be leaning so heavily on the Storm. Royal Beamers, they're going to be protecting the Loki this time around. They did get a lot of value out of it from Reich. We don't know if Maluki's able to match that, considering that was available the entire time over on Asgard, and Loki is very good on Idrisil Path.
Yeah, and how we pointed out, providing so much value with those regeneration domains. The Wolverine, once again, gonna be available, because it has been available in our previous matches, just hasn't been picked up some other time. Now we'll see if they want to go for that second ban available up against Royal Beamers. It seems like they don't want to get rid of the Namor, and that was really the only standout performance. So it does just seem like they're just going to stick with that Warlock ban.
Yep, just trying to make sure that those are no longer going to be available with Resurrections, those Karmic Revivals, as well as Cocoon Revivals onto both a Mantis and a Star-Lord as well. And look at this Maluki's main play. Okay, and actually, it seems like Maluki's still not that comfortable playing the Loki. It's Oasis who shifts over onto the Loki, and Maluki picks up what was previously Oasis's hero in the Lunar Snow.
Yeah, and Bad Genius, again, last game the Wolverine was banned, is going to be able to get on it this time. We're going to see, especially if he could deal some nice damage to Polly, who really had some great strangling prisons in that last game. And I am so excited, Leg Day, that our showdown of Namors isn't over. Neither one of these guys backing down.
Yeah, neither of them wants to give up that particular duel, but I feel like both of them got their licks in, you know? We're in that intermission between the boxing rounds where Coach is like, yeah, you've got this. I don't think we're going to see too many changes. Bad Genius, of course, is going to be leaving the Storm behind here, as it isn't the ideal place for the Storm. Instead, going to be getting a lot of value here, most likely off of playing the Wolverine against a group. This is going to give a significant advantage to DRP here, because Polly's going to be in so much danger and is going to have to augment their positioning to try and deal with that.
And I mean, so many angles, so many passageways to hide in, to find a way in for Bad Genius to get the pull, to get the grab onto the Groot and try to just kidnap him away from the team. Again, I think a lot's also going to come down to comfort. Is Oasis as comfort on the Loki and Maloki on the Luna as Ryan and King Beamar, since they've just been sticking to these picks?
All right, Polly already posting up. Very nervous about that Wolverine. Actually misses the Feral Leap there. Not ideal for Bad Genius. Pokey quickly forced to get away from that location. They really want to try and get the passive. Oh my goodness, Stockpile just falls through the cracks. Oh, there was so much damage coming through onto Bad Genius. And look at that, the target focus is brutal right now from Royal Beamer. Supremacy, they were just completely cut off.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see how much value Royal Beamer's got from taking point first, right? You see Supremacy trying to funnel in one by one, but The Groot going to do so much to allow Pokey Demon to just pick them off. And now Bad Genius does go back to the Storm. Apparently wasn't as comfortable on the Wolverine. Does find one, but he has to be careful.
Oh, just poking their head in and out. And already that Wolverine's been given up. Atrociously. Nice off angle here. Hit the right click, but it seems like no final hit's going to be brought on out. Let's actually get the regeneration rune, and once again, that's going to be a well-placed right click. There's a lot of damage coming out of Atrocity, and it's actually going to force out a Fate of Both Worlds just to deal with a random poke in the midst of all this, which is unideal. Damage boost is brutal, and Psycho once again combining with Polly and King Beam for these brutal alpha strikes.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it makes you question if it should have been taken off the table. Great combo coming out from Royal Beamers. You could see a lot of, trust between this team and a lot of synergy. Stockbar now, though, is going to get his Meteor M.
Okay, Omega Hurricane. Well, out from Bad Genius. There's not going to be an ultimate to deal with it here. Just going to be relying on raw shielding power. Dragged in. This is so much from a side of Supremacy. And Lanax, I'm not sure if I'm overly happy with the use of the Meteor M to try and deal with all of that.
Yeah, it does seem like a bit of a stretch to expect that to work. Supremacy, though, did have to invest pretty much everything, but I think you're going to take that. And it goes to what you said earlier, right, about having the Groot, having the Storm, and feeling a bit more comfortable playing from these defensive positions.
Yeah, the cleave of a Storm projectile, so good when players have to try and move through the chokes, and also having to deal with the real stress of those Brute Wars, cutting off strategists. A very aggressive play here, an engagement off the back of a Fate of Both Worlds, so it's all about disengagement here for Supremacy. Just burning the time on the back of that one. Stockpile would love to kill, would love to destroy Reich here. But unable to grab it. Strangling Prison, drags in multiple players. Psycho once again gets it done. It's the same song again and again, but I can't stop singing it when it comes on the radio. Lanax grabs their counterpart here. DRP overwhelmed. Bad Genius on just a sliver of HP is going to try and keep this going, but Pokey says absolutely not.
No, able to find one again. Upper bracket game, so they will still have a lifeline if they end up falling here. Very close match so far. And Supremacy starting to build up a lot of those ultimates. Royal Beamer's a little bit behind them, but at least they have control of the point.
That is the code right now. As Polly falls low, do not want to give a point away for free, but they're really making Polly pay for it to try and come in and touch. Out comes the Strangling Prison onto DRP. Once again, Lanax is going to try and deal with that by using the Meteor M. Lots of damage coming through from Bad Genius, and King Beam overwhelmed at the last moment. But Dance of the Butterflies is going to be answered, of course, coming through from the Fate of Both Worlds. Maluki's responsible for that one, as Oasis has already been expended. Supremacy once again grip on with all their might.
Fate of Both Worlds doing so much for the side of Supremacy there to make sure that they come out ahead. Maloki holding on to that one for a while. A bit unfortunate for King Beam. But now Stockbar going to be a bit of a menace. Just pushing out damage with that left click, charging up.
I have many faces.
Oasis sitting pretty here with the doppelgangers. It's going to have a lot of good uptime. Just try and keep DRP and everyone else healthy in their locations. Bad Genius almost has yet another Omega Hurricane, by the way. Crazy generation coming through from this. And Pokey's actually holding a lot of Supremacy in danger right now. Another Strangling Prison. The old generation from Supremacy is kind of off the charts. And Meteor M is really going to be adding to that one. Regeneration domains held in place to try and make sure not too much is gained off the back of those Meteor M's. Pokey getting aggressive now. They smell blood in the water, or they smell suck coming from a tree. Not entirely sure at this point. No point in trying to take that one down. I don't see too much gaining off the back of that Strangling Prison. Actually, just onto Maluki, who's taken down before Giganto even manages to hit pay dirt. Oasis joins the midst of this fight on the back angle. Psycho in a dangerous position here. It's going to be dangerous to get healed up, but so much more danger for Atrocity when you can hit a shot like that. Polly tries their best to create themselves a Crucible, a Rubicon, and it's an absolute bloodbath here on the point. Supremacy losing out on every single door that they try to take. Maluki isolated by Pokey down as well. Yeah, that might be a last-second attempt to try and touch with a portal, but I don't think it's going to happen in time. Supremacy are going to lose that on the first point.
Yeah, and again, a lot of workshopping what works and what doesn't coming out for the compositions, right? Moving around between a Wolverine and a Storm. We didn't start out with the Psylocke, but we eventually ended up getting it. And Royal Beamers I like their patience at the end, right? Especially coming out from Pokedemon. We saw him waiting in the wings, waiting for that right time. And then once the Meteor M came out from Stock Bar and the Strangling Prism from DRP, it kind of left Maloki just alone in the back. And it really felt like that pick was the snowball that led Royal Beamers to being able to get that first point win.
How strange.
Oh, this is not an ideal location to play a flyer.
No.
This is one of the most hostile architectures possible for a flying hero. We've often seen even teams that like to play stuff like the Human Torch just drop it here. Bad Genius is going to have to play this very smart to get value, but they are going to be sticking to it. Supremacy stick to their guns.
Yeah, Bad Genius just saying, hey, I feel confident enough on the Storm. Again, you are at least going to get some power out of it, the early team-wide buff to see if you can start winning any initial duels.
Just an exchange of poke here. Seems like Royal Beamers team to just move to a point as quickly as possible and try and drag Bad Genius out into a more easily found location. DRP and Atrocity have all of the tools that they need to try and get an early fight win off the back of this. Out comes the Strangling Prison. Damage boost on top of the Whale, but it seems like the Horn of Proteus isn't able to grab any final blows here. Supremacy have not managed to get anything off the back of their Alpha combo, and while Supremacy will manage to grab it on the second half of the fight, this has allowed Royal Beamers more time to build up towards their own ultimates.
Yeah, right. The initial attack didn't get anything, but it did push them off into an angle where both Rhine and Atrocity and Oasis were able to find that initial pick. But now Psycho going to be a bit of a menace as the Horn of Proteus up, looking for that high ground to find some picks.
Well, you know what they're cooking. Polly and Psycho. A tale as old as Marvel Rivals Esports itself. Grip them in and flatten them down. Psycho, or Pokedemon over here, they try and make their way onto Atrocity. A little bit of softening up would not go awry. A well-placed right-click held at risk. And that's going to be Bad Genius. Now potentially taken down midway through the channel. It can't happen again, but it does. Psycho gets it done. Polly's still holding on to midst of all of this. Oh, Stock actually ate the Entangling Prison and put it down on top of Polly. Unreal value. One ult mitigated. Deserves another. Supremacy refused to be cowed into submission as King Beam with the eye starts his double headshot by Atrocity. Brutal stuff that I'm seeing right here. And Pokedemon's going to have to take things into their own hands for Dancer of Butterflies. It might be an investment more than they would like. Desperately to try and find some healing Lokis here to try and make it happen, yeah. But at this moment, it's difficult to try and dislodge Supremacy from this point. DRP super low. Atrocity were first to go down. Oh, Pokey finally gets it done. Getting exactly what they needed. And Bad Genius is going to be hunted down here by the Psylocke.
Yeah, Pokedemon really doing work for the side of Royal Beamers to keep them in this one. Supremacy getting the point all the way up to 81%. Now gonna have to work their ways up from 0. Still holding on to the Horn of Proteus for Psycho and the Meteor M for Lanix. Still, Supremacy really not that far behind in terms of their own ult economy. And it looks like they're just gonna try and hedge full on onto the point. Cool off angles for Royal Beamers though, waiting in the wings.
Got to come up with a name for this ultimate combination. Grip and Slide, maybe? Drowning Prison? Who knows? Maluki,
the fish salad.
The fish salad? I like it. Fish salad ready to go. Oh, fish salad incoming. Oh, and you better believe we are eating good today, ladies and gents. Atrocity gets rid of King Beam, and Supremacy, they flip this back in record time.
And they flip it back with Royal Beamer's own combo, right? They take the fish salad for themselves. Bad Genius, we haven't really gotten to see any like flashy impact coming out from the Storm, but clearly hasn't been a detriment. Supremacy doing a great job till this point. Portal though, gonna come through.
Gonna be a direct contest. Stock bar here, already damage boosted. Polly is down. Psycho has to make a choice now. Am I going to invest the Horn of Proteus without the aid of that Strangling Prison? The damage seems to have already been done, honestly. So many have fallen from the side of Royal Beamers. They're not going to go for it. Oh, from 1-1, it's yet another 1-1. We are going down to the final battle at the Imperial Institute of Science.
And again, another map that isn't necessarily the friendliest to someone like Storm, but clearly we see for Supremacy, they don't care. They're completely comfortable with Bad Genius being on that one. Gonna see if we have any swapping around for anyone, but no. Looks like both teams feeling confident, and you can understand why. When both teams have been finding picks, both teams have had good combos. Really has just come down to the wire so far on both points.
What does Krakoa have to say about Doom?
Could not be closer here. Luminosity in the lower bracket, possibly dreading meeting Supremacy down there again anytime soon, because Supremacy would be mighty close in that lower bracket if Royal Beamers do vanquish them in this case. But also, I wouldn't be too confident about going up against Royal Beamers either. They've been absolutely lights out. And Luminosity, they do love playing a Namor game, so maybe Psycho versus Naga is something that I'd like to see in my future.
Definitely. And especially when we look at Royal Beamers, with Polly almost being at 100%, they're going to have all the tools they need to set up the picks that they're looking for. Already getting some good poke coming out from Supremacy, though. But look, our Madman Psycho looking for the angle again. They're going to have an idea that he's here, though.
Doing his homework. Not going to make a play to try and interrupt the Omega Hurricane this time around. DRP falling low, going up into the Blessing of the Deep. Can actually float on top of that Tornado and make sure they don't take too much damage. Big investment coming through. That's a huge tangling prison. And only Bad Genius is going to fall in the end, but has allowed for other players to fall through the cracks. Pokey Demon finds Oasis in the back in the midst of all this. And Atrocity needs an absolute mechanical masterclass to try and turn it around. But Maluki's already down. The damage taken now is permanent. A well-placed headshot, yes, will be enough. The DRP's fallen down. This should be a first cap here for Royal Beamers off the back of only 3 ultimates.
Yeah, for Supremacy now, gonna have to look to regroup. Really nice hold from Royal Beamers. I've just been so sold, especially on the Pokey Demon Psylocke. Great angles. But still, 3 ultimates online, about to have your own Strangling Prison. Feels like Supremacy should be in a point where they can look for the contest.
They should have all the tools they need to try and make this work. DRP frozen already, and it seems like Pokedemon's been forced off that angle back there. Dance of a Butterfly. Could be a complication later on as Bad Genius plays very aggressively, giving the Metallic Bulwark there from a Magneto for a little bit of additional staying power. With a change of a geography of the point, there's a little bit more for the Storm to play around in terms of cover. DRP, but over towards the back. Only Reich is caught within it thus far, so not going to be too much gained off the back of that combination. Still, both of the strategies falling on down. Pokey thinks it might be winnable after already grabbing 2. I believe that's a God of Mischief maybe there to try and get that insta-copy onto the Luna and the Fate of Both Worlds as well. Royal Beamers at this point should just be playing for the additional contest on the mission objective, and there's the flip.
Yeah, Supremacy utilizing everything they have to pull that one through. Even with things like Atrocity not having the best Torn of Proteus, still able to pull them down one by one. DRP doing a lot to start off with killing a strategist. And now we're going to see if DRP can hold them back.
DRP can't afford to get walled here. It's actually just a little bit of elevation gain. It's not the ideal cast there coming through. Already Reich has invested their God of Mischief, and that's going to give them access to an on-demand Fate of Both Worlds over the course of the next 15 seconds if they do decide to use it. And there is going to be given on over. DRP falling super low. Good peel coming through, by the way, from Stockbar here. Just needing a huge amount of all of that damage that was coming on through. And that's turned around onto Polly. A bit of an Uno reverse here from Supremacy.
Yeah, and we can see Bad Genius now utilizing this terrain advantage. Does get brought down in the end by Lanix. Great on the Magneto, but still, it doesn't change the fate of Royal Beamers being pushed back. Supremacy now bringing the point to even, and you can just tell how confident they are by how far forward they're playing.
Yeah, just trying to buy some time for Bad Genius to return. Me entangling Prison. Oh, nice peel. I think that actually stopped the travel of the Horn of Proteus. Nice block on that. DRP falling super low. Unreal play there from Polly. Huge skill on the group. We've seen it thus far. Bad Genius has arrived, and it looks like there's going to be an absolutely brutal strike into the backline. Somehow the Loki survives in the midst of all of this. Bad Genius doesn't get too much off the back of the Omega Hurricane itself. Psycho's got themselves an angle, and even through the healing of the Fate of Both Worlds, you grab Maluki. Going to be a last-second contest coming through from the Doctor Strange for Stockbar. The damage might already have been done, though, and this might actually be regrettable for Supremacy. They're not going to have this for a last-second contest.
No, and right now it's going to come down to the wire, being up to 93% themselves. Royal Beamer should be able to get this one quite close, especially with the fact that they are sitting on more ultis right now. I wonder if Supremacy could find a way in. We do have DRP changing to the Venom, though, so they are feeling some urgency to find flanks, but it's Pokey.
Unreal.
Pokey-Demon-Meow being the one to find him.
And now if you wait for Atrocity like you should do, this is going to be one last fight between these teams after all is said and done at the end of the story. One final battle as the writers would expect.
See them laying on the damage right now. The poke is there, but Polly playing on the high ground feels completely safe, even having room to try to turn on the DRP. The Poké-Demon has the Dance of the Butterfly.
Lies in wait. Dance of the Butterflies already gets Bad Genius. And then descends from the skies for a brand new dance. Oasis going to be falling low. It's going to be all of the shurikens put in exactly the right place. And yeah, Psycho's going to be the final note in this song. The chorus sang again and again. Supremacy. They can't stand up to the king themselves. If you come for the king, you best not miss. Royal Beamers take the series 2-1.
Huge. And like you said, I feel like they're really biting themselves on that Doctor Strange portal not working out, because it meant they had no options when they were down to the wire. And my God, what a fun team to watch in Royal Beamers. Again, I love the Namor play right on this Loki. A lot of great runes being thrown out. And it also sets up for what you said, right? Luminosity might once again have to look forward to potentially playing Supremacy. So a lot of fun things brought on by this match.
Oh man, Pokey walking away with the most final hits as well.
Yeah.
Wild play coming through from a side. Like I had my doubts about Pokey after Hell's Heaven, the Hydra base. We really didn't see as much coming through from Pokey when it came to the overall value, but what a series to warm up in. Great play, and finally finding the right times to farm Bad Genius as well. We talked about how the map draft, it worked out well for Royal Beamers. Like this Burning T'Challa map, not ideal, honestly, for the Storm. Not her best area, and it really meant that Bad Genius's impact became a little bit lessened.
Exactly, right? So it really kind of feels like maybe you can boil this down to a bit of inflexibility. The fact that they didn't feel like there was anything they could really bring out other than the Storm to find that impact, right? Because like you said, Poké-Demon-Meow wasn't finding it for his side early on, made the adaptation, and then the way you knew he was a good Psylocke was that I would continuously forget about him, because he'd just be off like hiding for a while to find that angle, and then he'd always show up, find that important pick. And yeah, honestly, just overall surprising but great job from Royal Beamers.
Yeah, the Shinobi learning that patience is a virtue, especially when it comes to finding those assassinations. Patience from Pokey is how we continually forget, and how we saw Supremacy continually forget. And you need to exercise some patience as well, because we got ourselves some highlights and a break and then another match. So stay right where you are.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me.
neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now.
Plasma burst!
Widow style.
Let's race! Yeah, they're coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Laying out, hoping your prize, raising up your fists and smashing through some walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebel till the end. Rise up, your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
Ah, Lyric, it's always a good day when I add another team to my list of noticed teams that might well be part of the top 6, maybe top 8 we have here in EMEA. Competition's only heating up as we get deeper into our bracket here at round number 8, so we've got some more winners bracket games to bring you guys.
Yep. Again, a lot of fun games that we've already had today. A lot of teams that people are going to recognize from the MRI and from just other tournaments that we've seen so far. And we're going to be jumping into one of those teams. Again, a team that you should know quite well, quite recently, Team Peps. Our boys Hardest, Natlock's Leaf. They're another fun one that... Again, I think especially when I watched this team at the MRI, I was really looking at Hardest, what he was able to do on things like the Winter Soldier to be able to stand out. They're going to be going up against All Business, a team that, you know, have played a little bit in like local small EU tournaments. They actually did play a map against Team Peps like 2 months ago in one of those, found a win. So the only data we have so far of these teams playing is going to All Business.
Not bad, not bad. Team Peps very popular with the French community. Amongst hero shooters, the French community very active, and Team Peps has one of the essential avatars of Francais in Team Pepe as their CEO, kind of a namesake for the team. And I'm really excited to see what Leaf and Hardest have been cooking up. They are a fantastic DPS duo. Unsurprising to see the group band here. And Hardest, well, this is practically guaranteeing that it is going to be a bit of a Bucky angle.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly what you'd expect from watching how Team Pep's played. On the side of all business, though, taking away the Groot and the Loki, but keeping the Magneto. I'm curious to see what they pull out, especially, again, when they should have so much footage of what Team Peps likes to do. Though we know at EMEA, the scrim culture is very tight-knit, except unless you're Virtus Pro. But
in which case you are not part of it.
You are not part of the bubble whatsoever.
Yeah, well, why give everyone insight into how you play when you can just sequester yourself onto a, private island before your VP money with 100 Thieves, They're just chilling there with the VP CEO and Nature, like, yeah, we're just going to screw each other until the end of time, until someone can really assail our thrones. Teemo, of course, target banned here by the group ban. Teemo is a fantastic group player, and Natlox is really strong on the Loki as well. So this ban phase makes sense generally for me. I don't have any complaints thus far.
No, and when you look on the opposite side of what all business are going to be picking up, looks like we might get to see some more Storm action, more Namor duels coming through, but the big difference really going to be in that front line. I'm always a bit of a bigger fan of Magneto plus the Thing rather than Magneto Doctor Strange. Again, I feel like the Thing can just go and get so much pressure in that back line. But the question will be if they can even touch Tozy on that Storm.
Well, we saw just how, for want of a better word, touchable the Storm is on this particular map last time around. As Supremacy certainly had some issues here with the access that the Psylocke got towards that Storm. And I'm interested to see how much Leaf can do to try and shut this one down. I'm actually surprised to see Leaf playing the Bucky instead of Hardest, who's usually the Winter Soldier player.
Looks like just wanting to change it up. I'm excited to see if Hardest can find any angles. But right now we're watching Slopo. You know what to look for it?
I think Slopo may have been a little bit surprised by Hardest having a very wide off angle right there. It's going to be a bulwark over onto a Blaster Barrage. Standard play. Leaf actually goes super low off the back of that. Great accuracy coming through from the Magneto, making it an easy follow-up for the Blaster Barrage. Tuzi, nice tracking as well. You can just tear through Vanguard so fast as a unattended Star-Lord.
Yeah, and you love to see it, right? Started out on the Storm, swapped up over to the Star-Lord. Seems like it's getting a lot more value. Great snipe from Slopo there at the end with the Namor. And I was going to be playing so far forward, just trying to prevent any leeway from Team Peps. They are going to be able to secure that first point. And now we're going to see what Team Peps can do. No ultimates online just yet, but we're getting close.
Yeah, just making some big team rotations here to try and make sure they're not exploited in more diveable positions by Toot over on this Venom. Going out with the Galactic Legend, already looking over onto Natlox. What a pick super early, switches down as well. Great target focus coming through. And while Tuzi is going to pay for such audacity, the damage has already been done.
Yeah, and that ultimate coming up right as that started. Great to see, too, because as Team Peps, you just got wiped twice in a row. This has been all business pushing this point so far. And now some awkward chokes to potentially have to funnel through. Do have Invisible Boundary, but we'll see how they want to get this one started.
These aren't particularly contentious fights thus far as well. They've been very one-sided in favor of all business. Toot hanging up at the top at the moment. Very low. Metallic Bulwark already has to be used. Welsh Mania takes to the skies. Really wants the Invisible Woman. Finds the Invisible Woman. And now Tuzi can just blast the barrage to their heart's content. It's going to be a last-second attempt at a play off the back of the Fate of Both Worlds. And this is giving Hardest enough space to try and work with here as well. He's able to really control the off angle. But nice play off the back of the Metallic Bulwark there from Welsh Mania. Keeping their Lunar Snow safe in the midst of all of the ultimates and in the face of danger. Welsh Mania and Toot both going super low off the back of the clobbering time. They should be finished off here off the back of Leaf, coming through with the Kraken impact. No Blessing of the Deep available for Slopo. And yeah, goodbye Venom, surely. Oh, nasty flick on that Bionic Hook. And they're going even deeper now. 3 players afflicted with the culling. Any one of them going down would be enough to try and keep this one going, but it's a solid disengage.
I mean, the tried and true Marvel rival strat of buy enough time for Kraken impact and profit. We saw Team Peps there utilizing it well because it looked like everything was going wrong.
It's an old strat, sir, but it checks out. The anti-street charge to try and get away. Legendary coming through in good time here. Tuzi. Oh, pulled out of the air. Where'd your soul go? Natlock's just putting it in his little box.
Yeah, Natlock's great there with the grab. Still a little bit over-ambitious in my mind from Tuzi to be looking for that play. Now, you have good positioning as Team Peps to try to deny the walk-up.
Yeah, it really is going to be a heavily taxed walk up here. 2-2 heading in towards the back. We'll be able to get a lot of damage off the back of this Feast of the Abyss. Nicely shut down there by the Guardian Shield of the Invisible Woman. Fate of both worlds coming out from both sides. Hardest going to get a quick damage boost off the back of this, but it's actually Slowpo who gets more off the back of the Horn of Proteus. Once again, I'm seeing a team upset from a position of power. This feels like Flash of Cycle all over again.
Yeah, it really does. And again, it's just so strange because it just really coming off like little individualistic oversteps. Great ult coming out there from Toot Toot to set up for the Horn of Proteus. We're actually going to get aggression coming out right away. Sha looking for a bit of a hint, but All Business not going to give him the angle.
Yeah, was throwing out some damage, but now the Shoe's on the other foot. Shoe gets hit by the squids from behind. Can't really deal with any of those up on the board. Just doesn't have the range for it. Toot Toot dragged in. Is giving him a metallic bulwark for a little bit of additional staying power. A clobbering time here could be absolutely ruinous to try and deal with. Tuzi unable to avoid that one. Clobbering time. It will stun Welsh Mania, and the follow-up is very forthcoming.
Still, though, they're right next to their spawn. A lot of room to work with here for All Business. Getting close star now on the rocket to just keep throwing out that healing. You do have Kraken Impact and Invisible Boundary up for Peps, though. It's going to be a hard battle to break in. Tuzi has had some really impactful Galactic Legends so far. So ball could be in his court here.
2 angles of healing. Very good to stop yourself from getting locked away from anyone. Leap deciding potentially to disengage. No, sees the Invisible Boundary come up and decides to try and stick to it closer. Getting a little bit close for comfort, honestly. If it were down to me, that's going to be Slowpo identified. Hardest is getting so much done with the squids. Wow, the Monstro spawn angles are wild.
They are crazy. Having a lot of good positions for those. And it's just nice to see the change-up, right? Hardest, like we said, we expected him on the Winter Soldier, but having a great Namor now that they have this choke to play around.
All right, early play here. Should be Closar going down early. Stunned in place. Tuzi gets given that metallic bulwark. And even just try and shut down any counterplay onto that stall. They invest the Meteor to eat up any projectiles heading their way. Yeah, the Blaster Barrage is taken down here, but I think the damage has already been done with Switch falling so low. Natlock's taken down by the metallic greatsword of Magneto. And this cart's rolling.
I mean, the Welsh are going crazy today because Welsh Mania popping off, right? The metallic bulwark, like you said, to start that off onto Tuzi, and then just pushing the point and not giving Team Peps any breathing room.
She's going to be challenged up here for a little bit. It's easy ult farm for Toot Toot going up against a thing. Just want to be careful not to be caught by that Yancey Street charge. You can shut off your symbolic swing to try and get away if you find yourself in a nasty position. But that constant moving between verticalities is a real advantage that you can have off the back of that Venom. Oh, the AoE damage here is actually overwhelming. Natlock's Leaf and Switch all falling by the wayside. Teemo's not going to last for much longer either. What great coordination between Tuzi and Toot Toot.
Yeah, the name synergy, the gameplay synergy, and now it looks like, okay, Spider-Man touches the point.
Not for long. It's going to be an attempt from Natlock to make something happen with the Invisible Boundary. It simply cannot reach there in time. What a great focus fire coming through. And wow, All Business. Okay, once again, I'm going to be forced to notice a brand new team.
Right, another team that we see that was at the MRI being taken down by one of these rising up-and-comers. Still, though, Team Peps are going to get their chance to push the convoy of their own. Who knows? Maybe we could push to an overtime and see a bit of a fight here. Leaf, though, still going to be the one sticking to the Winter Soldier. And I really like Tuzi on this Star-Lord. Of course, for the side of All Business, I feel like you really got no reason to change too much up.
And there's still that Adam Warlock in the back pocket as well, if you want to try and play a little bit more aggressively with Tuzi and get that Cocoon revival as well. Seems like for now, though, All Business are very happy with what they've got. Playing Tuzi more as like a raw diver rather than an overly aggressive off-angler with that Karmic Revival has allowed him to really follow up on Toot Toot. Using those diving strikes alongside the bubbled blaster barrages have really stressed Team Pep's healers.
Yeah, I mean, and you could see that, right? They were constantly under threat, constantly being separated from their vanguards. But now, at least, Pep's going to get a chance of their own to try to take this. Really going to be looking at hardest to start it to show up, you know, in the middle of that last point. Really having some great headshots.
Oh, now we're just going to give over that Metallic Fusion to Teemo for some extra ult charge right at the beginning before swapping over once again. That's a lot of damage, but ultimately is able to deal with it fairly easily. I think a well-placed grab here, and the Trooper's Fist as well. So much going in towards the Venom of Toot Toot. But you know what? All business, they just meet aggression with aggression, and they roll forward to support their Venom.
And once again, we see Welshmania able to find the last hit on the Magneto. But like you said, the whole team there behind him, I think really regret going for that pull from Leaf. And now we see all business just keeping them next to the doors.
Some nasty tracking at range. Can be everything. Like, Star-Lord is just so powerful when it comes to raw damage. Element guns, Hardest found out the hard way, fragged by Tuzi.
And I feel like this is one of the reasons why we've seen Star-Lord rise in the ranks so much over the past month. If you've been watching competition, again, I feel like we used to see a lot more of things like the Storm. But lately, it's just been Star-Lord everywhere. Star-Lord, Winter Soldier really is a dynamic duo of DPS.
Toot Toot cooking again. Could be an attempt to try and hook him in. Nice Trooper's Fist. Toot Toot doesn't even have time to use their resilience, and so cannot stay for long, but still, they'll be back rather fast. For now, all business. They're just going to be playing business as usual in a 5 versus 6. So far away, though, from that BRB means no resurrection coming through. All business just disengaged. Slowpoke actually went the wrong way, which is unideal. They're going to take a lot longer to get back. A Meteor M to try and save themselves. It's greedy from Welshmania, but it does give time for the resurrection onto Slowpoke. Tuzi now with the Cosmic Yarn amplified. Does so much damage with the element guns. Forces out the incoming usage of the Fate of Both Worlds to heal everybody up. But guess what? Once that's finished, Tuzi's going to be able to pop off. Slowpoke heads around the back. A well-placed right click could be everything. And the Galactic Legend up in the air means good focus on to switch. Slowpoke just gets frag after frag. Welcome back to the world by the BRB. Bro used his break well. Refreshed, rejuvenated, and respiring in his lane.
And if Team Peps can't make that work, what can they make work? Because that all started off with a pick onto Toot Toot for free, and they were just able to keep running them down. I believe Leaf got 2 kills, and then all business somehow able to turn it around. I think great Luna ult from Zonrin, great, like we just saw, great headshots from Slopo once again, but it really does feel like this map so far has been Tuzi's story.
Yeah, this has just been the Tuzi tale, honestly. Slowpoke sends out the Monstro Spawn. The right click is good. The frag is better. And that forced out the Blessing of the Deep there from Hardest as well. He's going to be super vulnerable after this. Shu wants to try and put some pressure onto the Vanguards. Yeah, but you can't really catch up to Tuzi when he can simply fly away from you. But thing's not the ideal answer for that. But dealing with Slowpoke's a little bit easier. Should be resurrected. And Pet Leaf is finally returning with the Kraken Impact. We've said it so many times, but so often in esports, it's just waiting for the Kraken Impact and making something work off the back of that. Caught at the end of a stellar shift. A well-timed play. Slowpoke around the back. Oh, and one Leaf's in the air. Oh, the Monstrous Spawn grab him out. Tuzi avoids the incoming use of Giganto by just ascending to the skies like some avenging Icarus angel. And Team Peps are down to only 30 seconds.
Exactly. Really building up the Tuzi stales. Galactic Legend comes out, able to dodge on that Meteor M, finds the positioning, and for Team Peps, the fight just keeps getting split. We have less than 15 seconds left for Team Peps to look for it. Portal comes through.
2-2 has so many. In the cellular corrosion almost gets knocked over into the enemy portal here. Ahsoka wraps around the edge. It's all 3 of the spawns. The damage is so much. The right click is overwhelming. Up into the Blessing of the Deep just to try and extend their life for a second longer. Teemo needs to get some real value here out of a big dark maelstrom. But Slowpoke's still surviving. And Tuzi's wrapping around the edges, working the margins, finding the entries. Clobbering time comes on through. 2-2 gets Hardest. A big source of damage is now missing. A switch is taken out in the back. 2-2's getting so 2 out of this Venom. It's so difficult to deal with anything. Yeah, Zan is going to fall down to a Dark Maelstrom, but they've done their job. You can rest, my son. All business. Stand on business.
And where has this team been so dominantly shutting down Team Peps in this first map? Again, there's so many people you talk about, right? Tuzi. We had good performance from Slopo. Like, really, this just felt like they outclassed Team Peps roll for roll.
Yeah, it's rare that I see Team Peps kind of flummox like this. Obviously, this series is far from over, but all business, color me impressed. Let's have a quick look at the Tuzi stat line. 40 and 5, 26k damage, 18 final hits. Slopo keeping up, by the way, over there on the Namor, but honestly, the raw healing coming out of Zanrin as well, only falling over twice as a Luna, who's fairly vulnerable to something like a Kraken Impact, or being hit by the hardest triple squid with the right click. Great survivability from Zanrin, but probably provided a lot of overall staying power to On Business.
Yeah, and again, I think he also had some great ultimates to save from the refights that were coming from Team Peps. And again, this is one of the exciting things about early Marvel Rivals, right? Is that we still don't know. Every team really can just go punch for punch with the other. And now it's going to be Team Peps being like, hey, you know, we lost to this team in a random qualifier like a month ago. Are we going to lose here again today? Are the mental doubts going to be slipping in like day?
And you know what? It's very dangerous to be in this position as well, because that lower bracket is far from an easy road. Supremacy's down there. Luminosity is down there on this side of the bracket. Team Peps is one of a few like top tier teams we had coming into this, like from an MRI standing. On the upper half of the EMEA bracket, we thought the lower half was a lot more stacked, with teams like Virtus Pro and OG down there as well. So it's very dangerous if Team Peps get taken down by All Business sitting on match point.
Yeah. And it's definitely going to be what we have to see if they're able to do. Luckily, the highlights are ready. Again, if you want to see highlights of All Business, just absolutely taking care of business, here you go.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. us now, Bucky.
No way to miss now. Plasma burst!
Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, proving your pride, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts went burst again, the unravel till the end. Rise up, your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn. One for the squirrels. Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Where do you think you're going? Anybody want some nuts?
It's all business here at Marvel Rivals Championship at EMEA, and Team Peps are having a bit of a struggle, surprisingly, Lyric.
Yeah, and again, we kind of expected people like Artist, people like Leaf to come out, put up great performances, and again, show why they were one of the teams at the MRI. But it was all business, really showing up. Great push by them. It looked so dominant for their first half, and then, I mean, not even allowing Peps to get any push on their own cargo. So overall, I was really impressed with all business. It's even hard to name a standout when so many of them just seemed better than their counterparts in that match.
Yeah, it's been a very surprisingly adept performance from all business. Like, I know that some of these players seem to have their reputations in other competitive hero shooters, but we've had a couple of open tournaments now. This is going to be the third open tournament, because we had one in the closed beta. We had our season 0-1. We're now in season 1, where you could have joined them so long as you got to gold. And I hadn't seen any of these players, as far as I could remember, play before or reach the upper echelons of competitive Marvel Rivals, but now they are really ready to make their mark. And if you can take down Team Peps, especially if you can do it 2-0, then you are very much on your way to a top 8, top 6 finish.
Yeah, and again, right, then you're wondering, like, hey, how do they stack up against teams like LG, who, again, fell down to the lower bracket, against OGs, the Fanatics, all these teams kind of vying for that top of the mountain. But we are going to Royal Palace, Domination, and already seeing some bands come out. You already talked about Teemo not going to be allowed to be on the Groot.
Okay. a protect on the Rocket Raccoon here is interesting. I wonder if Team Peps will be happy to match this. I think we've seen a fair amount of Natlocks play the Rocket Raccoon before, if I remember correctly. And there it is. There's the ban on the name of it. Like, you know what? We're just going to let Hardest play Bucky, and we're going to see if we can get Leaf on the Wolverine, potentially?
Oh, Leaf actually being... Yeah.
Oh, they're going for the res comp. Maybe?
Yeah. It looks like even they're still undecided of how to go against All Business. All Business, though, looking to round out with things like the Magneto and the Thing. Of course, Invisible Woman and Luna there, too. I'll be interested to see if Tuzi sticks to the Storm this time around. You know, had it pulled up at the start last time. I assume did that for the damage amplification, but ended up switching over to the Star-Lord, where he was a standout.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see Tuzi not be investing in that again. But obviously, Teemo being permanently blocked off the Groot is somewhat mandatory against Team Peps. Although Team Peps are in this position where usually they like to leverage the Wolverine via Leaf. It's one of his best heroes. And I'd be kind of surprised to not see Leaf try and do it here. When you see like so much value coming from 2-2 on the Venom in particular. Like, Venom being in this very dangerous position means that having a way to shut him down with a Feral Leap could be highly valuable to Team Peps, but it seems like instead they're going to have the additional staying power of a third strategist, with Leaf just coming out with the ability to damage boost Hardest. This is going to make... This is a lot of resources into having it at Star-Lord div.
And they decide to stick with the Guardians comp. Going to have all those reses for All Business to deal with. And now it's going to be up to Tuzi on the side lock and Toot Toot on the Venom double dive to try to actually make these deaths stick.
All right, big grab onto Teemo. No way to try and extricate themselves from that situation, especially after a Trooper's Fist as well. Oh, Tuzi finds himself in a less than ideal place. That Stellar Barrage coming through from Natlocks was ready to go, and Tuzi simply rubbed his cheek up against the staff and said, you know what, I'll take it all. Big claps coming through from the Ice Arts. Good cleave as well. Tuzi got resurrected and instantly falls down again. Already 0-2. You hate to see it for all of you stat farmers out there. There's going to be a last chance to try and keep this one contested for Welshmania. Even with an early pick onto Teemo, well, Peps are here to play.
Yeah, Team Peps really running them down. Again, I love the change-up to this composition. Tons of damage coming out from people like Warlock and Mantis. And now we're going to see Tuzi go back to the Star-Lord. Why did you change in the first place, bro? Your Star-Lord was great. And now to hope that could be what gets them on the point. Look, they're actually just following suit.
All right, Galactic Legend popped here by Hardest. Will force out the fate of both worlds in response. Natlocks just doing their best with the Soul Resurgence at their back to try and make this one happen. All of the headshots onto Tuzi. I believe it was blocking off of the healing coming through there as well from Shu. Good heads-up play to try and make sure that fate of both worlds could not rescue the potential hyper carry.
Yeah, and we see Team Peps just looking a bit more proficient on this comp. All Business swapping over to try to match all those annoying reses. Now going to be able to try to funnel once again a lot of ults online. Zonrin's the only one used in the last play for All Business. You have a couple to answer on Team Peps, but a lot's going to be how much damage they can pepper on the walk-up.
Feels like Tutu's eating a lot of damage here on the Thing. Does have a clobbering time ready to go, though. That could be disastrous to try and deal with. Metallic Bulwark onto Hardest. It's not going to be able to avoid a little bit too early on the Stellar Shift there, so still gets stunned by the clobbering time, but the healing's delivered here directly from Switch. Oh, nice shield directed there. Just keep Welshmania from getting too much at the back of the Meteor Ram. Hardest too far afield, though. Welshmania is so accurate when it comes to a Magneto, and he really is potentially going to be a standout here. Natlocks isolated. Tracking's good from Tuzi, and there's finally going to be a swap over here from All Business.
Yeah, crazy to think that it's the Magneto, the one that finds the wraparound is Closar, going to be able to finish off the other one.
A sedation frag is a very rare one. I think it does like 5 damage.
Absolutely deserved performance by Glowstar. Again, this All Business team is very interesting. Again, kind of coming out, like you said, some experience in other hero shooters, but doing a great job. Is Galactic Legend from Hardest.
All right, Soulbond should be coming up real soon. The Blaster Barrage as well. Look at all that damage being done. Natlog's in the sights of Tuzi. Should be able to get a quick resurrection onto themselves there via the Karmic Revival. Big play off the Eye of Agamotto. 3 players stunned. Tuzi and Closar followed up upon. Tuzi just about surviving until Teemo manages to find the business end of that one. All business, though. They're still relying on Closar to get something done. A quick click here and there. Galactic Legend dropped by Tuzi. It's brave to try and make it happen. Instant races here from Natlox brings Hardest back into the fray. And with 3 strategists, you can rely on the remainder of the healing to be levied against those that you res up. Hardest can't be brought back yet another time, though, unless they do it to themselves. The Karmic Revival now to keep Hardest in the fight. Still all business, holding strong on the point. Blaster Barrage outdone by Tuzi.
Huge coming out from all business. That fight went on for so long. I mean, so many layers when you have Mantis, Adam Warlock, and Star-Lord. But it was just nice repositioning, especially from Welshmania, to make sure that Team Peps can't find any agency. And look, 80% working their way up. This is going to be incredibly contested.
2-2 with a clobbering time. If they stack up closely, it could be brutal. Already, though, lots of damage coming. The clobbering time comes on through. I think it seems to have been avoided by everybody here. Might well have been a well-placed Magneto shield to try and block it on out. Natlog's under siege, yes, but just dives into that Fate of Both Worlds and instantly gets healed up to full. Teemo doing their best to throw out the damage. They really want to get rid of Closar and manage to find their man here. That's going to be the Galactic Legend, though. Switch goes down first. Next up, you want the Mantis. And after that, Natlox is going to be next up. Tuzi just gets it done. Final hit after final hit. Finding exactly the right moment to make their play.
Yeah, great patience on the Intergalactic Legend. Really nice coming out from Tuzi. Again, Miley qualm with all business in that game is, why are we not starting on the Star-Lord? God, Tuzi putting up a crazy performance.
Whew. Man, Tuzi, don't get off the Star-Lord. Until you start losing on the Star-Lord, let's stick with it. Hey, bud? I think that it's in everyone's best interest that you continue impressing me.
Look, Leg Day was going on some, speed dates earlier on broadcast when I was cutting out. Tuzi, you don't need those. You've already found your one and only.
The soulmate.
Exactly,
A monogamous relationship with Star-Lord,
Yeah. Oh, God. I wonder if we are going to see any swaps come through, but no, it looks like both teams are just going to stay with the res comp.
Happy to have that additional staying power. Leaf really trying to leverage that top tier aim to get some real value. The only real difference between these teams is, of course, the Doctor Strange Thirst is the thing. And 2-2 almost ready to go with their own club. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage already coming through onto Switch. Luckily, there's some good discipline there to avoid it. The Eye of Agamotto could be forthcoming rather quickly here. Question is how aggressive do you want to get off the back of it. Saw Resurgence already come on out. And I'm looking for that Doctor Strange to try and find something off the back of this. For now, disengaging though. 2-2's going to have an option to try and strike first with the clobbering time. If only the enemy team clump up and get themselves in a nasty situation. Eye of Agamotto, I think it's only grabbed Zamarin so far, but the Soul Bond means that the damage is spread on out and it's not too dangerous to deal with. An exchange of these Vanguards, both of them are going to be rezzed in fact as well, as Leaf manages to keep Tuzi away from these nasty little areas. There's a Meteor M, but I think did a reasonable amount of damage, but for now both teams just doing some accounting, counting up their members, figuring out where they can really get some value. Goodbye Tuzi. Oh, nice. Natlox gets it done with a hit scan off the primary fire.
Yeah, still going to be able to res though, and actually reses to be able to find more kills from himself. Galactic Legend comes out immediately onto Leaf. Can he do more?
We'll have to find Hardest here, or Natlox. However, everyone inside that Fate of Both Worlds is basically inassailable by the Star-Lord, no matter how much damage is being levied. Soulbond brought up here by Team Pep, sharing up the damage, democratizing it. It's for everybody at this point. Shoes almost put themselves up to yet another Eye of Agamotto, falling low on the shield, though. Hardest doesn't want to go in too deep at the moment, just playing within range. Now gets the bubble. The magnetic bulwark keeps Hardest safe as they ascend to the heavens and rain down fire from above. above and manages to find at least one. But Closear's able to resurrect themselves. Remembering just why we find this comp so annoying, Tuzi easily burst on down through the Eye of Agamotto. Soul separated from body, and body separated from corporeal coils of mortality. Tutu's gonna... That's actually 1% gain now. First count.
I was gonna say, right? We're just catching the point right now. It just goes to show, again, how much healing, the revives, the durability that each side has elected to take so far. Now, if Team Peps can keep control, are looking to just waste a bit of time, hopefully pull out an ultimate from All Business before they get to the point.
Meteor M, ready to go if it is needed. Earthbound at the moment is Shu. Oh, nice. Coming through. Legendary there. Just going to be a lot of damage coming through from Tuzi. Hardest already has another one, by the way. You just build up ultimate so quickly as a Starlord when you get that damage boost, when you get a big blast of barrage onto like 6 people at the same time. That's going to be Hardest trying to grab anyone coming in. Oh, Shu couldn't raise the shield in time. And now Hardest is in deep trouble. Stellar Shift for a quick iframe. A resurrection coming through as well off the back of that Karmic Revival from the Adam Warlock. Hardest super low. He'll be back before you know it, though. 2 players stunned by the clobbering time. The blast, the barrage, just so much on top of them. Teammate might well fall through the cracks. Second chance is over, as Adam Warlock might say. Tuzi really wants Leaf up here, coming in with the quick melees, and guess who's there to help? Magneto with the great sword, and that's going to be a flip.
Welshmania with these snipes. Again, if there's one player I'm going to remember from their Magneto play today, it is him. Now, being able to get the point for themselves. A bit of a gap between Team Peps and them, but still, people like Shu having that Eye of Agamotto. A lot of ability to make an impact, especially without some of these other ults online for All Business.
2-2, escaping for the moment. Yancey Street charge away and then turns around to once again Earthbound anyone who steps within that LOS. Magnetic Bulwark already used here as they try and keep Shu at bay. They want to try and make playing this Eye of Agamotto incredibly risky. Moving forward now with the fate of both worlds. And hey, when everyone's getting basically unlimited healing, all you need to do is inspire everybody. Shu's already taken so much damage. Tuzi has so many of their bullets eaten up here by the Meteor M and sharing out the damage. Yeah, Hardest is going to be able to take them down, but Atlock's already been taken down themselves. Instantly respawns, uses the Blaster Barrage going up against Leaf, and whoa, Tuzi's aim is kind of crazy.
Yeah, tracking perfectly. Also want to give a shout out to Zonrian on the Luna, because when the Eye of Agamotto came up, he didn't get caught, was able to pull out the Fate of Both Worlds and make sure no one from Team Peps went down. Now All Business trying to irritate the side of Team Peps. We did just get the Galactic Legend coming online. Artist can try to make a play of his own, but still, All Business didn't have to utilize too much to win that last fight.
Trying to flip the map here. Oh, closer. Could have been in deep trouble there as Natlox has the damage boost. If you build up all 5 of those shots, you can quickly destroy someone. Hardest comes up, has so much of their damage. Eaton actually blows up the Meteor M as it reaches its maximum capacity before it can be levied here. Slowpo on the off angle. Natlox under huge amounts of pressure and attempts to try and block off the healing onto that Adam Warlock. Welshmania might well be overwhelmed. Doesn't really have the resources to try and survive this one, but it seems like 3 strategists behind him is going to be all the resource he needs. Leave in some desperate trouble, takes to the skies. That was a very wild attempt at a sedation right there. The pocket coming through onto a Starlord is going to be brutal to try and deal with. A big blaster barrage just brings damage over to everybody. Clobbering time gets 2, both Hardest and Teemo caught in place. But the Soul Resurgence from Leaf is giving them leafy green for now. And attempts to try and shut this down with the Eye of Agamotto, but guess who's CC immune during the anti-street charge? That's right, it's Toot Toot, baby! And slept in place. No longer immune, but guess what? Welshmania is there to try and keep you in a good place for now. Shu disengages, trying to play it slow, waiting for their team to have a resource to try and play with. Closest is going to be Teemo right now, has the Meteor M ready to go, but Slowpo's also ready to try and get a resurrection in the midst of all of this. Tuzi's fallen off the map! What happened to my Star? What happened to my goats? Slowpo's able to resurrect themselves. Maybe they can get everybody back. They're all exposed right here. A well-placed Blaster Barrage could change everything, but Closar's here with a bunch of healing to try and play with. Soul Resurgence going to keep all and sundry ready to go. 2 players stunned, 3 players stunned by the clobbering time. A couple of clips are eaten, yes, by the Meteor M, but nothing's gained off the back of it here. Tuzi up in the sky, once again thinks that he's the hero, but the Blaster Barrage is stronger than that. Element guns in the hands of Hardest get all that you need done. A quick sedation, yes. Team Peps need to stay on the point with all of their might as overtime is almost done. Overtime continues going as Shu managed to grab one off the back of that Eye of Agamotto, helped out by Hardest. Natlox has fallen down. Hardest falling low, close up, got the aim, exactly what's needed. Tuzi's almost already returned. Hardest raised himself on the back of that Karmic Revival. The tracking's so good. Tuzi's a menace, even though in the midst of the barrage, they managed to get taken down by the absolute zero. What is this guy's aim? Somebody get police on the line. I'm gonna need to see your report, mister. Tuzi is wild, and the Royal Palace is captured. All business, all the time, and all the way down to the lower bracket for Team Peps.
Absolutely crazy. Again, a team with not a whole lot of like stock in Marvel Rivals showing up, comes out, dominates Team Peps. And again, actually, the thing I'm most surprised about is like how many standout players, right? If it was just all right, you know, one or two guys taking over, but no, really, when it comes to their roles, all of them are performing. Welsh Mania is really just walking people down on this Magneto, and there it is, leg day. Your goat, Tuzi.
My goat with 23 final hits, only 17k damage taken as well. Kind of wild. Just for how aggressive they're playing it. Great metallic bulwarks, honestly. Welsh Mania in conjunction with Tuzi really is what's making this work. The protection that this Star-Lord is getting, the resources that are being placed on them, including the spotlight from Zandri, the damage boost from Closer, the right timing of the clicks from Slopo as well to get that triaged healing, as well as give over that soul bond to make sure that when you're taking a Galactic Legend versus Galactic Legend duel, that you aren't being instantly outclassed.
No, and again, it's like there's so many different moving parts we could highlight. Toot on the thing at the end, too. A lot of Yancey Street charges that were so well dodging out on the Eye of Agamottos. We had the Luna as well, Fate of Both Worlds. There was one time Eye of Agamotto caught onto 3 people. Fate of Both Worlds there just in time to save them out. And you know what? We don't got to talk about it like day. We can just show the people the stuff. Let's bring up the stuff, aka our replays.
I love stuff.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma! Burst!
had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Please open your eyes, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Pour one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Where do you think you're going? Anybody want some nuts?
Round 9 has already started here at MRC for EMEA. How time flies when we're having fun, Lyric. And I've already been forced to notice so many new teams, up-and-comers in EMEA. But unfortunately, that does mean they're going to have to try and play against our pantheon of fantastic teams that we have here. OG and VP still waiting to be truly challenged, as they've only really been beaten by each other thus far.
Yeah, exactly right. So this is the time to do it. I feel like we are seeing gains, especially in EMEA, of the other teams inching closer. And again, there have been a lot of surprising teams, some of them taking care of business like all business. Another one we got to see earlier today was Schmungus, you know, a team with a lot of those well-known streamers and fan favorites on the team. And it's going to be cool to be able to follow their match and their journey to see if they can, again, just keep progressing through this side of the bracket.
Yeah, Schmungus actually went out disappointingly early, if I remember correctly, in our Season 0 tournament, despite coming second during the Open Beta Dawn of Champions tournament. So this is a great time for them to have a bit of a resurgence. Admittedly, as we said, Schmungus is a team filled with pretty popular streamers. They don't do much in the way of serious scrimming. They get a lot of time in the game, but not really as a team. They don't really queue as 6. We often see Necros and Andrew duo queuing in ranked quite a bit, as they play a lot of that Spider-Man Venom combo, and it does mean that they are likely going to be target banned here, as Schmungus are going to open up with a ban onto Adam. That is their usual first ban, but it is also pretty good against Only Legs, who loves playing that.
Exactly. So a lot of good focus already coming out. You hit on earlier in the day that Schmungus are not going to get to play Venom. This is going to be a hero that is consistently banned against them. But now we're going to get to see what they want to go for with the save. Can't quite remember what they ended up protecting earlier, but things like that Star-Lord would be pretty good for Jimbo. But no, the Uncle's actually, I'm sorry, protecting the Winter Soldier, which is always interesting, right? When we talk about, again, kind of going up against teams of disparaging skill level, if you do just want to take that kind of handshake aim duel, and it looks like for the Uncles that they're happy with it.
Yeah, very happy to try and just go for that Bucky. Obviously, Bucky can be very powerful. Just being able to hit a hook can really upset the fight planning of an enemy team, but maybe you'd expect that potentially Schmungus would have more mature fight planning, at least compared to a team that might be a little bit newer. I'm not sure how long the uncles have played together, but they're not a team that I have a huge amount of exposure to over the course of my experience in the EMEA.
Heroes could make all the difference.
We're going to get those locking in. And, of course, we're on Hall of Jalia. Convergence coming through. Excited to see more Loki today, especially if that's not going to be answered on the opposite side, because it really feels like when a team has been able to play Loki and the other team hasn't, that there's been a stark disparity there.
Yeah, like, if you can't play Loki, you kind of got to ban Loki, is the real answer. Yep. Because you never want to be in a position where you're getting consistently Loki gapped. Necros actually going to be picking up the Winter Soldier here, which is, honestly, I haven't caught how much Necros has been grinding Winter Soldier. On his streams, he is most known as a Spider-Man player, but without something like a Venom, the lethality of Spider-Man can be so heavily constrained that you might not... Oh, wait, pause champ, is it real? Could it be real, Necros? I mean, you are on the offense, so I'm not gonna buy into it just yet. The uncles, on the other hand, I can give a little bit more stock to. We're going to see more of this Psylocke. It has actually been raising in popularity over the course of MRC, but we didn't see a huge amount of it during MRI.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan, right? The ability to deal with flyers from the hit scan, just the range auto in general from someone that is a heavy diver and flanker. It feels like with Psylocke, a lot of possibilities are there. And by man, you are not getting baited. It looks like we will get to see Necros on the Spider.
Okay, indeed we will. An early pull off the map would be huge here, especially if we can grab Magneto. That would be a bunch of damage as well for now. Necro's just going to do a little guerrilla warfare around that backhand side for now. The remainder of Schmungus are just going to do their best to get some distractionary measures in over onto Only Legs. Force out the regeneration domain. That's actually a huge pickup early here for Necros. And now moving over to a more vulnerable Loki after having swapped over on that clone place. Boga having already popped their C, uses that team up. D-Sly taken down by those Iron Lash walls. The damage really adds up if you allow Groot to have these walls up. And that's one of the things you give up when you play for Spider-Man. Your wall-breaking ability is severely diminished.
And I mean, there's a reason why we've heard so many top Vanguard players say, yeah, Groot is just ridiculous. Groot is insane. If one team has a Groot, you have to have a Groot. And you saw why those walls just putting so much pressure on Schmungus. And the Spider-Man instantly gone. Necros moving over to the Winter Soldier, where we initially, thought he'd start.
Yeah, just putting a little bit of an exhibition for all of those Spider-Man fans out there.
He has fans, right? He has fans. You got to put on a show.
There are literally dozens of us. Necros ready to go, following in the Eternal Bond. Or is it going to be something to shut this down rather quickly? Cage actually manages to avoid the bionic hook as Ichilips is going to be bringing up the invisible boundary. That's a huge strangling prison right there. So many players falling into culling range, but that's going to be a clobbering time. But there's so much in terms of shutting this one down. Dahania finds Necros in the midst of all this. And now Uhelsh, or Ulsh, I don't know how to say that one, is able to grab one. Ulesh, let's go with Ulesh.
Yeah, I like Ulesh. Great hold by the uncles. Great metallic bulwark coming out from Dahania to make sure that Basong was able to stay alive through all that. And once again, going to have to try and force their way through this choke point. Schmungus not being able to find the success that they were earlier. We have Jimbo, though, now coming out on the Punisher. Portal to set all this up, so they might just be able to mow down the Vanguards of the uncles.
Okay, and oh my goodness, D-Sly's already dead. Unlucky tragedy right there. Boga taken down by Ulesh. Varsong joining them right here. The unlimited ammo took its time to be deployed, honestly, and I think that it could have had a better early impact.
Right? I feel like you're hoping for that portal to open, infinite ammo be there, your Punisher, Winter Soldier just mauling people down. But you got to be careful of the picks. You mentioned that grab that can come out from the Winter Soldier. Can also just so quickly and cheekily find a pick that sometimes there really is no good reaction.
Easily swap here onto the Loki. Could be incredibly important. The wall-breaking potential of both the Punisher and the Wood Soldier not to be underestimated here. Tarto going to be forced to move over down onto that low ground shortly. Oh, never mind. Tarto's plans do get changed forcibly by the Bardic Hook. It's going to bring themselves back up onto the high ground here. Barsong looking for something. Boga blocks it out. That's value of the Doctor Strange. That shield on demand is not to be trifled with. Now with a Kraken, in fact, ready to go. Shmungus are going to be in terrible danger unless somehow Diesel can try and turn it around using their copy here. Already onto their Vanguards. The danger is real. Meteor M could do a lot of damage and make them reach that final little culling threshold. Not going to happen in this case as Tarto elevates themselves up straight towards Jimbo. It's brave to go up against the Punisher like this as they just drop down into the low ground, into the invisible boundary to get that additional amount of healing. Yeah, you can manage to carve through the Loki clones, but can you get much more than that? Tarto doesn't get too much off the back of the Strangling Prison, admittedly. Might be hoping for that one back. Killips has managed to make a disengagement happen, and yes, there is going to be plenty of healing available as Ulesh just hides away for a moment. 123 HP should be easy to get healed on up. Jimbo goes a touch too far, punished for it in the midst of all this. Eye of Agamotto gets both Barsong and Ahania. The follow-up is going to be hard to come by here, actually, as the remainder of the strategists look towards them. Only Legs is going to be able to posture themselves elsewhere, and Shmungus finally capped.
Yeah, and that was a very chaotic fight. It felt like it was really determined by the ult usage at the start for the Uncles. Basong not able to find any impact with his Kraken impact. As Necros now, great hook into the uppercut.
Yeah, Killips couldn't really hang on to that one. Easily getting some real value out of that God of Mischief as well, being able to invisible boundary on cooldown. Not too bad at all.
I'm glad to see that Shmungus did swap over to the Loki, like you said, though. Again, it kind of feels like if you aren't playing him, you yourself need to ban him. Provides so much healing, so much survive from the burst with the regeneration rune. And now doing a bit of a better job, but why Andrew sniping out the song?
Oh, well, that's going to be invisible boundary here to try and save the wayward Groot. Tarto, no more culling. And that means that there's going to be no resets off the back of this one. Necros may have actually managed to get one over on a Loki clone in the midst of all of this. Ulesh comes in with Dance of the Butterflies, and yeah, Tarto's just having some issues here. Inside the invisible boundary, Necros finally has targets in their sights, but Andrew might be a touch overextended here. Has taken a lot of damage. Both Tarto and Dahania have been stunned by the Eye of Agamotto. The follow-up could be there. Necros good when it comes to the distribution of damage. All three players caught in place. Barsong once again descends from the heavens and finds Jimbo Limbo exactly where he doesn't want to be. Jimbo Limbo next up. KG also on the docket. There's some good shield play here to try and save Shmungus from the depredations of Barsong, but only Legs up here. It's going to be a Loki versus Loki duel. Spellfield gets it done. It might have actually bounced off the shield of the Doctor Strange there to finally get the blow that was needed. And Ulish grabs Boga as the shield finally is destroyed.
We almost saw Shmungus able to bring it back. Had some nice fights, but now these cheeky little angles coming out from the Uncles as Basong gets a nice one on Andrew to close it out. And they're being pushed all the way back towards their spawn. We do see potential portal usage coming out.
It's got to be. They simply don't have the time to try and make the commute over here. Claiming the high ground, forcing only Legs off of this would be a great way to try and play it. KG could be in danger of getting knocked off here if a Thor's physics comes through from the side of Ikilid. Out comes the Horn of Proteus onto the back line. Only grabs a single doppelganger from Only Legs. Not much more than that. Invisible boundaries overlaid on top of each other. And the backboard of that Thorn Lash wall is going to be a huge amount of damage that's delivered here by Tarto. Only Legs going to be able to copy over, of course, into that Invisible Woman and have access to the Invisible Boundary when it is finally necessary. Actually, we saw why Andrew get forced off by Only Legs. I was wondering if they were going to stay up on the high ground for so long because the force physics is so dangerous. You get knocked off the back and a Vanguard is just instantly taken down.
Yeah, I mean, the Uncle's doing such a great job to hold on to that point. Really not respecting what that Invisible Woman could do. And now we're going to see what the Uncles could do with their own push. Again, you expect people like Only Legs to be more comfortable on Loki than Desley on the opposite side, starting out on that pick. So I'm definitely curious to see if they can keep that momentum up. Ulesh, another one who is able to find a lot of really good, really sneaky moments, just capturing people off on the wayside on Shmungus. It looks like Shmungus thinking about changing it up.
A different approach, potentially. Andrew, usually known as a Venom player, target banned first thus far every time that we've seen.
Had a great Star-Lord earlier.
Yeah, did have a fantastic Star-Lord. Usually we expect Jimbo to be the hit scan player for Schmungus, but maybe has a little bit more time on Groot than Andrew in the midst of all of this. Andrew is a noted aimer. Wouldn't mind seeing what they can get done on the Hela.
Yeah, definitely excited to see what they could do. Not, you know, too much hit scan necessarily needed by their side, but hell, Goddess of Death can definitely change a fight around fast. He's going to be looking for those sneaky picks onto Only Legs and Eclipse. There we go. We found it.
Eclipse? Oh yeah, Eclipse. That's probably it. I've been saying Eclipse, but honestly, I don't know.
It's one of those ones you just got to kind of stare at for a second.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna need a moment to translate this one. Big piercing knife from Andrew. Wow. Oh, the exploding swords just blast Ulesh's guts all over the place, unfortunately.
You called him an aimer like Day, and he is definitely an aimer. Him and Necros just doing a great job. You said they are the dynamic duo, and they're playing like it right here.
And for now, Boga and Jimbo, they are just on full blockade mode. A trade blockade of Naboo. What could it possibly mean? Means that Schmungus are making sure you don't get control of his high ground for now. And at this range, like, you're so happy as Necros and Andrew to simply, you know, sit back in your little villa, in your condo, and just lay out that damage. And you can actually hear Ulesh approaching from the left-hand side. Just force out the regeneration domain from Desley, and that's going to keep them in a little bit of danger.
And that's you know, I'm glad the uncles are starting to explore that, because just funneling in, trying to contest this high ground isn't working. Feels like they're going to need to look for more of a multi-pronged approach. Ulesh trying his best, but now getting forced back with the team.
Oh, wow.
Desley sniping out Only Legs.
Yeah, maybe they heard our comments about maybe being a touch less touch less confident on the Loki. Yeah, managing to get that one done. Waiting until that Barna Cook is over before engaging, and just a little bit of aggression kept at bay by the Ironwood wall. Oh, this could be an instant kill onto Desley. Ulesh, what a combo. Unreal stealthiness right there. Ulesh noted on their approach. And there we go. Into the midst of everybody. Going to be quick resets coming through from the side of Necros. Barsong falls down. Next up, of course, is going to be the Invisible Woman. Chaining them together. This was necessary after losing Desley so early. Only Legs up next. Bro's aim is actually kind of wild, you know. Throtterstern getting it done. What a wipe there for Necros. Not just a Spider-Man.
And at first, I thought there wasn't going to be any fruit to bear from that engage. We saw the invisible boundary come down super fast on the side of Uncles, but still not really meaning anything in the end. Great strangle, great prison coming out from Jimbo Limbo. Now, though, we're going to see if poor Uncle Tato can walk up and find his own angle, but Ulesh.
Down to the butterflies. Oh, it's solo onto KG. Just really concentrating that DPS perfectly. Jimbo's down as well, already down to 4. Necros, 1 tap by the Kraken Impact. It's easy resets here for Barsong. Boga's next up on the docket, and Andrew's going to be in significant danger the second that they move on through. Yeah, Barsong just keeps on resetting, and that is going to be easy peasy resets. Wait, there's going to be a recontest coming through from the side of this portal. Necros the only one who made it out inside of this. Tato's actually keeping them body blocked by standing in the way of the portal. Big heads up play from the Groots.
Yeah, really good job making sure that they can't contest that point at the end. Still, though, great from Basong. And, I mean, we talked about it earlier, right? Just how much value you can get off of just constantly resetting on those Loki clones, too. We saw him taking advantage of it in that moment. And now a duel for the high ground begins.
Okay. Happens to the best of us trying to hit those stationary Loki clones. We move away from Andrew. Cam, you know, save him a little bit of reputation. 32 charge on the Meteor Ram. Once Hania just takes it down. Both the Vanguards actually victims of that Meteor Ram, and now Schmungus once again have the stability that's so brutal to try and deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, 2.5 minutes. They don't have much room that they need to push it. But I mean, this is where a Hela can really be deadly, sniping out from this range.
Dahania has their own Meteor M to try and play with now, but question is, can Jimbo try and deal with this earlier with a proactive use of a Strangling Prison, maybe an answer of a Strangling Prison with the Meteor M to try and eat up all of that damage that could be used to try and follow up on it. Ulesh actually currently attriting that high ground, but might have to invest a little bit too much to try and make it happen. Wow, this is super aggressive. Dahania is back here of all people, and inside the invisible boundary now. Would desperately love to get the invisible woman. Instead, we'll settle for Necros. A direct hit coming through as Ulesh using this Dance of the Butterflies, is unable to find too much off the back of it. Desley dives back inside of the invisible boundary, and Ulesh is forced to disengage. Nice use of a force physics. KG with the APM to try and make this happen. So close to a cap right now are the Uncles and Barsong. They might be able to try and make something happen. Only legs falling low, and that's going to be a follow-up onto what could have been a Strangling Prison. Not sure if it actually hit Paydirt there. Maybe instead it actually grabbed something like, I don't know, a Magneto shield. Maybe it hit a Groot wall instead. Barsong looking to try and grab themselves a reset here, and it has afflicted a Groot, yes, but the damage is too much to deal with. Necros just wins when it comes to the raw aim with Rotter Stern, and the numbers that remain. A minute remain now for Uncles to maybe use so many of their tools.
I know, and look, you have Kraken Impact online, Meteor M, Goddess of Death is going to be up soon. You're going to have another Strangling. Hell, the whole team of Schmungus is about to have their ults up leg day. It's a bit of a rough one for the Uncles with only 40 seconds left.
Yeah, question is, do you want to take two good fights here? Or do you want to try and take one with a bunch of ultimates where you have some time to really build them up? Dahania, for now, may be able to get themselves a nice angle onto the Loki up top. Tato slowly building on up towards that Eye of Agamotto, unlikely to get it by the end of this round. It's the Goddess of Death up in the sky. Damn, Ulesh has got some nasty aim right there. Andrew can't even get inside the invisible boundary. It was a touch too far away. It's a full amount of ults coming through from Schmungus as Necros goes into the sky, finds Eclipse, and now both of the Vanguards are afflicted with the culling. The damage too much to bear. 2 seconds remain. Schmungus finally find their place to make their last stand. It's a Helm's Deep DPS hold, and yes, the damage is going to be shared between these Vanguards, so there's no final blows for Ulesh until they go back to the Sonic Crossbow. Barsong can maybe try and make something happen around the back here, moving over onto Desley. That's a perfect pickup. I thought that this one might have been over, and Andrew seems to agree right here, looking after Tato. They want Necro so badly, and Legs is the one to grab it. KG's down as well. It's a big turnaround from Uncle Schmungus. Let it slip through their fingers.
What a way to go. It looked like Schmungus had it. It was even so weird of all the last-minute hero changes of kind of both teams changing sides. But in the end, Uncles did look, again, a bit more together, a bit more like they were on the same page. I thought Schmungus was showing some fun stuff. I was so scared that the Kraken Impact was going to start turning everything around. But the Uncles managed to pull it over the line.
Damn, great plays from Ulesh and Barsong. Being able to find those final hits was absolutely critical. I believe that both Barsong and Ulesh found picks when it seemed like Schmungus had that one very much in the bag. Like, we saw Andrew getting burst down super quickly as well on the Hela, unable to get inside the invisible boundary. I don't know if that's a misplace of the invisible boundary. I don't know if that was not using the Crow to move quickly and just not respecting the damage that was going to be levied against them. Either way, Schmungus kinda, I'm not going to say threw that fight away, but they did get clutched on. They lost the clutch gene compared to Uncle.
Yeah, they definitely did. And again, it's kind of crazy that they both thought what the other was doing was working towards the end. Barsong going towards the Hela, Andrew swapping over to the Psylocke after that kind of incident that happened with the Goddess of Death. But still, I'd say very close. You know, not like, you know, we saw All Business wrapping up Team Peps looked a little bit less competitive this one around. It really felt, especially that hold after that first point, could have gone either way on both sides.
Yeah, it could have been anybody's game, and I'm sure that this is going to be a long one between the Uncles and Schmungus. You are in for an absolute treat here at the EMEA MRC. But before we get there, check out these highlights.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now.
Plasma burst!
Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn. Squirrel one for the squirrels. Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
I may have made a schmungus mistake. And Schmungus may have made a couple as well at the end of Halls of Jalia, losing a fight that, economically, they kind of should have won. They went into that with 5 ultimates, 6 by the end of it, and unfortunately, none of them really gained a huge amount of value, Lyric, but this is far from over here in the lower bracket. In round 9, I believe we're in now, the Uncles are on match point.
Yeah, the Uncles. I mean, good stuff. It was a really close game. Both teams were forcing a lot of change-ups on each side. I think people like Ulesh were a standout, again, putting a lot of pressure onto Shmungus, even if it wouldn't always end up in kills. But here we go into round 2, Royal Palace. Another fun domination map. Andrew should really just stop ever hovering the Venom. We know you aren't going to get it, buddy. But hey, that Star-Lord earlier, I ain't forgetting.
Yeah, a lot of teams against Shmungus used to first ban Necros' Spider-Man, but they learned that it's actually better to ban the Venom because, hey, you can deal with the Spider-Man when it doesn't have that cellular explosion team up. A little bit harder when the Venom is in play, and Venom's also fairly strong in his own right, even without the aid of a Spider-Man. We've seen it a couple of times, indeed, from Enzo and in some of our games previous, including from DRP. Over on Supremacy, we saw a little bit of Venom. It's actually going to be a protect on the Wolverine here, which makes sense, just trying to mitigate the effect of Tarto, and maybe trying to mess with Ulesh and Barsong's current very, very safe picks of both Bucky and Psylocke to see if they want to mirror on that Wolverine.
Yeah. I also just like the idea of making it more brawly, more chaotic when you are the team full of streamers, when a lot of the heroes you already play kind of invite that chaos anyway. And maybe that'd be a better route running into the Uncles, as we see Necros gonna be the one to maneuver the Wolverine. And I got what I asked for. No, I didn't, Andrew. No, I almost got what I asked for.
You can dream. You can dream, but that's about it. Boga requesting, hey, can I have the thing, bro? No. Yeah, they're just going to figure it out. We're going to be on Royal Palace Domination. This is actually a map where we see a little bit of Jeff play from OG in particular. They enjoy the Asgard Domination map. It's got some nice flank routes for things like a Jeff, but also that means for a Psylocke as well. So Ulesh not tempted into going for the mirror here. Instead, it's actually just going to continue playing on the Psylocke until they're forced off of it.
Yeah, and we can see, right, we have the thing, so we got the Nancy Street charge there to try to help deal with that Wolverine, try and lock him out from doing any of his combos and burst him down quite fast. So a lot going to be on Tato in this game to make sure that Jimbo Limbo can't find the impact he's looking for. As they swapped around again. They swapped around again.
I think we're
now why Andrew on the Magneto.
I like Uncle's pre-countering of the Wolverine here as well. Coming out with the Thing and Magneto. The least Loganable Vanguard line that you can possibly have, because of course the Thing immune to being grabbed by the Feral Leap, and a little bit of self-peel can come through from the Magneto. It comes to be Yancy Street Charge. Already up in the air, of course, that Cosmic Fastball has allowed Jimbo to land down in the midst of the Uncles, and that's going to be a lot of damage already levied over onto Jimbo. The passive is burned through in seconds. Ulesh just playing a little bit more of a counter dive on the Psylocke right here, and then sees Boga in their sight. It's so easy to just carve through these Vanguards with their Sonic crossbows.
Yeah, and I love it. I love the adaptation and how they're playing now, trying to run them down, giving enough space for Taco to jump back as Dahania finishes off the Miss Invisible on the opposite side. You're losing healers as we speak, falling one after another.
God, everyone in a line as well means the Tainted Voltage from the Bucky got so much value, so many players. Well, was that a Moon Knight? Never mind. Over onto the Namor now. But no frozen squid, so not quite as powerful.
No, hopefully Jimbo can find a little bit more. They're having such a hard time approaching. Really nice aggressive play, but Ulesh might be caught out. He's super low. Manages to escape with just a sliver of HP.
All right, Bionic Hook gets a little bit done. What just happened to the ultimate from Necros? May well have already been reset, not entirely sure. Coming through, clobbering time, gets multiple stuns. Both the Vanguards of Shmungus. Barsong's already grabbed Necros off the back of this. Somehow found outside of the invisible boundary. And now it's time to start farming off of these low-key doppelgangers. Moving in towards the back, the Invisible Woman next up. Oh, the long-range hit onto KG is brutal. And Barsong is finding everything they want, and they can manage to get even an extra reset off of a doppelganger.
And we could see why this team has been happy to protect and play that Winter Soldier. It sucked for Necros. It looked like he was about to start popping off, but I guess just right on the edge of his team's own invisible boundary. Basong was able to get the party started with that first reset.
Big tainted voltage coming through already. Ulash has the dance with butterflies ready to go. Is it going to be a waltz? Oh yeah, heading straight in onto Keiji. Just really good at min-maxing this AoE, focusing all of the damage over onto one strategist. A little bit of a loss of location for a while, but finally finds Andrew and stabs in with Sonic Katana exactly where it needs to be.
Just domination coming out from the uncles. 100% to 0. That first point. Gonna be another nice burst of confidence. Again, after what felt like a round, you know, the previous map that could have gone to Shmungus, it's nice to see the uncles keeping up their momentum.
Yeah, they are unperturbed thus far. Even with the maneuver towards the Wolverine, the uncles not feeling too much pressure to swap away from where they've been really getting their bread buttered on the Psylocke and Winter Soldier combination. The only real change they made was Tato preemptively swapping over onto the Thing, which in my opinion was a smart swap. Shmungus are actually going to change things up now. They're going to move over onto a Mantis with Andrew picking up this Star-Lord again. This was critical for Shmungus previously.
Exactly. You know, it's great to see. I mean, you pointed out earlier that Andrew is an aimer. Right after you said that, found a headshot, found a kill. So I'm excited to see it. Oh, actually, this is something else that we saw them play early in the day. Punisher, Winter Soldier with the rocket coming through. They could do a lot to mow down the opposing side, and there's no way Ulash is playing Spider-Man against Necros. Is there, like, day?
I mean... If there's an audition to be a top Spider-Man, it's playing Spider-Man against Necros. This is very much, allow me, Sensei, to show you my full power just this one time. Big pull in there onto the Punisher. Scourge grenades quickly move away. Boga out of position. Ulash grabs Jimbo Limbo. And now looking to drop in to the midst of Shmungus. Already hit with a Spider Tracer. Nice play from Andrew using the Scourge grenade to get out of that amazing combo. It's a little bit far to be using the shotgun, admittedly, to source back over onto the assault rifle. And Andrew, well, they have already built up towards that final judgment. Uncles are going to walk away with the first cap.
Yeah, already getting on it, but still, kills are being returned, so we might be able to see Shmungus push this. Andrew having that ult online. Again, can't find the shotgun onto Ulash, but does.
Nasty pivot. Second shot gets Ulash exactly where they want him. And it seems like the clobbering time didn't get anything, honestly. The follow-up simply wasn't there for Tato. Necros getting the headshots that they need. Where's Tato going? Straight to the Shadow Realm, I dare say. The C is just too much damage to bear. 40% extra on top of Final Judgment. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, Andrew busting that one out. You just get to mow down the opposing front line. So to end up getting the point back, the uncles didn't actually get that much coverage on it, only making it up to 23%. And now it's Shmungus' turn again. It kind of felt like they fumbled the last one. Can they get it going? Necros putting a lot of damage out onto Tato.
Ulash has to be so careful on these engages. Could be slowed down by any manner of things. The Harnia eats a bunch of damage with that metallic curtain. Of course, it does have almost unlimited damage to eat, but it is on a timer. There's an attempt at a back cap coming through from Ulash. Forces a reposition from Shmungus. That's going to be the amazing Spider-Man getting multiple stuns out. Necros going to try and turn this one around off the back of a Kraken impact. Does grab one off the back of a Loki clone. Straight in towards the back. Ulash on top of Andrew, moving in real quick. And it's an amazing combo to shut down Andrew in the midst of all this. Hello. Found the res beacon, but didn't quite know that they'd found it, so I'm just going to chase them away from this position. Uncles are still fighting over on point as we speak about this, with the invisible boundary having been raised previously by Achilles, and Disley taken down in the midst of all of this, pulled away from Barsong, waiting for the friend to manage to grab that one, and attempted to grab, yeah, there it is, shutting down Barsong. Great patience there from Necros.
Yeah, that bionic arm was huge, being able to find that. Also, even getting the 1v1 duels coming out between the supports did bring things back in the uncle's favor to get the point, but still, Shmungus made a good bit of headway. They have things like the Final Judgment online, as well as the See You There from Jimbo Limbo. You can have a really big Rocket Raccoon combo right now.
God of Mischief Likely onto the invisible woman here for only legs. Oh, that's going to be a Meteor M. However, survived. Nice dodge from Necros. Used for CC immunity for Kraken Impact to stop themselves from getting hit by that Eye of Agamotto. Grabs Ulesh on the wall. Oh my goodness. Necros is kind of cooking right now. Hello, hello, hello. Barossa gets Barsong. Oh, the headshot. Exactly where it was needed. Who said he's a one-trick? Bro is here and he's farming now.
Yeah, huge plays, and like you said, not only the kills, but also how he was using his abilities, starting the Kraken impact to dodge out on the Eye of Agamotto. Such good play, even able to keep it up with these Loki clones for now. Might have another opportunity.
He's just going to use it to get a little bit of extra verticality. Ulesh noted in the back, putting a bit of paranoia into Andrew for now. Can set up on a turret if they do desire. The Eye of Agamotto is a little bit further away now, as of course Tazo used it in the previous fight, but it was dodged by double CC immune duelists. Barsong desperately wants this last 19%. It could be a big game changer here. Soul Resurgence available for KG. Ulesh uses their first ultimate here. The Dance of the Butterflies. A big grab coming through. Andrew coming out with the shotgun. Manages to shut this one down. Can't quite shut down the res. I'm not sure. Barsong manages to make that one happen. Bogus falling away. Schmungus managed to have to give this one over in short order and then recontest with a portal.
Yeah, and I mean, all of that off of Ulesh's Dance of the Butterfly, right? Buying so much space, pushing them off point, and then the follow-up from Barsong. We're going to see, doesn't look like a portal able to come through. They're just going to try their best to get back on point. They will have the time. They have some ultimates to work with. Most notably, Necros is up again. It's his time to shine, Leg Day.
Doing it classic style. Look at that unlimited ammo there as well. The Vanguards are in serious danger. It's given Necros everything he needs to get access to that. Ulesh noted in the corner. Oh, slept in place. It's going to be a one-tap off for shotgun. Andrew just slowly walks on up and destroys all of their opponents. The C is available in the midst of all this. The Meteor M as well didn't grab too much, but here we go. It's Kraken impact time. Reset after reset. Dahania next up on the docket. Guess what? The backline manages to avoid the incoming damage for a second, and now moving in invisibly. Barsong, nice turnaround. Where did Ulesh go? Necros, that's my hero. You get off of it. You leave Peter Parker alone, or you're going the same way as Uncle Ben. Necros just keeps everyone at bay. The threat of the Barnet Cook too much to bear, and Schmungus equalize.
Not the Uncle Ben. Not the Uncle Ben.
Not Uncle Ben.
But it's just like you said, Necros really having a good time there at the end. It looked like the Uncles were almost able to do it with Ulesh buying time on the Psylocke, but not able to pull through in the end. And again, ults do carry over. We can see Andrew with that final judgment, also an Eye of Agamotto on the opposite side for Tato. So really not leaning heavily in one way or the other. You are also close with the Kraken impact for Barsong, so maybe a little bit more fighting power will be there a little bit faster for the Uncles.
You know the Brothers Grimm. If the Uncles lose this because we're in the lower bracket, would that make them the Uncles Ben?
Oh no! You know what, Uncle Ben? You were a real one. You gave us a lot of great stories out of what happened.
You're a real one, Uncle Ben.
Okay, Portal gonna start us off for the Uncles. So you know they don't want to fall out of this tournament. They are going to use Portal to try to get to the point faster and really deny Schmungus any approach.
Boga doing exactly the same. Wrap around here, playing for the high ground. Dahania's already fallen on down, but of course has that metallic slow descent. My goodness, that metallic bulwark, where did it go? He popped it for only a second. Unlimited ammo now is going to make it very difficult to survive if you are one of these Vanguards. For now, though, Tato looking to try and get their drop down with the Eye of Agamotto. You don't want to put it on top of the final judgment, but dropping down on Necros is pretty good itself. And this is going to be an absolute shellacking of Schmungus. Wait, they're going to invest for Soul Resurgence. But why? You've already lost 2. In the midst of all this, I'm not sure if it's the right decision from KG, but Necros and Boga, they've got other ideas here. Having a look towards that Doctor Strange. Eye of Agamotto versus Eye of Agamotto. Was that actually a copied Eye of Agamotto in the midst of all this? But Loki copying Doctor Strange is kind of wild, if you ask me. And that means that there was no healing available for a long time. Boga's just going to drop their way down towards the low ground. Tato might well be overwhelmed, waiting for a healer to turn on up. But the strategists aren't there in time, and Desley gets it finished. Schmungus turn it around.
Yeah, Schmug is somehow coming out on top. Like you said, very weird situations with the Doctor Strange and Loki combination going for it, but now the Uncle's going to be in the unfavorable position of trying to force their way in through these chokes. Danya just getting that Meteor M online, so you are having a bit more tools there. And Ulesh, Dance with the Butterfly, hasn't found anything just yet, ends up getting one. Jimbo Limbo down, healing cut in half.
And the only player that can't be raised by their own BRB. Critical pick there coming through from Ulesh. Desley next to full. The healing super limited now for Schmungus. It's only KG with those little spores. And, well, Ulesh is absolutely feasting. Uncle's quickly flip back.
Yep, Uncle Ben standing strong today. Jimbo, though, I mean, unfortunately, the first one caught out. Like you said, one person who can't be rezzed by his BRB, cutting your healing down. I guess not in half. They are running triple strategists, but still. Ooh, good hook. Forces out the Loki rune. Yeah,
Onleg's going to have to disengage using that devious swap here. Boga's got access to an Eye of Agamotto. And look at this. I think this might be a little bit early for a C. A good force Phoenix to actually pull these Vanguards in a touch longer. Necros, if they can get some real value off this angle with the C, it could be huge. A well-placed hook could also be everything, but not much gained off the back of the investment so far.
Yeah, we're just going to see them peppering down with Poe. But, oh, Meteor M comes out. The fight's getting going.
Nice dodge there from Necros down on top of the Eye of Agamotto. A huge investment there of the Kraken impact as well, but it's resets coming through off the Loki Doppelgangers. Eye of Agamotto blocked out for the side of Necros here by Boga. Chooses to go for that hyper carry DPS instead of the remainder.
Oh!
Necros is pushed off the map by Early Legs. Oh, that one's getting clipped and shipped, you better believe it. You can see that one on Twitter later, but Jimbo's getting up close and personal with Rocket's gun and making it happen.
Yeah, great play from Schmungus. Once again, control the point, trying to equalize that 62% that the Uncle's found. We're going to see that come through is Dahanya trying to find an angle in. I think it really hoping that Ulesh can try and find a flank with that Dance of the Butterfly, and you can see on the map, he's looking for it.
Ulesh has done a great job so far of maximizing having only one person in the Dance of the Butterflies to maximize the DPS of it. Necros just disengages into the Dance of the Butterflies so we can spread out that damage. It's for everybody. Doing your own soul bond as well. Ulesh forced to dance elsewhere. The Doctor Strange in some difficult positions right now. Dire straits potentially. Jimbo sets up the BRB for when it's going to be needed the most, but I think it's already been taken down here by Ulesh. Actually gets reset by Jimbo. Good heads up play when they hear the approach of that Psylocke. Barsong noted up top. They actually have the four taken out from under them. Big heads up play from Necros, and now can easily just plink away with Rota Stern and unlimited ammo behind them. The Eye of Agamotto doesn't grab too much. The invisible boundary keeps all safe from the depredations of a Doctor Strange. You can't keep Ulesh safe though. Doesn't seem like too much was gained off the back of that one, and now it's going to be a killer. Just doing their best to heal up the Doctor Strange, keeping everyone healthy. Yet another raising of the invisible boundary. Could it be dunked upon here by Dahania, looking so desperately for Desley, and finds it when it's most needed. Schmungus are in control at 99% though. Uncles have to stay on top of this. Necros almost blasted off the map yet again, but instead it's going to be a manually slain from the hands of Dahania. Why Andrew overwhelmed for sure as Ulesh comes on through, and Uncles now need to hold.
Yeah, it feels like all of that was off the back of Dahanya and the picks that he found. Great with the Meteor M when not exactly going is... Oh, we see the Uncle's just flooding onto Andrew.
I think the rescue's going to be there. Boga managed to make it in time. Ulesh, no, it's Barsom who's now playing on this Spider-Man. Maybe got a little bit nervous about returning in time in that 99% overtime. Manages to grab Necro, stuns him up. Here comes yet another Dance of the Butterfly. So much damage onto Boga. He was the only one inside the radius. No one else dived in to try and save their goats. Uncles. Necros is going to try and touch now. Off the back of a Spider-Man play. Back on his signature hero, Desley, in major danger over here. There's going to be attempts at a portal coming through from Boga. Necros actually got a Barsong in the midst of all this. And while the invisible boundary has been erected here by Uncles, Necros is going to be able to hold off, maybe pull someone out of it. And it's actually been a flip in favor of Schmungus. This is kind of a wild turnaround for the Uncles. Now they're going to have to be the ones staying on point all the time. Super low is a killer. Nice accuracy coming through on the web traces from Necros. Forces out the regeneration domain as well. So now Only Legs is under major damage. And now has to be a copy coming through. God of Mischief. Don't know who they managed to grab in the midst of all of this. Ulesh has already been taken down by Andrew. 2 frags coming through. Mid-air play from Necros. He's got the amazing, spectacular spin if he needs it. Barsong never knew that it was coming. What a turnaround from Schmungus. It looked so dire, but now it looks so clutch.
It looks so over there. Uncle's just getting a bit too ahead of themselves, swinging a bit too far forward to try to make it so Schmungus can't get there. But my God, is it fitting that Necro swaps to the Spider-Man to save the day, wins the Spider-Man 1v1, and Schmungus will continue to move on.
What can I say except plot armor?
Yeah.
Real plot armor there as Necros, the protagonist, rolls up. 16 final blows as well from Necros. So much put in to the hyper carry DPS on both the Winter Soldier and then following up on, of course, the Spider-Man as well. 32k damage. A little bit ludicrous if you ask me, but also credit to Achilles doing so much on the Sue Storm, just getting 44k healing, I believe, which is nothing to sniff at.
No, not at all. And you know what? No one needs to sniff at it because you could use your eyes and we could see what happened as we got the replay of that game coming up right now.
You know, you've been a very good audience, and as a reward, no break. We're going to go straight into map number 3 here between Schmungus and the Uncles. It was hard fought for both teams. It could have gone either way on either of these maps, but we've ended up going to Midtown. It's going to be a convoy map, but we finish our series one way or the other.
And I'm excited to see if we keep any of the shenanigans of last time, because you could tell that the Uncles kind of threw down the gauntlet. The song threw down the gauntlet. We had him going onto things like the Spider-Man to look for that contest, losing out in that 1v1. Ulesh as well, earlier in the match did. So it's like, hey, you know, are we going to keep going for these shenanigans? Are we going to keep looking for the clout leg day? Or, you know, we going to go back to maybe a bit more of our favorites?
Yeah, it's kind of like when we saw Tuesday swap off of, we saw Tuesday swap off of Starlight. Enough. Stop that.
Exactly.
Back to work. Enough fun for you. Adam Warlock,
unless
going to be
Jeff.
banned. Yeah, you know what? I'd accept a Jeff. I don't know if I'd accept a Jeff on Midtown. I would have accepted a Jeff on the previous match. I mean, if it's good enough for Tanuki, it's good enough for me.
Exactly. Is bands, like you said, kind of staying what we've seen so far. Schmungus gonna go back to saving that Rocket Raccoon.
Ooh, yep, saving the Rocket Raccoon, just making sure that there's always that unlimited ammo comp to try and get a little bit of a real dangerous burst phase that those Vanguards have to deal with.
Yeah, I think especially in overtimes, that's where that can be incredibly deadly now for what the Uncles want to protect, not wanting to show anything, not wanting to give Schmungus maybe an idea of what they're going to go for exactly.
All right, yeah. No telling thus far from the Uncles. Previously, I believe they protected a Wolverine as we headed into our game. Actually, no, it might have been Schmungus who protected Wolverine. I forget. One team protected Wolverine. Namor is going to be banned here as well, which could be a way to maybe try and open the path more for Ulesh to not face too much in the way of danger, because they realize that Luna's now available. But no, Schmungus are going to be the ones getting rid of Luna. Neither team wants to deal with the fate of both worlds.
Could make all the difference.
No, both teams saying, hey, we don't need any safety tools. We don't need any training wheels. We want to go all in for the scrap. Now it's going to be about seeing what they come up with for it. Ooh. This, I was going to say, I don't want to get excited about Human Torch isn't going to come through, but we have been seeing it more here in EMEA, especially today. Yeah. Having both Kaiser and I remember we saw it once earlier as well.
Yeah, 33 Heavens on Zenith.
Yes. But sadly,
so
not going to get here
today. It's a
today.
real thing in EMEA.
I guess it's all right, though, because before I was kind of, being like, hey, no shenanigans. And now here I am being like, why aren't you giving us shenanigans?
But it wasn't shenanigans.
It did work in the tournament so far. Not finding a whole ton of value today, but here we're going to go to much more standard compositions. KG staying on that Mantis. We'll see if they can find any impactful sleeps, but I really want to keep my eye on Basong's Hela. Definitely feels like we've been seeing a lot of...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
This first stretch. Getting control of the high ground is going to be the first task, and a lot of that is going to come down to Ulesh really managing to open this up by having a good off angle that demands attention, allows someone to slip through the cracks when it comes to the strategist kind of attention that needs to be divvied up.
I need assistance.
Yeah, so far doing a decent job as Shmungus to not let anything go through, but as the uncles, you're taking this. You're walking Shmungus down, you're building those ultis. But Dahania actually ends up getting taken out by Necros.
Yeah, I believe dragged in by a Barnet Cook, and then, of course, Troopers fisted out as well. Broga just raises the shield to stop any incoming healing from reaching that wayward Vanguard, and now it's just the ebb and flow. Shmungus moving in and out, making sure not to take too much poke.
Yeah, Shmungus are getting really close to having that Sia up for Jimbo. 75% now. Maybe they can try and hope for something, especially if Necros can keep channeling that Kraken impact. Right now, 63%.
Jimbo keeping busy over here on the Rocket Raccoon. Big pull there onto Ulesh. Does force out one of those dashes in order to just get themselves back to safety. And there was Nano going to be deployed. Necros is in his most dangerous state right now, but these triple strategists are taking a lot of poke in their own right. Barsong is finally exactly where they want to be, just laying down huge amounts of damage at range with no real threat being assessed over to them. Only Legs opens up with an invisible boundary, and that's going to potentially force a disengagement here from Shmungus. Jimbo's still going to try and invest. Oh, Tato went so far beyond the border of the invisible boundary. It was so greedy into the Sia, and that might well have been an absolutely disastrous play there from the Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, stepping too far forward, also going around a corner, so even being out of the invisible boundaries, Necros isn't stopping. I mean, like you said, no one can call him a one-trick here today. Really stepping up on the Winter Soldier.
Tato and Boga about equal when it comes to their placement of this Eye of Agamotto. Already grabbed, though. Tato has used their Cloak of Levitation as well, so if they use their ult, it's not going to be too much of a surprise. Ulesh heading in towards the back now with themselves. Oh, there we go. Going to be the Soul Resurgence to try and answer the incoming damage of that stance of the Butterflies. Damage boost likely going to be going the way of Necros. That's going to be a reset potentially. Ulesh takes over to the sky. Tato grabs Necros with the Eye of Agamotto. The follow-up is going to be there. Ulesh manages to grab that one, but not before Barsong is traded out on the other side. And Boga's still got his feet on the cart right now, stopping it from going too far forward. Necros gets rezzed. Dahania gets CC'd by the Eye of Agamotto, but that's a Vanguard, and the follow-up's not really going to be there at this point. Jimbo just doing their best to keep everybody healed up while you worry about Ulesh on the off angle. Necros going to try and make that one happen. Quick disengage happening. Tato and Ulesh both falling low, and Barsong's come back on the Wolverine of all things. Already had their passive pop. C is ready to go, and it's going to be answered here. Coming through already. Lots of damage. 40% amplification in this case, as Ulesh looking over towards that. Oh, here we go. A grab potentially onto Bogris inside the invisible boundary. Going to be difficult to try and get value out of this one with so many players so close together. Dahania really wants Desley and finds with the perfect Meteor M. But Necros feeling desperate inside of this. It's a huge investment from the side of Uncles, both the Dancer, the Butterflies, and the invisible boundary.
And that posturing went on for so long. At first, thought it looked, pretty bad for Uncles. We saw the first dance of the Butterfly come out. It was neutralized by KG on the opposite side. Not a whole lot of value able to be found initially by the Wolverine, but they outlasted. They got those tools back online, and they were able to find the angle. Ulesh putting so much pressure on Jimbo in the back line.
An exchange of poke between the front lines here. Vanguards versus Vanguards. So worried about Barsong being able to hold up in that higher area and grab Boga in. If any moment of overextension occurs, Tarzo's taking so much damage here. Just absolutely having their shield eviscerated at range. Look at how accurate Cage he is. Just giving himself some self-inspiration. It's some natural anger. It's healthy, you know? Ulesh in the back is actually getting a little bit of aggro coming through from the strategist, but still, Schmungus are giving away space.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving up so much. Uncle's not even having as many ults online, but Schmungus clearly not feeling confident, are going to pop KG's ult now.
Barsong has themselves a last stand already. Tato dragged on in the Eye of Agamotto. It's easily countered out by a pair of shields to surround it. Not a full amount of charge onto this, but Ulesh is the chosen target for Andrew. Didn't expect to see that Meteor M come their way. Last stand grabs so many here. Nice stun to try and shut it down. However, it's going to be the passive coming through from Barsong, keeping them alive for now. And the C is not really getting that much in the way of value. The remainder of the team are basically stunned up or elsewhere. Finally, it's going to be good. Ulesh just coming back on the Spider-Man of all things. Okay. I mean, there's still a minute left. I think you may be jumping the gun a touch here.
Yeah, not exactly needing that one to get back. Is immediately going to go right back to the Psylocke, so maybe just, not paying attention to the situation, thinking he could find some kind of off-pick with the Spider-Man, but still not able to make any more ground for the Uncles. Schmungus doing a really nice job of cutting them off. Tato is getting close to having that Eye of Agamotto once again. They are going to just hit those big ult breakpoints before Schmungus, so that's really where the battle's going to have to come through with only 35 seconds left.
Yeah, timing could be brutal. Barsong gets himself a leap. Doesn't go too far with it. Big hook coming through from Necros. Grabs Barsong on the disengage here as well. Another cracking impact's ready to go. Ulesh keeping Jimbo at harm's way. Really in danger right now with Jimbo, but they're just doing their best to evade Ulesh in the back. Dahania trying to play around the corner. Uncles have finally hit their critical mass when it comes to ultimates. 5 of them available at once. But Schmungus are going to be exactly the same. It's going to be the Soul Resurgence answering all that's coming through right now. Andrew looking desperately for one of these strategists, but actually only meets a shield. Oh, 4 players are hit with the Eye of Agamotto. A goated performance from Boga. And guess what? Tato tries to do the same, but it's taken out in mid-air by Necros and KG in tandem. The overtime's nowhere near here for Uncles. And despite only having to fight basically once on second, they are held at length.
Switch things up.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a great Eye of Agamotto. You see the invisible boundary try to come out, but hey, your whole team's not in there. Some people get caught off guard and out of position, and it was just a great hold for them. And again, it's just been fun to see, right? Having things like the Mantis just dishing out that damage consistently. Necros really showing up on the Winter Soldier. And, Jimbo might not be flashy, but he doesn't have to be. He's standing in the back, he's shooting out those healing orbs, and he's keeping Schmungus just nice and safe.
Has to be done. Schmungus. So many times it felt like it could have really fallen apart, especially when Barsong got some good leaps. Some good feral leaps to try and kidnap away Boga. We saw some great intercepts from Desley. We saw some great bubbles from Andrew, using that metallic bulwark to try and keep their more vulnerable Vanguard partners safe. And sometimes it's Necros who just make sure that Barsong can't stay in after using that feral leap, just putting down the damage onto Rotterstern, using the weapon to try and make sure that there was no safe option for Wolverine.
Oh, and now it feels like Schmungus are really going to be able to show up here on the attacking side. Definitely have seemed like the more aggressive of the two teams, which is kind of what I would have expected coming in, knowing what I know about the teams, knowing their hero pools. Now we're going to get to see if they can find an angle. Already trying to fight for that high ground. Dahania not taking too much chip damage just yet. It seems like for Schmungus still trying to play out through multiple different angles.
Ulesh actually going to be playing on the Hela here instead. Only legs. Forced off of a high ground, like they're just going to swap places with one of their doppelgangers in order to get back up in short order. And well, you know what? It's a chill time for Jimbo Limbo right now. Dahania sedated over here. Not going to be in a position to really be followed up upon, as the Killips is going to just join their vanguard down here on the low ground. And actually is messed up on their spacebar disengage, so could be a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, we could see with that vulnerability, giving up a lot of room on Uncle's side. Not only Legs is getting close to that ulti, but still, we know no one can really stack it faster than this Raccoon. But Necros almost found a hook. Good wall comes out. Kraken Impact online.
It's already ready to go. One of the first that's going to be available. Eclipse going to be able to match this one now. Tato doing their best to try and disengage while keeping everyone at risk. Dragged in. What a quick turn with the Trooper's fist. Oh, why Andrew forced to go up into the air here. Really wants that invisible woman and manages to find them. The healing not enough to try and deal with the burst damage that came on through. Dahania going to be the victim of the reset here. So Necros can just go again and again and again. And it's a tale that you've heard so many times before.
Yeah, and I love why Andrew just escorting him up there, make sure he's safe, get that damage down to make sure the execution damage could be followed up on. Still having KG and Boger's ults available too. So you can expect a bit of a counterpunch coming from the Uncles, but the tools might be there for Schmungus to respond accordingly. BRB still up and available too.
Worst Venn diagram I've ever seen over there. BRB. Just making sure that anyone who goes a little bit too aggressive has a second lease on life. Already a big pull coming through. Tato going to be the only one CC there by the Eye of Agamotto. Still, it demands an answer. And Eclipse and Barsong are going to be the ones to try and make it happen with both the Invisible Boundary and the Kraken Impact. But the Kraken Impact's got limited usefulness where there is that lower ceiling because you can't really hold on to it for as long.
Yeah, honestly, just a very awkward place for a fight for the Uncles in general. Same with Ulesh on the Hela, right? Not having a good place to use Goddess of Death there. So they are just going to end up having to give Schmungus more space.
Dahania just doing their best to keep this point in contention for now. Desley caught out by Dahania in the midst of all of this. Necros is feeling good about it still. Knows that the resurrection's coming through onto Desley courtesy of the BRB. Dahania at range does a massive amount of damage to the side of Jimbo, but unable to really grab too much off the back of it. And with Boga down, Schmungus, they don't have the staying power.
Still not losing too much for how many ults were invested by the Uncles. Still 3.5 minutes on the board and not a whole lot of area where you have to move this convoy. We still have Meteor M up for Andrew. Desley just getting that invisible boundary online too. His hook comes through. Not going to be able to make anything of it.
To the best of their ability. Desley raises the invisible barrier, and that means Dahania is difficult to see for that backline. Up to the sky goes the Hela, potentially. Oh my goodness, the damage on the Tato is just so much. The unlimited ammo, the Meteor M, and everything else that comes on through. Ulesh is going to fall down as well. Only Legs staggered. Schmungus could be on the edge of getting through to another round.
Yeah, and the fact that they still have ults up is crazy. Again, the Uncles invested so much in the fight before what we just saw. It really gave Schmungus just such a good foothold. And now KG in a great position to just try and layer down these headshots through the door. Picks up Dahania to start.
An opening pick onto a Vanguard. Absolutely brutal. Ulesh already stunned up here. Follow-up's not there, though. Great response from Eclipse, bringing up the invisible boundary. Tato now having to move to try and get themselves on this car. Ulesh actually gone super deep right here. Uses 2 dashes to move all the way into the back, so there's no escape, and that means Jimbo can actually win out on the door right here. Desley moving forward. Barsong's down as well. And now we've got Necros just being able to get reset after reset on this one. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto. Nice dodge there from Desley. Beautiful play. It might well have been blocked as well, coming through from Boga. Barsong's going to be returning now on the Spider-Man. Once again, just taunting Necros with his best character, if you could believe it at this point. Uncle's doing their best to make something happen off the back of both the Dance of the Butterflies. Wait, 2 off the Dance of the Butterflies from Ulesh. Unbelievable value. And Schmungus are going to be held for now.
Yeah, we're going to see as Basong actually continuing the aggression on the Spider-Man. Might be going too much. Looks like he was fine and backed out in the end. But now we're about to have more ults come up for Schmungus. Meteor M there. Invisible Boundary about to be up too. Oh, KG might not need any ults to find a pick for himself, though.
Cage is so scary, and it lets them build the Soul Resurgence so fast. Only Legs already coming through with a quick God of Mischief. I imagine a duplicate there onto Eclipse. However, this does mean that now he's going to have to use that ultimate sooner rather than later. So maybe Schmungus just try and play this one a little bit more softly. Just build up towards that additional damage. And yeah, there it is. Forces out the ultimate. And you can just disengage. You don't want Boga to get caught out here, though.
Now, I mean, you're right. Now just wait out Jimbo Limbo. Actually, you don't even need to wait. It'll be up in time. They're popping ults and the big fight about to break out.
Oh, don't know if too much was gained there by Necros, though. Off the back of that Kraken impact, so low is Jimbo. Oh, wow, what a play. Actually breaks the ankles of Ulesh. And now these flankers are just having to try and catch the Rocket Raccoon, who's not the ideal target for them. Tato almost has themselves an Eye of Agamotto. Dahania sitting behind, ready to go so low to try and play with. 3 players stunned by the Eye of Agamotto. It's a huge play from Doctor Strange. And what they do fall for their trouble. Barsong's here to just finish it up.
And there's only 15 seconds left in the match. Shmungus not going to have much time to try to make something happen. Necros gets back on the Spider-Man to touch point in time. We'll see what they could do.
Barsong just does their best to keep this going. Necros, can they be intercepted? They can! The force physics was there, and the Magneto's there as well. It seems so winnable for Shmungus. But what a way to just lock in coming through from the side of the Uncles, managing to get one over on the streamer team and make it happen on Midtown.
Yeah, that was crazy. Again, I feel like this whole match was just so close. It came down to the edge. Definitely map 1 and 3, map 2 maybe being a little bit more decisive for Shmungus, but not able to pull it over the boundary in the end. I guess the big question is, do you think Ulesh and Barsong will get the Necros thumbs up? Do you think they'll get the Sensei seal of approval?
I hope they get the, you know, just the respectful nod, you know? Open up a call for like a second, and then we instantly get ourselves the respectful nod from Necros, like, yeah. Game recognized game, you know?
Exactly.
Hey gamers, welcome back. That was an absolutely thrilling series right there. We got to see all of the fun that Shmungus and Uncles were having. And here at MRC, honestly, it's been an absolutely wild day. We've seen some crazy upsets and so many teams that we're really having to start to notice.
Yeah, honestly, it was just a banger. My first day of casting Marvel Rivals. A lot of fun with you here, Leg Day. A lot of great games, a lot of upsets, and that's exactly what you look for.
Yeah, we've got basically 24 hours a day coverage of MRC happening here on the Marvel Rivals channels where you're watching. North America's coming up next, and we're going to have some very talented colleagues who are going to bring you through that. And of course, if you want anything more, Marvel Rivals have brand new costumes that have hit the store very recently. Moon Knight's Fist of Vengeance and Black Panther's Thrice Cursed King will allow you to hit the streets of New York in style and make vengeance your own.
Yeah, like we said, if you don't have these skins and you play these characters, get these skins. I don't play those characters, but I still might get that Black Panther skin.
I'm really tempted by the Spider-Punk 2099 costume. I love a custom soundscape, but it comes with an Iron Man Steam powers there as well to make sure that all the alternate timelines for your favorite characters are converging at a fashionable level near you.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, if you listen to any level of punk, rock, metal music, you get that skin. Am I shilling right now? Yes, I am. So you do too. But again, good day of games. A lot of upsets happening. Stand out for me being all business just because of how out of left field it was. But a great day of you know, Marvel Rivals EMEA games.
Yeah, I might have to go back and watch some of the all-business tournament VODs from the earlier rounds, because I did not have this team on my radar at all, but I think they could be a top 6 team in EMEA. It's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, Lyric, for our first time working together. I had a great time, bud.
Yeah, and again, my first time casting, you know, Marvel Rivals, really this genre at all. You leading me through was an awesome one, buddy.
Thank you so much for having us, Neddies and Marvel Rivals. We'll be happy to come back tomorrow with even more coverage of the MRC. Some of our lovely colleagues are going to be taking you through that, who, of course, you'll recognize the voices of and enjoy the company of as well. North America's coming up on this channel, so make sure that you're following and you don't want to miss any of the action, because you know there are going to be teams over there like FlyQuest, like There's going to be 100 Thieves. There's going to be Sentinels. Pretty sure there have been no upset knockouts just yet. But FlyQuest are actually in the lower bracket as far as I remember. So, there might be a little bit of extra drama over in North America. You do not want to miss it. Thank you so much for joining us here in EMEA. And we will catch you for the next one.